The castle of Skora sits high on the cliffs, cold and completely out of reach for anyone living below. In this world, the sky belongs to the rich, while the rest are left to rot in the dark. Something is shifting under this pile of trash and broken wagon wheels. A hand clawing its way out of the freezing mud, desperate to breathe. This is Vlad. He's an orphan, a slum dog, and right now, he's dragging himself out of the debris with a sword gripped in his hand like his life depends on it. His eyes are glowing a brilliant, unnatural blue, reflecting a light that shouldn't belong to a kid from the gutter. He's looking for a way out, and he knows he won't find it by being passive. He's kneeling in the snow, staring at the blade. He calls it a star, the only thing capable of cutting through the absolute dark of his reality. He makes his way to a backstreet smithy, where a single warm light cuts through the freezing night air of the slums. On the wall hangs a beautifully crafted knight's sword. It's clean, elegant, and completely out of place in a dirty workshop like this. Vlad just stands there, completely mesmerized. He whispers that no matter how many times he looks at it, the weapon still looks incredibly cool. Before he can get lost in his thoughts, a voice calls him out from the dark. It's Jemina, his childhood friend, and she already knows he's slacking off again. She stands there with her arms crossed, looking at him with a mix of frustration and genuine concern. She asks him if he's aware of how incredibly distracted he's been lately. Vlad tries to brush it off, complaining that he rarely gets a single moment to rest. But Jemina isn't letting him off the hook. She warns him that people in the slums are starting to talk. When Vlad asks what they're saying, Jemina leans in. She asks if he still hears those strange voices every time he holds something as simple as a stick. She sighs, wondering what kind of terrible sin Vlad must have committed in his past life to end up with a curse like this. And honestly, she's not entirely wrong to worry. Not long ago, Vlad was struck by a bolt of black lightning from a completely clear sky, a freak accident that changed his entire biology. Jemina tells him he needs to stay put at their candle shop. The town has a new bishop who used to be a high-ranking inquisitor, and if he catches wind of Vlad's peculiar signs, it's an immediate trip to the burning stake. Vlad mutters a curse, but Jemina snaps at him to stop inviting misfortune. Vlad thinks she's being paranoid, but in a place like this, paranoia is the only reason people survive to C20. Jemina points out that half the slums saw him get struck by that lightning, and if the church targets him, he's done. Vlad dismisses it, claiming he won't get dragged to a cell just for looking at a sword. She tells him to just buy the damn thing on credit then, but Vlad knows the backstreet blacksmith isn't running a charity. Jemina asks how much the old man is even asking for it. Vlad drops the bomb. 5 gold coins. That is an astronomical amount of money for a slum dweller. Vlad smirks, saying that for 5 gold, he could eat and party for a whole year instead of buying a piece of iron. The elderly blacksmith overhears them and immediately loses his mind. He screams at them, demanding to know who they are calling a piece of iron. He charges out of his workshop, waving his hammer and screaming at them to get lost, calling them backstreet bastards who don't deserve to even look at his work. Vlad calmly asks who else is going to buy a knight's sword in a dirty alleyway, asking if the old man has finally gone senile. The blacksmith looks like he's about to pop a blood vessel. Jemina joins the shouting match, asking why he's even making swords for knights when he's practically on his deathbed anyway. The old man barks back, telling her he's making it because his life is almost over. He tells her to go back to her shop and wash dishes like the failure she is. Jemina is absolutely furious, screaming that she is a fully grown woman. Before a full-blown riot starts, Vlad places a hand on Jemina's head and starts dragging her away, apologizing to the old man as they make their exit. The blacksmith watches them leave, grumbling that Jemina has never truly starved a day in her life, which is why she's so full of attitude. But his words trigger a memory. Years ago, during a brutal winter, young Vlad, young Jemina, and young Ned huddled under a single tattered blanket, barely surviving on the scraps Vlad sacrificed for them. The old man turns back to his shop, but stops when he notices a deep footprint pressed into the dried mud where Vlad was standing. He looks out the door, sighing. He thinks Vlad should stop dreaming of swords and focus on surviving, because ambition in the slums is nothing but a death sentence. The old man grips the hilt of his masterpiece. He knows people born in the gutter almost never escape, which is why he refuses to sell this sword to anyone who doesn't have the strength to break their chains. He stares at the sharp edge of the blade. He's determined not to let his final, greatest creation rot in a back alley. Meanwhile, Vlad and Jemina walk through the dark, narrow streets. Vlad looks up at the glowing sky, thinking about how the stars look exactly the same, even when you're looking at them from a gutter, because some things are meant to shine on their own, no matter how much dirt you throw over them. This is Skora, a massive trading hub governed by the prestigious House of Bayezid, known across the land as the Lighthouse of the North. But under all that golden prestige lies a massive, sprawling shadow. The slums, a dumping ground where the city hides all of its ugly, dirty secrets. They walk past a local tavern and brothel called Rose's Smile, a loud, chaotic place where the desperate go to forget their lives. Suddenly, a massive, shirtless mercenary drags a woman onto the second-floor balcony by her hair, screaming that she scammed him. He rants that he's been a mercenary for 20 years and won't be fooled by fake drugs or cheap tricks. In this part of town, violence is the default language. Vlad arrives at the tavern carrying a fresh crate of candles. The mercenary spots him and immediately demands he go fetch the madam. The brute screams that if they want gold coins for their services, they need to actually deliver, accusing Vlad's shop of selling scam candles. Vlad's expression goes completely cold. His eyes begin to glow with that sharp, icy blue light again. The mercenary keeps shouting, complaining that the timer candle he bought burned out the second he took his shirt off. Vlad calmly asks what kind of fun he was expecting to have with a single 5-minute candle. Vlad tells him that if he's too broke to afford proper service, he should go home. The mercenary looks like he's about to explode. Vlad sighs, completely annoyed by the drama. He points toward the large grandfather clock standing in the tavern. He proposes a bet. They will light a candle right now. If it doesn't last a full 5 minutes, the mercenary can do whatever he wants. But if it does, Vlad looks him dead in the eye and tells him he's going to beat him to death. The sheer confidence in his voice is terrifying. The mercenary freezes. A cold sweat breaks out on his forehead as he realizes this kid isn't bluffing. For a split second, a massive, towering shadow with glowing blue eyes seems to loom behind Vlad, projecting an aura of absolute dread. Vlad crouches down on the wooden floor, strikes a match, and lights the candle. He asks the brute who the real scammer is. The clock begins to tick. The entire tavern goes dead silent as the mercenary stands on the stairs, sweating bullets. Everyone is watching. Vlad's eyes remain fixed and glowing, completely unfazed by the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. The candle finally burns down to a stub and goes out. The mercenary looks at the clock, his face pale with realization. He clenches his teeth, desperately trying to calculate the time, but deep down, he knows he lost the bet. Before he can even utter a word, Vlad's wooden staff cracks violently across his jaw, sending a spray of blood into the air. Vlad pins him against the wooden railing, his glowing eyes boring into the man's soul. He whispers that the 5 minutes are officially up. He doesn't give the brute a chance to recover, swinging his staff with brutal, practiced precision. Mercenary crashes down the wooden stairs, his massive body tumbling like a sack of potatoes. Vlad stands at the top of the stairs, looking down at him. He calmly tells the man that his life is forfeit today. The mercenary covers his bloody face, whimpering and begging the kid to wait. The tough guy act is completely gone. But Vlad has zero mercy for bullies. He rains down a flurry of strikes, asking how a 20-year veteran could be this soft. He strikes him again, bringing up the mercenary's comment about his mother. Vlad tells him it's really rude to bring up mothers to an orphan. The entire tavern watches in absolute silence as Vlad finishes the beatdown, telling the rest of the scum in the room to pipe down. The next morning, the sun rises over the quiet timber-framed buildings of Skora, but the peace won't last long. Inside a private room, a man is calmly slicing a sausage. Vlad sits nearby, realizing something is off about the candle from last night. This is Jorge, the local boss of the tavern. He's quietly chewing his food, listening to the report. Suddenly, a woman's voice screams in rage, demanding to know who dared to mess with the sacred rose candle. Vlad sits at the table, asking how they are supposed to find the culprit behind the candle scam. Madam Marcella, the owner of Rose's Smile, leans in with a playful smile and says, "It's me." Vlad's face completely drops. This is Marcella. She admits she intentionally shortened the candle because she wanted to scam some extra cash out of the drunk mercenaries. Vlad stares in utter disbelief. He realizes he just brutally beat an innocent customer to cover up his own boss's financial scam. He walks down the stairs, rubbing his neck. He wonders what an employee is even supposed to do when the boss is the one running the con. As he reaches the bottom, Jorge and his thugs block his path. Jorge smiles smugly, calling Vlad their poster child and congratulating him on yesterday's work. Jorge crossed his arms, saying it's a shame he wasn't there to witness the glorious beatdown himself. He surrounds Vlad with his men, suggesting that since Vlad made some good tips, he should share the wealth with his seniors. Vlad's eyes glow with a dangerous blue light. Jorge raises his hands in mock defense, telling Vlad there's no need to make a scary face because he wants to offer a deal. Vlad asks what kind of deal a parasite like Jorge could possibly offer. A buzzcut thug steps forward with a sickening, predatory grin on his face. He drags out a badly beaten boy by his hair. It's Ned, Vlad's childhood friend, covered in bruises and trembling in fear. Jorge smirks, offering to sell Ned's freedom back to Vlad for 40 silver coins. The thug sneers, hinting that if Vlad doesn't pay, they might have to start cutting off Ned's fingers and ankles to teach him a lesson. Vlad closes his eyes and lets out a long, exhausted sigh. He tosses his entire pouch of 40 silver coins onto the floor. He looks at Ned and tells him that next time, he should just let them kill him instead of making Vlad waste his hard-earned money. The thugs laugh, pocketing the coins and mocking Vlad for always playing protector to the street urchins. Ned tearfully apologizes, sobbing that he was just trying to steal a little bit of food to get by. Vlad's eyes glow with a quiet, heavy intensity. He looks at his friend and asks him where he is injured. Ned whispers that he's fine. Vlad snaps at him to get lost before he loses his temper and tramples him himself. Ned runs off, leaving Vlad standing alone. Vlad mutters that his dream of buying that 5-gold sword just got pushed miles away. He stands on a balcony overlooking the harbor, his silhouette dark against the bright blue sky. The reality of his poverty is a heavy, crushing weight. Down at the docks, ships are being loaded. A hand is busy writing down transactions in a ledger. This is Harbin, a clerk working for the powerful whale hunter family. He remarks that Ned got incredibly lucky. Because years ago, when Ned was caught stealing by the church, the bishop had his finger and ankle brutally severed as a public warning. Harbin looks up from his desk, asking Vlad about the rumors surrounding Rose's Smile and the short-burning candles. He points out that Madame Marcella is a clever businesswoman. She wouldn't risk her reputation over a cheap candle scam unless she was desperate. Vlad agrees, noting that even Jorge seemed to be in on the rush for quick cash. Harbin narrows his eyes. He says that 9 times out of 10, When people like Marcella resort to cheap scams, it means they need money. And they need it immediately. He warns Vlad to be extremely careful. Because there is only one reason why criminal organizations in the slums suddenly start aggressively gathering funds. War. An all-out, bloody turf war between the rival factions of Squara. The slums are ruled by 5 distinct bosses. The first is Jorge, known as the Prostitute's Knight. Then there's Black Bear, the ruthless gambler, and Captain Hoover, the whale hunter who controls the docks. Finally, One-Armed Jack, a brutal man who hoards wealth like a dragon. Harbin's warning echoes in Vlad's mind. The darkest aspects of life always creep up on you when you least expect it. Just like right now. Vlad turns around to find his path completely blocked by a massive, silent crowd of thugs. From the shadows, a cold, gravelly voice calls out to him. It's One-Armed Jack himself, his massive steel hook reflecting the dim light. He grins, demanding to know where Vlad's boss is. Vlad stares back, his blue eyes igniting with defiance as Jack's amber eye glints in the dark. Jack's smile widens into a sinister grin. In the slums, ruin never gives you a warning before it strikes. One-Armed Jack is hovering over Vlad like a sleep paralysis demon. Vlad doesn't even flinch. He immediately asks if this sudden visit means a gang war is about to tear the slums apart. Jack's lieutenant doesn't appreciate a mere candle seller asking high-level political questions. He steps in, screaming in Vlad's face, demanding to know where Jorge is. Vlad locks his face into a blank slate. He plays the harmless, low-level worker card, claiming he just sells candles and doesn't know anything about the boss's whereabouts. The lieutenant is not buying the innocent act for a second. Vlad's calm demeanor is actively insulting to a guy who is used to making people beg for their lives. The guy slams his fist down, completely shattering the wooden table to make a point. It's a classic intimidation tactic, meant to break Vlad's composure. The impact sends Vlad's inventory flying through the air. All those candles, the ones Vlad sacrificed his childhood savings to make, are now just collateral damage. The entire tavern goes dead silent. In the slums, when a high-ranking thug starts breaking furniture, you look at the floor and pray you aren't next. The patrons are frozen. They know exactly how fast these standoffs turn into a bloodbath, and nobody wants to get caught in the crossfire of a gang war. The lieutenant looks down at the mess, grumbling that today's business is ruined. He's trying to assert absolute dominance, but Vlad's quiet silence is driving him insane. He points directly at Vlad's foot, ordering him to move. It's a petty power play, a test to see if Vlad will bend the knee and submit to the disrespect. Vlad's eyes ignite with that cold, supernatural blue light. He doesn't back down. Instead, he tells the giant to get rid of his foot. That's the breaking point. The lieutenant's face contorts in pure, unadulterated rage. No street thug can let a teenager talk to them like that and keep their reputation. He launches a brutal downward kick aimed straight at Vlad's head. This isn't a simple bar fight anymore. It's a statement of absolute violence. But Vlad is already moving. He's not panicking because he's spent his entire life calculating survival in these exact gutters, and he has a wooden staff in his grip. Vlad swings the staff with perfect, brutal precision, catching the lieutenant midair. The impact cracks through the room, cutting the giant's momentum completely. Vlad doesn't hesitate or celebrate. He immediately pivots, his eyes glowing with that eerie blue light as he prepares for the next threat. A second thug lunges, but Vlad is already there, swinging his staff in a devastating arc that guarantees an instant shutdown. Crowd's jaws are collectively on the floor. This kid just systematically dismantled 2 of One-Armed Jack's personal enforcers with a piece of wood. The slums only respect one thing, and it isn't moral superiority. It's the law of the backstreets. The winner stays on top, and the loser stays on the floor. Vlad stands over them, completely calm, holding his staff like a seasoned executioner. Another thug draws an axe, screaming at Vlad for having the audacity to fight back in front of the big boss. Suddenly, Jack's massive metal hook drops into the frame, and a single word echoes, "Stop." The entire room freezes instantly. Jack looks down at his hook, completely amused. Blood is not even angry his men got packed up. Honestly, he's just impressed by Vlad's potential. Jack smirks, joking about his prosthetic making a clinking sound. Vlad deadpans that he doesn't discriminate against the disabled, the absolute confidence of a kid with nothing to lose. Jack bursts into a massive, booming laugh. This kid is too wild to kill, so he tells him they'll have a private chat later. But beneath the laughter, Jack's eyes glow red. He's trying to remember which of the street orphans he recruited in the past, realizing they all died too early to matter. Before Jack can dig deeper into his memories, a familiar voice cuts through the tension from the tavern entrance. The temperature in the room drops. The playful relationship is officially over, replaced by cold gang politics. Jorge enters the tavern, clad in his pristine white and gold armor. He smirks, trying to play the polite host, offering to grill some meat for his rival. Jack's lieutenant smirks back, reminding Jorge that they aren't actually friends, and suggests they take their business upstairs. Jack agrees, dismissing the food entirely. He just wants alcohol, the kind of heavy drinking that usually precedes a massive slaughter. The enforcers mutter about Marcella's famous hospitality as they head up. They want a taste of the tavern's offerings before the war starts. As the bosses leave the room, Vlad finally lets his guard down. He collapses onto a stool, sweating and realizing just how close he came to getting slaughtered. He looks down at his shattered crate of candles. His entire livelihood, destroyed in a matter of seconds because 2 rich bosses decided to have a turf dispute. Jack stops on the stairs, calling back to Vlad. He mentions that Jorge has been bragging about his rising star. Jack tells Vlad he has an eye for talent, offering him a spot in his crew if he's tired of smelling like candle wax. Vlad politely declines, telling him he's fine where he is because Jorge's gang keeps him fed and housed. Jack just laughs, loving the kid's hustle, and flips a small golden object. Vlad catches it. It's a solid gold coin. Vlad is stunned. This is more money than a slum kid sees in a year, and he tries to protest. Jack tells him he can get this kind of money every single day if he joins him. It's a blatant bribe, a reminder of who holds the real power. Jack smirks, declaring himself the money grubber. In the slums, gold is the only god that actually answers prayers. The bosses head upstairs, leaving Vlad holding the gold coin. The power dynamic in this town is shifting rapidly, and Vlad is caught right in the middle. The patrons immediately start whispering about whether the talks will go well. Suddenly, a red-haired woman calls Vlad's name from the balcony. It's one of Marcella's girls. She gestures over her shoulder and tells Vlad that Jorge wants him upstairs immediately. Vlad heads up, his mind racing. He knows this meeting wasn't a friendly chat. It was a declaration of terms. As soon as he walks in, Jorge hands him a beautifully crafted silver dagger. It's a high-quality weapon, far too advanced for a street kid. Jorge's face is dead serious. He tells Vlad to keep this weapon on him at all times from now on. The atmosphere in the room is suffocating. Vlad can tell just by looking at the senior members that the peace talks were an absolute disaster. The negotiation between Jorge and Jack wasn't a compromise. It was a countdown to a bloodbath. The meeting was a total catastrophe. The fragile peace of the Squara slums has officially shattered like glass. The senior boss tells Vlad to stop selling candles immediately. Bruv is completely confused, asking if he's supposed to start patrolling or collecting protection money. The senior boss explains the real threat. Jack is bringing in outside mercenaries, including a man who used to be a fully knighted swordsman. Vlad asks if this mercenary is like Jorge. Jorge confirms it with a solemn nod. Jack commands an overwhelming army of thugs, and now he has real military power. Even to Jorge, who was once a proud knight, Jack's sheer numbers and brutality have always been an insurmountable wall. A flock of sheep cannot stand against a wolf, but if Jack brings in a knight-level swordsman of his own, the balance of power in the slums will drop in a flash. The senior boss looks at Vlad and tells him this is why they need him. He's getting his first official combat mission soon. Vlad is completely stunned. He's being pulled directly into the front lines of a gang war before he's even learned how to hold a real sword. Vlad thinks of Harbin, a disabled clerk who lost his finger but used his intellect to survive and earn respect under Captain Hoover. Vlad resolves that he will do the same. He will learn, adapt, and rise to a higher place through sheer effort, using whatever tools he has. Later that night, Vlad retreats to a ruined yard to practice. Suddenly, the voice echoes in his head, telling him to narrow his elbows. Vlad is incredibly annoyed. This entity has been backseat driving his physical movements ever since he got struck. 1 month ago, a black lightning bolt struck him from a clear sky, and that's when the mental commentary began. Vlad thinks of the voice as a curse, a literal whisper of devils. He decides he needs to buy holy water to cleanse his head before he even thinks about buying a real sword. He shakes his head, trying to ignore the entity. He's heard that the more you interact with these voices, the tighter they cling to your soul. But the voice doesn't care. It guides him gently anyway, telling him to focus all his mind and power into one final strike. And strike. Narrow it. The command echoes, and Vlad's eyes flare with that brilliant, supernatural blue light. Vlad freezes, holding his wooden training sword perfectly vertical, his mind completely clear of the slum politics and the impending war. He swings. The downward strike unleashes a massive, blinding column of blue energy that tears through the desolate yard. Even the voice in his head goes quiet for a second, whispering in genuine surprise that this strike was entirely different. Vlad stands in the fading blue light, sweating and trembling. He realizes his previous movements were just simple swings, but this is the way of the sword. True, high-level martial arts manifested through a wooden stick. Vlad stands as a dark silhouette against the blinding energy. He clutches his chest, thinking in absolute terror. What the hell is in my head? His face is half-shadowed, wide-eyed with pure shock. He wanted to buy holy water to cure his brain, but now he's holding a power that could change his entire destiny. We start in the freezing mountains under a full moon, where a mysterious voice warns us that age cannot be deceived. Deep in the snowy forest, a white-haired man wipes fresh blood from a sword, complaining about the winter wind. He hears footsteps. A dark smirk spreads across his face as his purple eyes flare with pure malice. He slides his blood-stained blade back into its sheath, entirely unfazed by whoever is lurking in the dark. He tells the intruder to stop right there. Out of the shadows steps Vlad, asking if he's Stanga. The killer immediately lies, claiming he is Stanga and recognizing Vlad as his guide from the streets. The imposter notes Vlad's noble blonde hair and blue eyes before Vlad hands over a letter from Jorge. The killer reads the document, smirking as he realizes Jorge is desperately begging for this dead knight's help. Vlad, completely oblivious to the bloody corpse nearby, offers to guide him back to the hideout by tomorrow. The fake Stanga sighs. Vlad immediately doubts this guy's competence, hoping he at least knows the way back. The killer sneers, mocking Vlad's intelligence for making so much noise in the quiet winter woods. His purple eyes flare with terrifying intent as he directly threatens to kill Vlad if they get lost. Vlad doesn't back down. He calmly tells the man to follow him, determined to succeed on his first mission. Vlad wonders why this old man is so relaxed after receiving a death threat, while the killer quietly smirks. As they trek through the deep snow, The killer silently evaluates Vlad as a promising prospect for Jorge. He decides Vlad is a young street kid who might actually be worth molding into something useful. They seek shelter from the freezing mountain winds inside a dark rocky cave, lighting a small campfire. Vlad stares intensely at his companion. The armored killer, now wearing reading glasses, asks why he's staring. He asks if Vlad has ever seen a retired knight up close before, looking down his nose. Calling Vlad a total country bumpkin, he asks where he's from. Vlad quietly replies that he's from Dacia. Vlad spots a distant mountain village, but the irritable killer just threatens to chop him down right here. Vlad tries to ease the tension by offering some raw meat, complaining that the old man has no humor. The killer eyes the food, but Vlad flatly tells him none of it is for him. The killer grumbles and skewers his own raw meat over the roaring flames, letting it sizzle. He takes a bite, immediately gagging at the foul smell, before asking if Vlad has any questions. He smugly offers to trade one answer for every piece of Vlad's superior beef jerky. Vlad calmly chews his jerky, telling him he could have just asked, but the proud killer snaps back defensively. Crossing his arms, the fake knight lectures Vlad on how true knights only accept fair compensation. Vlad points out he's retired, but the killer cuts him off, demanding his name and age instead. Vlad says he's 42, then looks up with glowing blue eyes, asking if the man can use aura. The killer smirks, claiming all knights can use aura, but utilizing it in battle is different. He challenges Vlad, asking if he can actually use it, and Vlad hesitates, unsure how to respond. Vlad's left eye suddenly flares with brilliant blue light as the voice in his head commands him. The killer watches Vlad's glowing eye in silence, continuing his lecture about a knight's proper compensation. He grips his sword hilt, claiming that sometimes even a proud knight needs to cheer himself up. Complaining about eating dry jerky, he prepares to show off, and Vlad watches with absolute childlike excitement. The killer stands and holds his sword vertically, his right eye flaring with a dangerous purple light. Vlad asks why he closes his left eye, completely fascinated by the high-level martial preparation. The killer focuses, reflecting his soul's inner world onto the imaginary water surface beneath his feet. Both of his eyes erupt with brilliant blue light, telling the kid to watch very closely. A massive column of blue aura bursts from the blade, radiating the true power of a knight. Vlad shields his face from the blinding energy, his left eye flaring with a distinct crosshair pupil. Under the full moon, the killer stands triumphantly, his sword enveloped in a magnificent, swirling blue aura. The display of power fades, and we transition to the dark, quiet stone walls of Skora at night. They arrive at the courtyard. Vlad complains about feeling like a bum, but the killer shrugs it off. The killer explains they must enter in secret, avoiding the main gate to protect their knightly honor. Vlad agrees that a knight is easily identified, and the killer promises him a hot bath inside. They creep through a dark, narrow alleyway, noting how eerily quiet the entire area is. Suddenly, both of them freeze. Vlad immediately senses that something is terribly wrong in this silence. Vlad looks down, realizing the enemy has already struck. The courtyard is littered with bloody, dead guards. Seeing the slaughter, the killer offers to show Vlad the secret back door used by their group. Vlad runs toward the main gate instead, shouting that he'll draw the enemy's attention away as a diversion. Vlad reaches a blood-splattered wooden door, breathing heavily as hot steam rises from his exhausted body. He pushes the door open, finding the tavern completely ruined and covered in fresh pools of blood. Inside the private room, Marcella warns a heavily bandaged, shirtless Jorge that Jack made the first move. Vlad asks if Jorge is alright. Jorge admits fighting a real knight-level opponent took a massive toll. Meanwhile, back outside, the white-haired killer asks a guard if they successfully brought the target in. Vlad assumes his guest has arrived safely, while Jorge vows to settle the score with Jack tomorrow. Jorge looks at his bandaged hands, determined to win, then asks Vlad how their new ally looked. Vlad reassures him, saying the retired knight seems like a genuinely good and highly reliable person. Vlad internally reflects on how nimble and powerful the man's body seemed during their snowy trek. Vlad boasts that the man can use aura beautifully, but Jorge's face instantly pales in absolute horror. Vlad hears footsteps creaking up the stairs, smiling as he assumes their savior is finally here. Jorge grabs Vlad, his voice trembling as he asks if the man actually used real aura. Vlad steps forward, gripping his sword hilt to protect his boss as Jorge delivers the terrifying truth. Jorge reveals that the real Stanga doesn't know how to use aura at all. Vlad freezes in shock. The door creaks open. The white-haired assassin stands in the doorway, holding a fresh, blood-stained sword. His right eye flares with a corrupt purple light. He smirks at the injured Jorge. It's been a while, senior. A dark leather glove slowly drags a white cloth down a blood-slicked blade. Godwin is feeling his age, his joints creaking in the freezing mountain air as he cleans his weapon. He sits in the quiet of the snowy forest, entirely detached from the violence he just committed. The blood of his target is still warm on his hand. The real Stanga lies dead in the snow, eyes rolled back. Godwin wonders if the kid who came to find him was genuinely stupid or just completely blind. Back in the hideout, Godwin stands in the arched doorway. Jorge, shirtless and heavily bandaged, holds his sword, immediately recognizing the threat. Godwin notes how much Jorge has changed since deserting. Jorge wants to know why Godwin has hunted him down now, only to hear 3 devastating words. Count Gaidar is dead. The news hits heavily. In his mind, Jorge sees the old Count lying in his cold stone sarcophagus, hands clasped over his sword. Godwin casually pours a drink, explaining that the Count's death is being kept secret due to political complications. His left eye flares with a corrupt purple light. He raises the glass with a hand still stained in fresh blood. It's a calculated, mocking gesture designed to push Jorge over the edge. Godwin offers a mock toast to their dead leader, his face showing absolutely no remorse for the chaos he is unleashing. Jorge snaps. He grits his teeth in a blind rage and reaches for his sword, unable to stomach Godwin's disrespect. Jorge lunges forward with everything he has left, his bare, tense chest closing the distance in a fraction of a second. Godwin doesn't even move. He just watches Jorge's reflection hurtle toward him through the amber liquid, adding that the toast is also for the new Count, Siegmund. The mention of Siegmund, the man who likely orchestrated this entire tragedy, drives Jorge's blade forward with explosive, desperate force. Shards of glass and golden alcohol scatter through the air as Marcella and Vlad watch the two veteran warriors clash in absolute shock. Godwin parries the strike easily, delivering Siegmund's first official order, the deserted knight, Jorge, must return to base immediately. Jorge screams Godwin's name, rejecting the command with every fiber of his being. Siegmund is a tyrant, not his liege. The impact of their blades creates a blinding flash. Godwin smirks, knowing the new Count never actually expected Jorge to come back alive anyway. They lock blades, the metallic screech echoing through the room. Vlad watches the exchange, realizing the terrifying gap in power between these two men. Godwin speaks with cold authority, reminding Jorge of the hierarchy. But Jorge's loyalty died the moment his honor was compromised. The sheer pressure of Godwin's physical strength forces Jorge back. Godwin is treating this like a routine chore, completely unfazed by Jorge's emotional fury. Godwin's purple eye gleams in the darkness. He knows Jorge has no cards left to play, and this entire rebellion is just a slow suicide. Their struggle spills into the storage racks, shattering wood, and sending barrels crashing to the floor as the structural integrity of the hideout begins to fail. The violence escalates rapidly. Godwin moves with the precise, lethal efficiency of a man who has spent decades surviving on the battlefield. Godwin launches a devastating mid-air kick, utilizing his entire body weight to shatter Jorge's guard and send him crashing through the debris. Vlad tries to intervene, but the sheer force of the impact sends him flying backward, his boots sliding uselessly across the splintering floor. Seeing the ceiling beams splintering, Vlad lunges to grab Marcella, pulling her out of the way of the falling timber just in time. Vlad carries Marcella through the doorway to the safety of the balcony, desperately shouting to the rest of the gang below that they are under attack. Downstairs, the gang members hear the commotion. The man with the earring gestures wildly, trying to organize a defense as the ceiling groans above them. Vlad looks back into the ruined room, his eyes wide with panic. He can see Jorge is completely cornered and running out of time. Vlad leaps back into the fray, locking swords with Godwin in a desperate bid to buy Jorge a few precious seconds to recover. Vlad's left eye flares blue as he struggles against Godwin's monstrous strength. Marcella screams in terror from the balcony, watching the ceiling collapse. Godwin drops down like an apex predator. The gang members can only watch in absolute horror as Vlad is enveloped in a strange, crackling blue aura. Godwin looks down at the bleeding Jorge, mockingly pointing out that his junior has always had a habit of making incredibly foolish decisions. A sudden, violent shockwave rips through the center of the room, throwing the remaining gang members off their feet as smoke fills the air. Godwin is momentarily caught in the blast, coughing heavily as he pushes himself up from the splintered floorboards, his armor covered in soot. Vlad stands over him, sword drawn, his posture rigid as he tries to process the sheer scale of the violence that just occurred. Godwin's purple eyes narrow. He realizes this kid isn't just some random street urchin. There is something deeply unnatural about the way he holds his blade. A silver dagger flies through the smoke. Godwin reacts instantly, deflecting the projectile with a precise, metallic clink of his sword. The deflection is effortless. Vlad's eyes widen in shock at the speed of the mercenary, who looks back with cold, murderous intent. Godwin lunges forward, his blade aimed directly at Jorge. Vlad screams for his boss to dodge, his voice cracking with desperation. Vlad's eye flares with panic as he watches Jorge struggle to even stand, his body completely broken from the previous clashes. Godwin sweeps his blade in a wide arc, clearing the space around him with a brutal, heavy strike that echoes through the ruined building. Jorge tries to drag himself forward, his fingers clawing at the dust-covered floorboards as Godwin slowly approaches his defenseless target. Godwin stands over his former comrade, telling him that none of this would have happened if he had just followed his orders back then. Jorge looks up through the blood and sweat, spitting back that he is a human being, not some mindless dog trained to follow corrupt commands. Godwin's expression remains completely cold. He tells Jorge that he is wrong. He isn't just a person. He is a knight, bound to the system. Jorge grits his teeth, his body trembling with rage as the remaining gang members step forward, desperately trying to protect their fallen leader. Godwin sighs, his posture relaxed despite being outnumbered. He mutters that this night has dragged on far too long, and he is ready to end it. He closes his eyes for a brief second, a chilling display of absolute confidence. He wants to finish his job and finally get some rest. Vlad charges forward, his boots pounding against the wooden floor. His left eye is glowing with a brilliant, volatile blue light. He raises his sword, and a colossal pillar of blue energy erupts from the blade, illuminating the entire ruined room in a blinding flash. Blood has triggered something he can't control. The sheer volume of magical energy overflowing from the blade leaves Vlad screaming in panic. The voice in his head screams a frantic warning, but it's too late. The power has already broken past Vlad's limits. Vlad screams as the raw, unrefined magic tears through his body, threatening to consume everything around him in a massive explosion. The sheer pressure of the expanding energy binds everyone in the room, freezing the gang members in place as the air grows heavy. Even Godwin is forced to grit his teeth against the overwhelming pressure, his purple eyes widening as he realizes the kid is channeling true power. Vlad is swept up in the center of the magical storm, his body suspended in the air as wild arcs of blue energy crackle violently. Complex, glowing geometric sigils manifest in the air, the ancient language of the sword path aligning to unleash a devastating strike. Vlad shields his face as the magical pressure reaches its absolute peak, sending massive beams of blue light tearing through the roof of the hideout. The building's structural framework completely gives way under the force of the blast, collapsing into a chaotic heap of timber and dust. The dust slowly settles over the ruined interior. Vlad kneels amidst the wreckage, clutching his head in agony as his left eye glows faintly. Vlad looks up and freezes. A massive, dark exclamation mark floats in his vision, a chilling, game-like warning system notifying him of the absolute slaughter. He curses under his breath, his body trembling as he looks through the rising smoke and realizes the cost of his uncontrolled outburst. He spots a massive pool of blood on the floor. Panic seizes him, and he screams Jorge's name into the silent, ruined room. In this moment of despair, Vlad's mind drifts to the man who saved him from starvation in the freezing back alleys of Skora. Jorge was his anchor, the one person who acknowledged his existence and represented the absolute peak of strength in Vlad's childhood world. That childhood illusion is violently shattered. Under the cold blue moonlight, Godwin stands victoriously, holding the unconscious, bloodied Jorge by his hair. The sight of his protector completely broken triggers a primal trauma within Vlad, his world instantly collapsing into a dark, suffocating rage. Consumed by fury, Vlad's eyes glow a solid, blinding white. The voice in his head screams at him to stop, but Vlad is past listening. With a guttural scream, Vlad lunges forward, pouring every ounce of his remaining strength and anger into a single, desperate downward swing. He unleashes a massive, crescent-shaped energy slash that tears through the air, aiming to slice Godwin in half. Godwin easily parries the blow, but he is internally stunned. He wonders how a mere street rookie could possibly possess the legendary way of the sword. Vlad grits his teeth, his face smudged with dirt as he struggles against the overwhelming physical superiority of a true, knight-level combatant. Godwin smirks, a terrifying shadow cutting across his scarred face. He is genuinely impressed by the sheer, unpolished talent standing in front of him. Vlad swings again, screaming in a desperate attempt to break Godwin's guard, but raw emotion cannot bridge the massive gap in training. Godwin counters with blinding speed, a sudden flash of light illuminating the room as he slips past Vlad's wild strike. With a swift, brutal strike, Godwin knocks Vlad backward, sending the boy crashing heavily onto the dusty, ruined floorboards. Godwin notes that Vlad is a natural. The boy instinctively twisted his body midair to absorb the brunt of the impact, saving his own life. Vlad lies collapsed in the dirt, gasping for air. The voice in his head frantically urges him to stay conscious, refusing to let such a rare talent die here. Godwin looks down at the defeated boy, silently contemplating the massive potential he just witnessed. He knows this sprout will eventually hunt him down. The moment triggers a memory of Godwin's own youth, standing in a sunlit clearing while his own mentor casually lectured him on the joy of watching potential grow. Godwin smirks, making his decision. He decides to spare Vlad's life, finding the prospect of a future rematch far too entertaining to pass up. Godwin stands over the trembling boy, calmly stating that knights only take fair compensation. Vlad looks up through his tears, entirely confused. Godwin admits he lied. His name isn't Stanga, and he isn't 42. Bruv really just used a dead man's identity to walk straight into their house. Since the compensation Vlad received was based on a lie, Godwin tosses a gold coin back to the floor. But he is keeping Jorge as his actual prize. He turns to leave, dragging the unconscious leader of the gang behind him. Vlad is left kneeling in the dirt, completely powerless to stop him. Vlad stares at the mercenary with absolute, unadulterated hatred, whispering a solemn promise through his teeth. I'm going to kill you. Godwin warns him not to throw his life away over a piece of beef jerky. He turns and walks away, his heavy footsteps echoing through the ruined room. Vlad drags himself up, screaming Godwin's name with every single drop of air left in his lungs, cementing his blood oath of vengeance. Godwin's voice echoes back from the shadows of the stone corridor, mockingly accepting the challenge. He welcomes the hunt. Tears of rage stream down Vlad's face as he lets out a final, desperate scream into the empty, ruined hideout. The war has only just begun. Vlad is dragging his broken body through the freezing snow, with Jemina desperately holding him up. He is severely wounded from the building collapse, and if he collapses here, Jack's mercenaries will find them and end this before it even begins. Their boots stumble blindly through the frozen mud. Vlad clutches his side, his shirt already soaked in fresh, warm blood. One wrong step and his internal injuries will bleed out right here in the gutter. He is gasping for air, his vision starting to blur. The physical toll of unleashing the way of the sword, without any proper training, is literally tearing his young body apart from the inside out. In his fading consciousness, a cold memory of a dark-haired woman stands over him. Her voice demands that he get up, because in the slums of Squara, lying down on the floor is synonymous with dying. She doesn't offer him comfort or a hand to help him up. She offers a harsh survival reality check. If Vlad stays down, he simply becomes another nameless corpse buried under the winter snow. Her eyes are completely devoid of pity as she strikes him in his memory, forcing his mind back into his body. Pain is the only anchor that keeps you awake when your physical form is shutting down. She demands to know if he truly understands the fundamental difference between the gutter rats of the slums and the wealthy nobles living across the cobblestone streets. Vlad looks up from the floor, desperate and broken. The lesson is simple. Those with status have a safety net to catch them, while those in the slums are operating without a harness. It all comes down to opportunities. The wealthy can fail 100 times, lose fortunes, and still wake up in a warm bed because their class protects them from the consequences of their mistakes. But for the orphans of Squara, failure isn't a learning experience, it is a death sentence. The ruined hideout is a visual reminder of what happens when a slum gang tries to step out of line. A hand grips the dark fabric of a cloak tightly. If they fail even once, there is no second chance, no recovery. They were born into a world where survival is a daily negotiation with death. She grabs him, forcing him to look at her. He cannot afford to waste the single, desperate opportunity he has been given to escape this cycle of poverty and violence. Vlad's eyes flare with that unnatural blue light as he struggles on the cold ground. The physical toll of the awakening is clear, but his resolve is the only thing keeping his heart beating. Back in the freezing reality of the stone corridor, Jimena is begging him to rest, but Vlad refuses. Stopping now means letting Godwin get away with Jorge, and Vlad would rather die than let his savior be dragged off. He clenches his fist, trying to summon any ounce of strength left. But the universe doesn't care about his resolve. A thug spots them in the archway, shouting to his crew that they've found Jorge's kid. Jimena screams for him to run as they bolt down the corridor. The nest of their safe house is completely broken, and they are officially prey out in the open. The narrator notes that no matter how young a bird is, there comes a time when it is forced to leave the nest. For Vlad, that transition is happening under the threat of a rusty blade. They sprint through the narrow stone alleys, the heavy footsteps of Jack's mercenaries echoing right behind them. If they get caught, Vlad's talent is snuffed out before he ever learns how to use it. High-angle view of the snowy streets. 7 armed men are fanning out, searching the corners. The entire slum is crawling with predators looking for a bounty. One of Jack's lieutenants is barking orders, promising a heavy compensation for Vlad's head. He's still furious about how Vlad embarrassed his men in the tavern earlier. The scarred thug clenches his fist, his face contorted in rage. They split up, confident that 2 injured teenagers couldn't have made it far in this freezing weather. Close-up of the heavy iron shackles on a wooden door. The lock has been hastily smashed, revealing a dark, dusty passage leading into a hidden cellar. Pressed against the cold wood, Vlad grips his dagger, his knuckles white. He knows their stamina is depleted. Running blindly will only lead them into a dead end. He tells Jimena to hide behind the door and wait until the streets go quiet. He's planning to act as bait, prioritizing her survival over his own life, just like he did when they were children. Vlad's face is hollow with exhaustion. He explains that moving together makes them an easy target. Jimena, terrified of losing another friend to the violence of the city, refuses to leave his side. He reminds her of Marcella's promise to help them escape the town. He tells her to head to the convent or Harbin's shop before dawn, trying to secure her safety before the final confrontation. Jimena screams in frustration, refusing to abandon him. Vlad is completely out of options, and Bruv is really losing his mind, trying to make her understand the gravity of their situation. Vlad snaps, asking if he looks like he's in any condition to protect her. The brutal honesty hurts, and tears well up in Jimena's eyes as she realizes how powerless they truly are. A sudden voice cuts through the darkness, freezing them in place. Jimena's survival instincts kick in instantly as she reaches for a knife on the nearby table. A warm, flickering lantern light illuminates the corridor. Standing there is the elderly blacksmith, his eyes wide with shock as he recognizes the 2 runaways. He demands to know why they are here, while Jimena keeps her knife pointed at his chest, her hands trembling but resolute. The blacksmith is just trying to sleep, and Blood really has to deal with 2 bleeding teenagers invading his workshop with a butter knife. Jimena is hysterical, screaming that she will actually stab him if he takes a step. The old man just stares at her, seeing right through her desperate bluff. The silence stretches between them. The blacksmith looks at the blood on Vlad's shirt, then at the terror in Jimena's eyes, and realizes the gravity of what has happened. He calmly tells her to put down the knife, but Jimena has a different plan. She glares at the beautiful knight's sword mounted on his wall and demands it. The old man is stunned. He warns her that taking that weapon and heading outside the town walls is a suicide mission for kids who don't know how to wield it. Jimena doesn't care about the warnings. She screams that she isn't joking. Vlad tries to intervene, begging her to drop the weapon before she makes things worse. She demands the sword again, her voice cracking. She remarks that this desperate, ugly struggle is the true nature of those born in the back alleys. The blacksmith looks at her. He knows the desperation of the slums all too well, the lengths to which people will go just to secure a single day of survival. Jimena looks down at the knife, her resolve hardening. If she has to sacrifice her dignity to save Vlad, she will do it without a second thought. Tears stream down her cheeks as she raises the blade. The old man watches, expecting her to attack him, but her target is different. With a sharp cry, She grabs her own hair and slices it off with the knife. Vlad screams her name in absolute horror. The old blacksmith's eyes widen. In this world, a woman's hair is her pride, her identity, and she just sheared it off in a single, desperate motion. Vlad can only watch in silence, his blue eyes reflecting the sheer weight of her sacrifice. She's giving up everything she has left to buy him a chance. Jemina stands with her head shorn, holding the long, vibrant red locks in her hand like a trophy of her own desperation. She offers the hair to the blacksmith, crying as she promises to pay him the rest of the 5 gold coins when she is able. She clutches the severed hair to her chest, begging him to take it. It's the only currency of value she possesses in this godforsaken gutter. She drops the red hair at his feet, pleading with him to give the knight's sword to Vlad so he can survive the night. The blacksmith looks at Vlad, asking if he's really going through with this. Vlad's firm yes cements his resolve. The old man realizes this boy is trying to do what he never could. Vlad stands ready, clutching his dagger. The blacksmith sees his own unfulfilled youth in the boy, the burning desire to break free from the slums, no matter the cost. The old man pinches his bridge, sighing at the sheer stubbornness of youth. He grumbles about how kids always make things difficult for adults. He turns back into the shadows, telling them to follow him. He has decided to risk his own life to help them escape. Under the cover of the falling snow, the blacksmith pulls a heavy wooden cart filled with junk through the narrow, freezing streets. He tells his hidden cargo to stop complaining and keep quiet. But their luck runs out instantly as a voice calls out from the snow, stopping them in their tracks. 3 of Jack's thugs confront the old man, demanding to know why he's out hauling garbage in the middle of a gang war. The blacksmith tries to remain calm as one of the thugs approaches the cart, asking why he's disposing of trash at this hour. The old man immediately explodes into a senile rage, shouting that their gang war has blocked the alleys and left his shop piling up with useless junk. The thug is taken aback by the old man's temper, but the mysterious hooded figure among them senses something is off and asks about the helper. The blacksmith quick talks, claiming he hired a kid for a piece of bread because his back was hurting, demanding they help him push if they're so curious. The thug isn't fully convinced and steps forward to inspect the helper under the hood. Vlad prepares to strike, his hand gripping the hilt. Before the thug can react, Vlad presses the cold steel of his blade against the man's throat, telling him not to make a sound. In a flash of motion, Vlad executes a swift, non-lethal strike to disable the threat, leaving the old blacksmith watching in tense silence. A close-up of a pink-haired thug complaining about how hard it is to secure a simple meal in this town. Vlad stands over the shivering, defeated guard, coldly telling him to get lost before he decides to finish the job. The blacksmith screams at the remaining thugs, playing up the distraction. He mentions that Jorge's golden-haired kid is the only one missing, redirecting their focus. He commands the guards to check the cart thoroughly, acting completely innocent while Vlad hides silently beneath the piles of heavy iron debris. Vlad lies perfectly still under the trash, his blue eye glowing in the darkness. Jemina and the blacksmith hold their breath as the guards approach. The guard with the sword decides against digging through the dirty cart, telling his partner to move on and search elsewhere. The blacksmith continues pushing, his heart hammering. He knows there is no turning back now. They are completely committed to this escape. Suddenly, the spear-wielding guard stops, his eyes narrowing as he looks back at the cart. He suspects something is hidden beneath the surface. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife as the guard stands over the cart, his shadow looming over the hidden Vlad. Beneath the junk, Vlad tightly grips his sword, preparing for the worst. He knows if he is discovered here, he will have to slaughter his way out. The guard suddenly drives his long spear straight down into the pile of debris with a violent thrust, looking to pierce any hidden cargo. The blacksmith and the pink-haired kid freeze in terror, expecting a scream of pain from beneath the iron junk. But there is only silence. Vlad's glowing blue eye remains steady in the dark. He either caught the spearhead or avoided it by inches. The spear-wielding guard pulls his weapon back, looking down. He remarks that there must be a reason for their desperate flight. He tells them to go on, intentionally turning a blind eye to the escape. The blacksmith quickly starts pulling the heavy cart away before he changes his mind. A brief memory flashes in Vlad's mind. A young boy with a bruised face explaining that this is how he's paying back a debt of 40 silver coins to Jorge. The guard, Otar, watches them go. He let Vlad escape because Jorge once spared his family over a debt, showing that mercy eventually comes full circle. They finally reach the massive, fortified stone gate at the edge of Skora, the cold winter wind howling through the iron bars. The blacksmith leads them to the dark disposal tunnel. He tells them this is where the town throws its trash, but tonight, it's their exit. Jemina whispers her final goodbye. She tells him to stay healthy as a swirling, magical draft of cold air sweeps through the deep stone shaft, swallowing Vlad's silhouette. Vlad grips his new sword as he slides down into the dark abyss. The narrator notes that this boy's journey has officially become the old blacksmith's legacy. Jemina clasps her hands, praying for his survival. Deep in the snowy ruins below, a brilliant, mystical blue light begins to pulse. The full moon shines down on the quiet, snow-covered battlefield, marking the end of Vlad's life as a mere slum candle seller. High above the jagged mountain peaks, the cold steel of the blacksmith's masterpiece reflects a warm, unnatural glow. In the quiet darkness of the cavern, a disembodied voice echoes in Vlad's mind, asking if he can finally hear it clearly. Vlad sits in the dark, holding the hilt. A strange, glowing blue text box appears before him, confirming the entity's presence. Vlad asks who the voice belongs to, but the entity admits it doesn't even know its own identity, despite its vast knowledge of the blade. Vlad smiles, entirely unfazed by the mystery. He suggests a simple deal. They will help each other survive this unforgiving world. He raises the sword vertically, declaring that he will be the entity's memory, and the entity will be his weapon. Close-up of his glowing blue eye. He states coldly that he doesn't care if the voice belongs to a demon, as long as it gives him power. Under the massive full moon, a towering, spectral blue figure outlines itself behind the kneeling boy, cementing their unnatural pact. Vlad bares his teeth in a grimace of pure determination. He explains that the only thing he truly fears is remaining powerless and becoming nothing. The spectral knight raises a massive, beautifully detailed blue sword, accepting the terms of their contract. Standing on a glowing, blue ripple of energy, Vlad grips his weapon. The slum boy is gone. The star-embracing swordmaster has officially awakened. A month into the winter campaign, and the valley is completely buried. This is the staging ground for House Bayezid's monster hunt. Inside the command tent, a hand moves a white game piece across the map. Joseph Bayezid is playing a high-stakes political chess game. Meet Joseph Bayezid, the second son of a brutal noble family. He's staring at his perfect battle map, but his face is pure tension. In a succession war, a campaign going too smoothly is a trap. His loyal, eye-patched knight Jair enters the tent to break the silence. Joseph doesn't even look up from his desk. Jair stands straight, immediately picking up on his master's dark mood. He knows exactly how much pressure Joseph is under. When everything goes exactly as planned, you start looking for the hidden dagger. Joseph knows his political enemies aren't this incompetent. Casualties are all expendable mercenaries, but the regular soldiers are deserting. That mediocrity is going to ruin Joseph's reputation. If Joseph's father and the vassals think he's weak, his campaign for the succession ends before it even starts. And if Joseph falls, his half-brother Ludgear is waiting in the shadows to take everything. This is a zero-sum game. In the House of Bayezid, losing the succession doesn't mean retirement. It means absolute destruction. The family banner flies over a legacy built entirely on blood. They value military might above all else. Their father literally slaughtered his own brothers to take the throne. That's the family tradition Joseph is trying to survive. Joseph needs a powerful, loyal weapon to secure his position. That's when Jair mentions a highly unusual mercenary. Joseph's mind immediately jumps to paranoia. He thinks his brother Ludgear sent a spy to sabotage him. Jair tells him it's not a spy. It's something far more bizarre, and Joseph needs to see the proof himself. The proof is a pile of dead goblins. Specifically, the terrifyingly precise cuts on their gray-skinned bodies. Joseph holds a cloth to his nose, inspecting the first batch. He dismisses them as sloppy, amateurish hacks. But as they walk down the line of hanging corpses, Jair urges him to look closer. The further Joseph walks, the cleaner the cuts get. The sloppy swings are rapidly turning into something precise. He stops at a massive hobgoblin. The trajectory of the cuts is identical, but the execution has completely evolved. Joseph turns to his knight, his voice actually shaking. He asks if a single person did all of this. Jair confirms it. The sloppy corpse was from a month ago. The perfect one was killed yesterday. A month. It took this anonymous mercenary only 4 weeks to go from a complete amateur to a lethal swordsman. That level of growth is monstrous. Joseph immediately demands to know the name of this hidden genius. To understand how he got here, we have to go back to the front lines deep in the snowy forest. The extermination campaign is actively raging, with mercenaries and monsters clashing in a chaotic, bloody mess. Soldiers are desperately trying to hold the line, screaming at their squads to tighten the encirclement. They think they're about to wrap up the battle. They are incredibly, hilariously wrong, because a massive, red-eyed hobgoblin just shattered their formation, bringing a giant wooden club to a spear fight. A massive shadow looms over the goateed soldier. The sheer scale of this beast instantly breaks their morale. A sudden, blinding flash of impact forces the mercenaries back as the monster unleashes pure violence. The hobgoblin pins a screaming soldier to the bloodstained snow. The defensive line is completely gone. The beast lets out a deafening roar, turning its red eyes toward the terrified survivors. It lunges, tossing soldiers aside like ragdolls. This is what happens when you cheap out on mercenary contracts. The goateed soldier screams for a retreat. Even the commander on horseback is frozen in shock. Commander tries to yell at his fleeing men, but bro really thinks a speech is going to stop a 9-foot monster. The mercenaries argue right back. They point out that they weren't paid enough to fight a hobgoblin, and honestly, if the nobles want this handled, they should send an actual knight. Before the commander can even reply, the hobgoblin lunges and knocks him clean off his horse. The monster roars in triumph over the fallen leader. The mercenaries are ready to run for their lives. The commander groans in the snow, completely defeated. But through the panic, a slow, steady pair of boots crunches through the drifts. Vlad walks calmly toward the beast, his hand resting on the hilt of his 5-gold sword. A soldier calls out in confusion. Vlad draws his blade, his eyes flaring with that familiar, brilliant blue light. He corrects the soldier. It's the Riemann of prayers. He's been practicing this exact technique for a month. This is his chance to prove his covenant with the voice actually works. Vlad lunges downward from above, his blade cutting a sharp arc through the freezing air. He swings, but the hobgoblin's thick skin is too tough. The strike barely grazes the monster's back. The beast roars in fury. Vlad immediately realizes his cut was too shallow, and the monster is already counterattacking. He nimbly dodges the massive club, his focus entirely locked on the beast's movements. Vlad slides low across the snow, executing rapid, sweeping strikes, but he can't find a clean opening. He retreats, gritting his teeth in frustration. The voice in his head immediately starts talking trash about his execution. Vlad snaps back internally. He's not a cheat code genius. He actually has to work to make this foreign style his own. The hobgoblin charges again, but a glowing blue trajectory symbol suddenly maps itself out in Vlad's vision. Vlad breathes, aligning his body perfectly with the glowing guide. He's letting the voice run the calculations. The monster raises its club for a final, crushing blow, completely unaware that it's walking into a perfect counter. Vlad strikes. The collision of steel and wood unleashes a massive, if brief, explosion of snow and energy. The hobgoblin is forced back, bracing its massive club against the ground to stay upright. Vlad leaps high into the air, the cold wind whipping through his hair. This is the decisive moment. He swings downward, a magnificent column of glowing blue aura erupting from his blade. The strike connects with absolute, divine precision. Vlad whispers the name of the style, Riemann. Back in the present, Joseph Bayezid is completely hooked. He commands Jair to find this mysterious mercenary immediately. Jair bows in respect. He knows his master has finally found the perfect blade to survive the upcoming succession war. Joseph stares at the perfect blue sword path left on the hobgoblin's corpse, his mind racing. To go from sloppy backstreet swings to a perfect sword path in 30 days is impossible. Joseph smirks. He has to have this monster. Vlad stands in the fading blue light, his glowing eyes locked forward. The slum boy has officially caught the attention of the Empire. The battle is over, but the cleanup in the freezing northern snow is just starting. Unnamed mercenaries are tossing the gray-skinned hobgoblin corpses into a wooden cart, complaining about the lack of valuable loot. One overexcited mercenary with a mustache runs up to Vlad, calling him captain and gushing about how amazing his swordsmanship was. Vlad doesn't even look up, dryly telling the man to shut up and go gather the things he just slashed. The mustache mercenary smirks, claiming nobody in the camp would dare touch Vlad's kills anyway. But then he leans in, asking what Vlad plans to do next now that the monster extermination campaign is wrapping up. He straight up proposes a partnership, Vlad's god-tier sword skills combined with his brains. Vlad doesn't even slow down, deadpanning that his personal creed is to never make eye contact with scammers. The mercenary's friendly act vanishes instantly. He stares at Vlad's back, realizing something is off about the kid's mercenary badge, thinking to himself that Vlad can't use that fake ID forever. He catches up and whispers that he knows a professional counterfeiter named Got who can forge a perfect badge. Vlad stops dead in his tracks. Vlad turns around, and his eyes flare with a terrifying, glowing blue light. He delivers a cold, lethal warning. If the man's tongue gets too loose, his head is going to get loose next. The mercenary's face goes pale, sweat dripping down his cheek under the crushing weight of Vlad's aura. He immediately tries to play it off as friendly advice, stammering that being a low-ranking Decurion is a waste of Vlad's talent. Vlad's expression remains razor-sharp as he tells the man to shut his mouth and clean up the rest of the field if he wants to keep his head attached to his body. The terrified scammer instantly folds. Vlad watches him scurry off, internally noting that he really needs to teach this guy a proper lesson later. He turns and heads deep into the quiet, snowy forest. Other mercenaries watch him leave, wondering if Riemann, the fake name Vlad is using, is going off to prey again. They've grown to respect his quiet, bizarrely disciplined routine. Vlad kneels in the deep snow, planting his sword vertically into the frozen ground. To the onlookers, he looks like a tragic, noble knight from a painting, completely out of place in a dirty mercenary camp. They whisper among themselves, convinced that a guy who looks this majestic while kneeling in a freezing forest must secretly be a noble who fell from grace. In reality, Vlad is internally screaming. He's scowling in absolute frustration because he still can't execute his sword strikes perfectly in one clean shot. The mysterious voice in his head immediately starts backseat driving, calling him an idiot and claiming the secret to one shot, one kill, always comes when you least expect it. The voice gives him the most useless, abstract tutorial ever. Just lift the sword, lean your body so they go SSK, and then go whoosh. Vlad is just standing there like, are we seriously doing onomatopoeia training right now? The voice gets mad that Vlad isn't understanding, while Vlad is left standing in the snow, grumbling, whoosh, squook hook, SSK, like a lunatic. The grind is real, but the teacher is terrible. From a distance, the other mercenaries just watch him mutter to himself, thinking he's having a profound, highly spiritual conversation with the heavens. Back at the grand military encampment, rows of wooden tables and white canvas tents are nestled under the massive, sunlit northern mountain peaks. Vlad sits down for lunch and stares suspiciously at his bowl of thick, gelatinous, dark brown stew, seriously questioning what kind of mystery meat he's about to put in his mouth. Another mercenary shrugs and says free food is free food, especially since noble employers like House Bayezid almost never provide actual meals to cheap mercenaries. Vlad finishes his bowl, bids them farewell, and walks away toward the clerical tents. Behind him, the men gossip, assuming their mysterious captain is heading back to the priest. Vlad heads toward the blue tent marked with a white cross, wondering if he should actually try praying, while the voice dryly points out he's already failing the vibe check just by asking. The elderly priest Andrea spots him from the entrance, his face lighting up with a warm, welcoming smile as he invites Riemann inside. Vlad enters and bows respectfully. Priest Andrea remarks on how cold it must have been for Vlad to go out and pray in the deep snow last night. Vlad puts on his most pious, holy face, telling the priest that the cold doesn't matter when you're held in the Lord's arms, while internally cursing out the voice's useless, whoosh, SSK tutorials. Priest Andrea laughs heartily, completely charmed, telling Vlad he acts more like a priest than he does. Vlad's poker face is honestly undefeated at this point. A young acolyte named Jiang enters to announce that breakfast is ready. The table is set with fresh bread, cheese, and soup, looking infinitely better than the camp's mystery meat. Andrea places his hands on Vlad's shoulders, insisting they eat together. Vlad tries to politely decline, but the priest immediately transitions into leading a prayer. Vlad clasps his hands and recites a flawless, deeply moving blessing, thanking God for the food and praying for the strength to do good. Andrea is completely moved by the boy's apparent purity. As Vlad kneels before the glowing yellow cross, the priest watches him, convinced he is looking at a truly faithful, honest soul. But the narrator notes that even in this peaceful, humble place, Vlad's soul is bound to a different destiny, a vision of a blood-stained battlefield covered in embedded swords under a dark, chaotic sky. Andrea finishes the prayer with an amen and happily tells Vlad to start eating. Vlad immediately digs into the fresh wheat bread and warm soup, internally celebrating because he's finally eating actual human food instead of gray sludge. But the peaceful lunch is cut short. Andrea mentions Vlad's incredible, rapidly evolving swordsmanship, revealing that his skills have officially reached the ears of Sir Joseph Bayezid. The priest explains that Sir Jair, Joseph's terrifying personal knight, came by 2 days ago inquiring about him. Vlad tries to act casually surprised, but the panic is definitely setting in. Andrea smiles warmly, telling Vlad he highly recommended him to the nobles. Vlad's face freezes, his mouth full of bread as he realizes his quiet cover has just been completely blown. The priest happily talks about how the House of Bayezid is a prestigious noble family, and how landing a job with them would rescue Vlad from his current miserable mercenary life. Vlad swallows his food hard. He is in absolute, silent panic. The priest thinks he's helping, but he's actually fast-tracking Vlad to a noble interrogation. Vlad walks back out into the snowy forest under a clear blue sky, his mind racing as he mutters that this situation has gotten incredibly difficult. He kneels in the snow, realizing his desperate need to practice his swordsmanship has drawn way too much attention. He wonders if staying close to the priest was a massive tactical error. Vlad looks down at his blade. He had a specific reason for hanging around the church. He needed to confirm if the black lightning and the voice in his head made him some kind of evil, demonic existence. Priest Andrea is highly renowned for his immense divine power. Since the holy priest didn't sense any evil or corruption in Vlad, Vlad finally had proof that his soul was still clean. Now, the risk of staying is too high. Vlad contemplates running away immediately, but the voice chimes in, suggesting the nobles might turn a blind eye to his fake ID because of his talent. Vlad shoots that down instantly. If the nobles investigate his background, they'll discover he killed a mercenary in Shoera, which means he'll face identity forgery and murder charges. The voice casually calls him a heinous criminal. Vlad points an accusatory finger at his own sword, reminding the voice that it's an accomplice in all of his crimes. The voice agrees that running away is the smartest play, so Vlad resolves to slip away tonight. His plan is to drag the counterfeiter god along to forge a new identity badge. But before he can even finish the thought, the voice suddenly warns him. I think it's going to be difficult to run. The voice warns that a massive presence is approaching from behind, an energy level belonging to at least an advanced knight. Through the snowy trees, a dark, menacing silhouette appears. Vlad reacts on pure instinct, spinning around and lunging with a desperate strike, but the figure parries it effortlessly. It's Sir Jair, the eye-patched knight of Bayezid, who just mutters, "Huh?" Vlad is stunned, realizing Jair completely read his presence. Meanwhile, Jair looks down at the kid, internally noting that Vlad's combat reflexes are even better than he anticipated. Jair sheathes his massive blade and calmly announces that Sir Joseph wants to see him. Vlad is hit with a wave of instant regret, wishing he had run away without overthinking. But Vlad refuses to show weakness. He channels his inner gambler, reminding himself that an unwavering poker face is the ultimate defense. He looks Jair in the eye and smoothly replies that it's an honor. Jair asks if Vlad knew he was coming. Vlad calmly lies, saying the priest warned him, though he didn't expect the knight to arrive this early. Vlad is trying to play cool, but the stakes are life and death. Jair is quietly impressed by how relaxed this young, low-ranking mercenary is standing before him. He simply commands Vlad to follow him and turns his back. As they walk through the deep snow, Vlad watches the knight's back, his hand hovering near his sword hilt as he desperately calculates his chances. The voice immediately shuts down any thoughts of escape, warning Vlad that a knight of Jair's caliber will take his head off before Vlad can even take 3 steps in the snow. Vlad lets out a quiet, frustrated sigh. He is completely trapped, forced to walk directly into the lion's den with a fake identity and a stolen sword. He lets go of his sword hilt and accepts his fate. There's no running. He has to play this game to the very end and hope his poker face holds up. They arrive at the grand, blue and white command tent. Inside, Sir Joseph Bayezid is reading a book. He looks up with a polite, aristocratic smile, welcoming Vlad. Vlad bows deeply, playing the part of the respectful mercenary to perfection. Joseph asks if he's faced any inconveniences during the campaign, maintaining a friendly, noble facade. Vlad expresses his gratitude, but Joseph is quietly analyzing him. Looking at Vlad's striking blonde hair and blue eyes, Joseph notes he looks more like a fallen noble than a common thug. He casually asks, "Your name is Riemann?" Vlad replies with a polite, "Yes, sir." But the moment the words leave his mouth, Joseph slams his book shut and mutters that he should have told Vlad something earlier. Before Vlad can even react, Jair's heavy, armored hand slams down on his shoulder in a crushing grip. Blood is caught dead to rights, his left eye instantly flaring with a brilliant blue light as his survival instincts scream. Jair's right eye glows with a menacing green light, his voice dropping to a low, icy growl as he declares that he absolutely despises liars. The trap snaps shut. Jair looks down at the frozen, terrified youth and speaks his forbidden, true name, Vlad of Shoera. The fake identity is shattered, and Vlad is officially cornered by the Empire. Joseph Bayezid sits at his desk, laid back but completely in control of the room. He is laying out everything his intelligence network dug up on Vlad's past, stripping away the boy's cover story. He knows about the slums, and he knows about Vlad's mother working as a red light worker. But there is one piece of the puzzle still missing. Joseph leans forward, asking if Vlad even knows who his own father is. Joseph's gaze is cold and condescending, expecting the gutter rat to break under the weight of his own low birth. But Vlad doesn't flinch. His eyes flare with that brilliant, defiant blue light as he fires back, mocking Joseph for asking such a stupid question to a red light worker's son. Jair doesn't tolerate disrespect toward his master. Before Vlad can even finish his sentence, the eye-patched knight moves with blinding speed, striking Vlad's lower back with a heavy burst of blue aura. The impact is brutal, sending Vlad crashing heavily to his knees on the tiled floor. The sheer physical disparity between a street rat and an advanced knight is laid bare in an instant. One casual strike is all it takes to put Vlad in his place. Jair stands over him like an absolute wall, telling him to know his limits. But Vlad has spent his entire life surviving things that should have killed him, so he clenches his teeth, forces his body back up, and mutters a cold no. Joseph is actually amused by this display of pure, stubborn survival instinct. He walks over, noting that Vlad's entire Riemann identity is a sham, likely stolen from some dead mercenary in a ditch. Joseph looks down with those glowing purple eyes, demanding to know the truth. He knows Vlad fled Shoera, but what he really wants to know is where a common street urchin learned high-level swordsmanship. Vlad's mind is racing as he stares back, sweat dripping down his cheek. He knows that if he mentions the voice in his head, they will view him as a demon-possessed madman and execute him on the spot. So he has to construct a flawless lie right now. Jair slowly draws his sword to keep the pressure on, the metallic ring of the blade filling the quiet tent. Vlad clenches his jaw tightly, his survival instincts screaming as he prepares to deliver his fabricated story. Vlad kneels, channeling his blue lightning aura to make his lie look like a genuine martial awakening. He tells Joseph that his skills came to him like a sudden lightning strike. Joseph listens intently as Vlad describes a mysterious, unnamed master who supposedly trained him and then vanished without a trace. Vlad keeps his expression completely locked down, explaining that this master refused to reveal his identity but left him with a singular legacy. To make the lie believable, Vlad visualizes a legendary, muscular warrior surrounded by jagged blue energy. He claims this master told him his swordsmanship was a secret art that should never be shown to another living soul. Vlad's eyes are completely steady as he finishes the story. Joseph watches him closely, trying to spot a single tremor or hesitation, but Vlad's absolute commitment to his own survival makes the lie indistinguishable from the truth. The tension suddenly breaks as Joseph accepts the explanation, even apologizing for his knight's rough handling. Vlad internally lets out a massive sigh of relief, realizing his gamble actually worked, before playing along and admitting he is in a desperate spot. Joseph sees a golden opportunity here. He doesn't care about Vlad's crimes or his fake identity. He only cares about securing a powerful new weapon for his struggle against his brother Luckier. Joseph extends his hand, offering Vlad everything a slum orphan could ever dream of: authority, freedom, survival, and the path to becoming a true knight. Joseph officially offers his backing under the crest of House Bayezid, promising to elevate Vlad to a position where no one from the slums can ever touch him again. The deal is struck in the glowing blue light of the command tent. Vlad is no longer just a runaway street rat. He is now a secret asset bound to the second son of House Bayezid. The scene shifts to the snowy training grounds, where Vlad's brutal daily training under Jair begins. Their wooden swords clash with a sharp crack, the impact sending vibrations up Vlad's arms. A crowd of mercenaries gathers in the snow to watch the one-sided beatdown, gossiping about whether the street kid has actually been taken in as Jair's personal disciple. Jair is using these sessions to test the absolute limits of Vlad's physical endurance, showing no mercy as he forces the boy to defend himself against a veteran's weight. Vlad is forced into a defensive crouch, his wooden blade splintering under the sheer force of Jair's overhead strike as he groans in pain. Jair mocks him openly during the fight, calling his skills mediocre and asking how he expects to stand proud in front of Joseph with such shoddy swordplay. Vlad tries to analyze the combat while under constant pressure, realizing that Jair's movements are too fast to dodge and his strikes are too heavy to block directly. Instead of giving up, Vlad's eyes narrow as he searches for a gap in the knight's defense, resolving to find a way to redirect the kinetic energy of the blows. He braces himself, locking his wooden sword against Jair's incoming strike to absorb the initial impact. Vlad nimbly slides his blade along Jair's weapon, turning the defense into a rapid, sweeping counteroffensive. He lunges forward with a powerful downward swing, the wooden blade cutting a sharp arc through the cold winter air. The watching mercenaries cheer in surprise as Vlad actually manages to break through the defensive line and force a direct clash. Jair sheaths his training weapons, ending the morning session and leaving Vlad collapsed in the snow, panting heavily and frustrated that he couldn't land a clean hit. Jair stoically commands Vlad to prepare for this twice every single day, completely ignoring the boy's physical exhaustion. Vlad is stunned by the brutal workload, but he forces his aching body up and follows the knight back toward the main camp. As they walk, Vlad realizes that Jair isn't actually offering any advice or teaching him techniques. Bruv is literally just using him as a punching bag. But Vlad keeps his poker face perfectly intact, politely thanking Jair for the sparring session while harboring a deep, silent resentment. Later, Vlad practices the movements alone in the snow. He realizes that even though Jair is brutal, the constant physical beatings are naturally trimming away the useless, excess movements from his sword path. Vlad stands alone under the cold sky, accepting the harsh reality of his situation. There are no allies for him in this camp, and his survival depends entirely on his own strength. Back inside the command tent, Jair reports his findings to Joseph, admitting that the street kid's raw talent is genuinely impressive. Joseph is thrilled by the report. He realizes that Vlad's growth rate is so monstrous that if he had been born into a noble house, the Count himself would have taken notice. Jair warns him that Vlad is still an arrogant street rat who doesn't know his limits, but Joseph dismisses the concern, noting that a gutter upbringing makes such defiance natural. Jair insists that a sword without absolute loyalty cannot be trusted, suggesting they use a strict hand to teach the boy proper etiquette and submission. Joseph reflects on Vlad's character, realizing that he actually prefers Vlad's open hostility over a fake, polite submission. He smiles a dark, calculating smile, glad that the boy revealed his true, untamed nature right from the very beginning. Meanwhile, Vlad stands in the freezing night, his eyes glowing blue as he resolves to endure whatever training it takes to secure his ultimate revenge against Godwin. Joseph and Jair agree that a purely transactional relationship is the best way to handle Vlad for now, giving the boy what he wants in exchange for his lethal talent. To Joseph, Vlad is nothing more than a wild, dangerous wolf that needs to be brought to heel. He resolves not to rush the process, knowing that taming a beast like Vlad requires a very specific, careful approach. Joseph's smile turns incredibly ominous as he plans to build a cage so massive and subtle that the wolf will mistake it for absolute freedom. The scene transitions to the dark, freezing night sky over the northern forest, where a thick, unnatural fog begins to roll in over the skeletal trees. A young mercenary guard, one of the former street urchins from Shoera, shivers violently on patrol, complaining about the sudden, biting cold. The guard grips his spear, grumbling in jealousy as he thinks about Vlad's sudden rise to becoming Jair's personal training partner. He approaches a burning brazier to warm his hands, spotting Sir Roderick, a heavily armored senior knight, patrolling the perimeter. Roderick tells the guard that everything is quiet and commands him to stay alert and keep working hard. The guard salutes respectfully as Roderick turns and walks away into the deep, foggy woods. The guard watches the knight depart, glad that the strict senior won't be back to check on him anytime soon. Leaning his spear against a tree, the guard decides to close his eyes and doze off for just a few minutes. Suddenly, a desperate, echoing voice startles him awake, crying out from the thick fog that she is looking for her child. The guard looks around in confusion, spotting a distant, dark silhouette standing completely still in the snowy clearing. The mysterious voice abruptly cuts off into a chilling, dead silence, leaving the guard deeply unsettled as he wonders why she stopped speaking. Gulping down his fear, the guard grips his spear tightly and begins to creep cautiously through the snow, following the fresh footprints. He suddenly spots Sir Roderick walking deeper into the dark, foggy woods instead of heading back toward the safety of the campsite. The guard realizes with mounting dread that Roderick is heading directly away from the camp, moving towards something hidden in the deep forest. As he gets closer, he freezes in absolute horror. A dark, smoky, demonic aura is visibly swirling around the knight's silver armor. Suddenly, Roderick collapses to his knees, clutching his head in agony as a violent explosion of purple energy and blinding white light consumes his body. A horrific, monstrous scream of pure agony echoes through the silent, foggy forest, signaling that a terrifying, malevolent force has officially breached the encampment. Vlad is out here stretching his shoulders, covered in a light sweat, and complaining that his daily beatings are too intense. But the voice inside his head has absolutely zero sympathy, reminding him that getting hands thrown at you by a top-tier knight like Sir Jair is a once-in-a-lifetime learning opportunity. The voice is trying to sell this as a masterclass, but Vlad's internal monologue is too real. To him, Sir Jair wasn't teaching him the fine art of the blade. Big Man just wanted an excuse to use him as a physical punching bag. The entity keeps lecturing him about willpower and raising the quality of combat, but Vlad is completely checked out. He just stands there with the stick on his shoulders, entirely exhausted, muttering that this whole arrangement just makes him depressed. Before Vlad can even finish his silent existential crisis, a frantic whisper cuts through the cold air. Someone is calling out his fake mercenary name, Riemann, before frantically correcting themselves. Vlad looks over and spots God, the former Shoera Street kid who got recruited as a guard, hiding behind a pine tree like a sketchy cartoon character. God is looking around like he's trying to buy something illegal, whispering that the main subjugation squad isn't back yet, and that he's planning to desert tonight. Vlad asks what he's talking about, and God gets incredibly defensive, claiming he only tracked Vlad down to give him a heads up out of pure courtesy before he hits the road. God is completely confused by Vlad's calm reaction, but Vlad's expression goes ice cold. He warns the kid that whatever is lurking in the dark woods isn't something to joke about. God leans in, the shadows from the trees making him look 10 years older as he drops the real bomb. Whatever they are hunting out here is completely cursed. That instantly gets Vlad's attention. His eyes widen because he knows exactly what kind of supernatural nonsense usually follows the word cursed in this world. God explains that all those deserters who supposedly ran away despite the solid pay didn't actually leave on their own 2 feet. The forest itself literally took them. He's not talking about guys breaking contract to go drink in a tavern. These men are straight up gone, and God claims he witnessed the abduction with his own eyes. God describes it as a literal ghost that snatches people from the tree line. His face pale, as we see the terrifying mental image of the entity looming over him. Vlad stands there in silence, his hand resting on his wooden training blade as he tries to process whether this kid has actually lost his mind. Vlad physically grabs Got by his wrist to snap him out of his panic, telling him to stop spreading wild rumors, but Got just screams back in desperation. That's when Got drops the name that actually matters. Sir Roderick, one of the fully armored knights stationed at the camp, went missing just yesterday. Got confirms it, adding that he did some digging on his own and noticed a highly specific, terrifying pattern among all the victims. Every single soldier who has vanished into these woods since the campaign started shared one physical trait. They all had black hair. God is completely losing it, screaming a string of curses because he realized his own dark hair basically makes him a walking target. He's bitterly regretting his decision to stay and warn Vlad, realizing that his attempt at being a good friend might have just signed his own death warrant. Sir Jair, watching this unfold from his horse, asks Vlad if the kid's story is reliable, and Vlad honestly admits that while God is a coward, he's not delusional. Jair goes quiet, realizing that Sir Joseph is going to view this bizarre supernatural anomaly as a political opportunity to outshine his rival brother. The stakes are massive here. If Joseph can solve a supernatural curse that is actively swallowing soldiers, his claim to the succession becomes untouchable. Jair mutters that the other knights stationed at the post were completely incompetent anyway, which is why the entity was able to snatch Roderick so easily. With a high-ranking knight gone, Jair knows they have to send in their actual heavy hitters, just as Got points out the search party gathering in the distance. One of Roderick's loyal followers, Aaron, bows respectfully to Jair, who immediately demands to know how a whole knight disappeared without leaving a single footprint. Aaron confirms the worst. Even their most experienced scouts couldn't find a single track, as if Roderick was literally lifted straight out of the snow. It's a highly unnatural situation that points directly toward high-level magic or a localized curse. Jair decides he needs to see this anomaly with his own eyes, ordering the search party to split into groups of 3 but stay within visual range. The soldiers salute and disperse into the frozen woods, the warm orange sunset casting long, ominous shadows across the snow. Meanwhile, God is still trudging through the snow, muttering to himself about how Vlad completely scammed him into joining this death march. God complains that Vlad used his friendly warning against him, but Vlad just tells him to shut up and keep his eyes open, promising a reward if they survive. Jair rides up to their group, asking if they've spotted any clues, but God just sighs and shakes his head. Jair calls the search useless, but Vlad offers a classic slum dweller perspective. In the backstreets, if you want information, you just grab a random suspect and beat them until they talk. Jair dryly dismisses Vlad's street logic, noting that they are rapidly running out of daylight. He contemplates calling off the search for the night, but suddenly stops as his keen senses pick up something unusual. He looks down at a massive, frozen riverbed winding through the valley and asks if anyone checked the opposite bank. God immediately objects, pointing out that Roderick's squad had no reason to cross the ice since the monster subjugation was in the opposite direction. But Jair reasons that since the forest was completely clean, the river is the only logical place left to check, ordering the mercenaries to prepare to cross. Despite his intense fear, God has no choice but to salute and follow the knight's direct command. The ice under their boots is thin and visibly fractured, a clear sign that the winter freeze is beginning to thaw. One of the scouts suggests that if they spread their weight across the surface, the ice should hold. The mercenaries begin to cautiously make their way onto the frozen river, tension thick in the air. Jair stands on the ice, directing the men to divide into 3 distinct groups to minimize the risk of a collapse. As they step onto the translucent ice, Got lets out a low groan of pure anxiety. Got whispers that his survival instincts are screaming at him, but Vlad dryly tells him he's just being a coward. Got snaps back, pointing out that unlike a monstrous talent like Vlad, normal people have to rely on their gut feelings to survive. He looks down at the ice, his face pale as his dread reaches a boiling point. He insists that crossing this river is a massive mistake, but Vlad's gaze remains completely unsympathetic. Vlad delivers a cold, blunt reality check. If Got tries to desert now, the military will execute him long before the curse can touch him. Vlad makes it clear that he will personally beat God if he tries to run, leaving the kid with 0 options. Got reluctantly trudges forward, his boots dragging through the snow as he mutters in defeat. Suddenly, a sharp, crystalline cracking sound echoes from directly beneath their feet. Got panics, asking if the ice is going to shatter, but Vlad just threatens to personally throw him into the freezing water if he doesn't shut up. Got completely collapses onto his hands and knees, paralyzed by fear, forcing Vlad to grab him by the collar to drag him forward. But Got's scream of absolute, primal terror cuts through the quiet canyon, stopping Vlad in his tracks. Vlad grumbles, looking down at the struggling kid, but then his own eyes lock onto what Got is staring at. Trapped directly beneath the translucent, glowing blue eyes are dozens of pale, frozen human faces staring straight up at them. The soldiers scream in horror as they realize the entire riverbed is packed with waterlogged bodies, their hands clawing against the frozen barrier. The sheer volume of corpses is staggering, a silent, frozen graveyard resting right beneath their boots. Before they can even react, the ice begins to violently fracture, jagged lines spiderwebbing across the entire river. The soldiers scramble in absolute panic, screaming at everyone to get to the bank as the ground collapses beneath them. With a deafening crash, a massive, pale hand shatters the ice, followed by a snarling, gray-skinned figure with glowing white eyes lunging out of the freezing water. The search party is instantly surrounded on all sides, trapped in the center of the collapsing river as a massive horde of undead claws its way out of the depths. The mercenaries scream for Jair's guidance, but Vlad's gaze goes cold as he realizes this entire situation was a meticulously planned ambush. Sir Jair confirms the grim reality. Someone knew exactly where they would search and set this frozen death trap specifically for them. As the final rays of the sun slip below the mountains, the dark forest belongs entirely to the dead. The pitch-black shadows of the canyon erupt with hundreds of glowing blue eyes, sealing their escape. And with a blood-curdling screech, the horde lunges forward, dragging the search party into a desperate fight for survival. The cold northern camp fades into a quiet sanctuary. A golden cross stands illuminated by candlelight, carrying a desperate prayer. Years ago, a young Vlad knelt in a warm, golden church, seeking divine guidance alongside a faithful old priest. The peaceful silence breaks. Vlad notices the priest trembling violently, his holy devotion suddenly replaced by sheer, wordless terror. Inside the sacred chalice, the holy water begins to ripple, glowing with a strange, unnatural blue light. A childhood nightmare is repeating itself right now. A dark, corrupting smoke swirls out of the sacred gold cup. Deep within a chilling, blue abyss, a mysterious voice echoes through the dark, searching for an unnamed child. A spectral woman cloaked in a violent purple aura hovers in the void, her tragic cry dripping with malice. Back on the ice, chaos erupts. A decaying corpse lunges, and a terrified mercenary screams for his captain. The cold-blooded reality of the ambush hits. A snarling undead beast with glowing blue eyes locks onto its prey. Vlad moves instantly. He swings his massive, glowing blade, cutting through the freezing air to strike the monster down. The strain is immense. Vlad gasps for air, his glowing blue eyes reflecting the sheer brutality of this endless fight. More corpses flood the ice. Vlad draws his weapon, his focus sharpening as his survival instincts completely take over. He unleashes a devastating, circular slash, carving a brilliant arc of blue light that tears through the charging horde. The corruption is spreading. A severed, decaying arm attaches to a soldier's chest, dragging him into absolute nightmare. Panic paralyzes the mercenaries. Vlad stands firm amidst the snow, but his allies are completely losing their minds. Vlad grits his teeth, forcing himself to stay calm. If he panics now, they all die in this gutter. He assesses the battlefield. They are completely blocked, and his thoughts immediately shift to Jair's survival. He swings again, a relentless storm of steel and blue light keeping the decaying monsters from dragging him under. Nearby, Sir Jair is breathing heavily, his experienced eyes scanning the chaotic battlefield with growing distress. The defense is crumbling. Undead claws clamp onto screaming soldiers, dragging them down into the freezing water. Jair realizes they cannot hold this broken line much longer. Jair grits his teeth in frustration. This isn't a random monster attack, it's a meticulously calculated trap. He grips his hilt. The target of this ambush isn't the mercenaries, it's the leadership back at the camp. Brilliant, glowing green energy begins to spark from Jair's eye patch, signaling he is ready to go all out. He lunges forward, his entire body enveloped in a fierce green aura as he drives back the encroaching dead. The battlefield is illuminated by a blinding green light. Jair unleashes his power, carving a path through the monsters. His gaze is razor-sharp. Jair's green eye flares with absolute authority, preparing to execute a high-level knightly technique. The clash is deafening. Undead jaws snap in the dark, but Jair's technique holds the line against them. A massive wave of green energy erupts, slicing through the rotting flesh of the lunging beasts. Jair forms a perfect, protective green energy barrier, giving the surviving mercenaries a desperate chance to group up. The men find hope, believing the knight's presence guarantees their survival. But the dark storm is only growing. As Jair fights, a massive, shadowy clawed hand looms in the foreground, indicating a far greater horror approaches. Jair turns to Vlad, using his true origin to command him. Sure as blood. Fulfill your contract. Vlad freezes mid-strike, shocked that his secret identity has been roared across the battlefield in front of everyone. Jair commands him to retreat instantly to defend the camp and protect Sir Joseph from the impending threat. This is the core of their deal. Vlad must protect the young lord, or his survival here ends. Vlad locks in. He shouts his agreement and commands a terrified Got to follow him back to camp. Vlad sprints away, leaving Got scrambling to keep up on the slick ice. Behind them, Jair watches their retreat, whispering a silent prayer for their safe return. The shadow looms larger. Jair prays for the boy's safety as the freezing wind howls through the canyon. Jair turns back to the fight, but a sudden, chilling presence behind him forces his eyes wide in shock. He faces a massive, armored figure. It is Sir Roderick, fully turned into a pale, undead monster, surrounded by a snarling pack of glowing-eyed beasts. The corrupted knight stands as a hollow shell of his former self, a tragic symbol of the forest's curse. Back at the main camp, Sir Joseph sits quietly inside his warm tent, entirely unaware of the slaughter. Suddenly, blood-curdling screams pierce the quiet night, shattering his concentration and echoing through the canvas walls. Joseph stands up in alarm, suspecting an ambush. The tent flap bursts open as Borden, the middle-aged commander, stumbles inside, gasping for breath. Joseph demands answers, but Borden is too consumed by panic and heavy breathing to explain the situation clearly. Joseph's patience wears thin. Borden stammers that the young lord's safety must be prioritized over everything else. Borden looks up, his face pale with sweat as he faces the cold fury of his leader. Bro really fled a battle without his weapon. Joseph is disgusted by the absolute cowardice of his commander. Joseph's eyes narrow with lethal intent. He reminds Borden that the late count was far too soft, but he won't hesitate to hang a coward. Borden falls to his knees, weeping in apology, as urgent voices call out from the corridor outside. Priest Andrea enters the tent, leading a small group of survivors seeking shelter from the rising chaos outside. Joseph turns to the priest, demanding a report. Andrea's face is pale as he delivers a chilling answer. Andrea holds out the Holy Bible. The sacred pages are trembling violently as the ink itself begins to warp and shift under a dark influence. A massive, glowing blue scroll of magical script unfurls in the air, signaling a catastrophic presence is approaching. Andrea is begging for an exorcism, but Joseph is a swordsman, not a priest. He can't slash a ghost. The priest resolves to use his divine power, though he doubts it will be enough to stop it. Joseph realizes their defenses are paper-thin. None of his remaining men can use aura to defend them. Having no other choice, Joseph draws his weapon and commands his remaining forces to follow him outside. He steps onto the balcony and freezes. A thick, unnatural white mist is rapidly blanketing the entire camp. Below, the soldiers are collapsing in agony, clawing at their heads as they experience horrific, shared hallucinations. Joseph quickly covers his face, realizing the mist itself is a weapon designed to break their minds. He grits his teeth. This is a targeted strike, and they are completely cornered on this balcony. A dark, amorphous shadow loomed in the mist, its glowing white eyes locking onto its true target. The entity whispers its terrifying, possessive call, sending a physical shiver of dread through the surviving group. The spectral figure hovers closer, searching. Andrea and the young child watch in absolute, paralyzed horror. Every soldier on the balcony freezes, their movements completely halted by the sheer weight of the presence. Pale, bare feet hover above the mist as the spectral woman in white searches for her child. Her face distorts into a horrific, gaping mouth. The group gasps in shock as the entity manifests. The monster reaches down with a clawed hand, locking its glowing purple eyes onto Joseph with absolute certainty. Joseph stands frozen under the purple light, realizing the terrifying entity was hunting him this entire time. A pale, clawed hand reaches out from the dark, purple-tinted mist. It descends straight into a sizzling, magical light. The spectral woman screams, her mouth wide open with jagged teeth. She is completely enveloped in a fiery, golden aura. "Child, my child." Her voice echoes through a dark, jagged bubble, hovering directly over the glowing holy script on the priest's forehead. Priest Andrea prays desperately, sweat dripping down his face. Beside him, young Jang chants with all his remaining strength. They stand together under the golden runic barrier. But the spectral woman is closing in from the shadows, relentless. Joseph's brow furrows. He realizes they are completely helpless without Sir Jair. Is this really how it ends? Cade and Maxim lie unconscious in the dirt. They weren't strong enough to receive the priest's holy protection. The monster reaches out, her skeletal face contorted in rage. She only wants her child, and she will tear this camp apart to find him. Joseph looks down, the horrifying truth settling in. This curse wasn't random. It was designed specifically for him. The clawed hand presses against the golden barrier, sizzling with raw power. Joseph stares, wondering who could have sent this nightmare. Suddenly, a violent cough breaks the chant. Jang spits dark blood, his physical limits completely shattered by the magical strain. "Hold your position, Jang." Priest Andrea begs, praying for dawn to break before the barrier completely collapses. The spectral hand claws at the golden light. Jang weeps, blood on his lips as his physical body gives out. Jang kneels in the center of the fading golden aura, chanting a final, desperate prayer as the runes float around him. With a deafening shriek, the spectral woman prepares to shatter the barrier. The defensive line is completely broken. Is this the end? The soldiers whisper in despair. The deacon has reached his limit, and the holy hymn is fading. Joseph grits his teeth. They can't wait for dawn. If the barrier falls now, they all die in the dark. The spectral woman lunges, her hollow eyes locking onto Joseph. But a sudden, brilliant blue light cuts through the mist. She shrieks in terror as a sword blade, glowing with intense blue energy, intercepts her clawed hand. Vlad has returned to the camp, his eyes glowing with a sharp, cold blue light as he holds the line. The voice speaks in his head, warning him that normal weapons are completely useless against this cursed entity. "Are you capable of using aura?" the voice asks. Vlad stares at the glowing blade, his mind racing. Are you kidding me? Vlad grumbles internally. He knows blood is asking for a miracle in the middle of a war zone. He grips the hilt tightly. What is it? He asks, desperate for any option that keeps him breathing. The voice offers a dangerous bargain. If you allow me to take over your body for a while. Vlad looks up, his mind reeling. Is it even possible to let another entity pilot his own physical body? I can use aura myself, the voice explains, but I don't know if your human body can handle the strain. The physical cost is high. If Vlad agrees, the sheer output of power will leave his body completely paralyzed. Therefore, I wouldn't recommend it, the voice warns. But Vlad knows he has absolutely no other choice. Vlad takes a deep breath, his resolve solidifying. Let's do it. He commands, preparing for the transition. He thinks of his promise to Joseph. He isn't fighting for loyalty. He is offering his faith to secure his survival. I'm offering my faith instead of loyalty, Vlad declares, stepping directly into the path of the monster. I shall respect your decision, the voice replies, unleashing a massive surge of blue magical energy. Vlad leaps high into the air, diving downward toward the screaming spectral woman with his sword raised. She roars in fury, her skeletal jaws wide as the blonde youth descends from the dark sky. Now's the time. Close your right eye, the voice commands. Vlad squeezes his eye shut, focusing his mind. A massive, jagged bolt of blue lightning strikes downward, shattering the darkness of the camp. Is this truly? The narrator whispers as the boundary of mortal swordsmanship is completely shattered. Vlad enters the world of voices, his mind suspended in a swirling vortex of brilliant blue energy. Center of the blast, her dark form dissolving under the raw power. Priest Andrea, Borden, and Joseph watch in paralyzed shock. They have never witnessed such monstrous talent in a rookie. But the power takes its toll. Vlad crashes heavily to the stone floor, his body trembling violently. Arg! Vlad screams in agony as blue electrical energy crackles across his torso, paralyzing his muscles. Joseph runs forward, shouting his name. But Vlad is completely inverted in pain, his body shutting down. That just now was definitely a trace of aura. Joseph thinks, realizing the terrifying price Vlad had to pay. But the curse isn't broken. The spectral woman crawls forward, her skeletal hand reaching for the helpless youth. Borden sprints forward, his face pale with terror. He cannot let his master die here. Joseph catches the falling youth, dragging his dead weight. Vlad, hold on to me, he shouts, refusing to abandon his investment. The spectral woman screams, her dark, decaying hand reaching through the mist. She is locking onto her targets. Purple energy surges, paralyzing Joseph's body. He grits his teeth, cursing his own weakness as the cold grip tightens. Borden screams, his eyes wide as he witnesses the curse taking hold of his lord. With a desperate lunge, Borden reaches out and grabs Joseph's cloak, pulling him back with all his might. Please forgive my insolence. Borden bellows, tackling Joseph out of the way just as a blast of dark magic erupts. The impact throws them violently through the air. The spectral woman shrieks, her prey slipping right out of her grasp. She screams in pure, unadulterated torment, dark tears streaming down her pale, skeletal face as she closes in. Priest Andrea watches in absolute dread as Joseph and Borden crash heavily onto the frozen ground behind him. Joseph groans, looking at Vlad. For the first time, he is genuinely glad this dangerous street rat is on his side. Vlad drags his paralyzed body to the priest, holding his sword horizontally. Father, please bestow your blessing onto my sword. Vlad's gaze is heavy. He knows this spirit isn't just an enemy. She is a victim of the slum's cruelty. To seal the holy ritual, Vlad grips the bare steel with his hand. Blood drips down the cold blade. Priest Andrea recites the holy blessing. The bloodstained steel erupts with a pure, brilliant white light of purification. Sword in hand, Vlad steps forward. His eyes are cold, but his heart is heavy with what he must do. He stands over her, the holy blade pointed down. The light illuminates her tattered white dress in the snow. Please help me find my child, she weeps, reaching out with her clawed hand. Vlad looks down, completely silent. As her spirit wavers, the dark memory of her past floods the space, showing Vlad the horror of her life. Years ago, she was locked away in a dark, damp basement below the city, screaming behind iron bars. Her fragile child was left abandoned on the freezing stone floor, slowly dying right before her helpless eyes. She could do nothing but beg and plead for mercy, her world completely destroyed by the cruelty of the nobles. That horrific trauma was what bound her soul to this world, transforming her grief into a terrifying, vengeful curse. Vlad raises the holy weapon, whispering a final, merciful command. May you rest in peace. He plunges the blade down. Her final, fading question echoes through the quiet night. Where are you? The holy light pierces her chest, breaking the dark curse and releasing her soul from its eternal torment. Her skeletal face softens, turning peaceful as a single, clean tear washes away the blood of her corruption. Her spirit departs into the vast, starry sky over the northern mountains, finally free. My child. Vlad kneels alone in the quiet snow, head bowed over his sword. He won the battle, but the weight of the slums never leaves him. We are looking at a dark, ethereal void where a lone silhouette is suspended in a sea of glowing purple mist. The battle on the frozen river is over, but the residual energy of the spectral woman's curse is still lingering in the atmosphere, leaving a cold, heavy silence in its wake. Deep in the shadow of the forest, the dark summoner who orchestrated this entire nightmare sits hunched over his wooden box. Dark, smoky purple energy rises from the latches, wrapping around his fingers like black flames as he tries to maintain his grip on the forbidden magic. The pale-skinned mage smiles a thin, sinister smile under his dark hood, entirely convinced that his curse is an absolute trap that nobody can break. But his arrogance is about to hit a brick wall, because he doesn't know who he's actually dealing with. The dark, viscous smoke continues to swirl upward from the wooden box as the summoner channels his energy, completely unaware that his connection to the spectral woman is rapidly dissolving. His eyes suddenly widen in absolute shock as the connection completely severs. He realizes he can't feel her presence anymore, sweating as he panics, wondering who could have possibly defeated a high-level curse of this scale. Sitting in the freezing snow, the summoner tries to calculate his next move, realizing that only a knight capable of forming their own world could have broken his magic. He thinks Sir Jair must have been the one, completely unaware of the monstrous talent Vlad possesses. Before he can even stand, a brilliant green glowing sword cuts through the dark mist. Sir Jair stands over him, his left eye flaring with intense green light as he points his blade directly at the summoner's throat, calling him out as the rat manipulating the dead. The summoner stands frozen, raising his hands in a desperate, defensive gesture as the glowing green edge of Jair's blade hovers inches from his face, completely ending his leverage. Under a clear blue sky, Sir Joseph Bezid looks down at the captured mage, asking a simple, cold question to confirm if this is the mastermind behind the ambush. Jair doesn't play games. He grabs the summoner by his dark hair and pulls his head back, revealing a bloodied, beaten face to Joseph. The dark-haired noble looks down with absolute disgust, confirming this is the coward who hid in the shadows to manipulate the dead. Jair sheaths his weapon and looks down, his mind turning to the wooden box. He realizes this tragic, cursed object is exactly what the spectral woman was desperately searching for before she was laid to rest. Jair carries the rectangular wooden box under his arm as they prepare to dismantle the camp. The box is decorated with ornate, gold-colored metal corner brackets, holding a dark, heavy secret. Joseph takes the box, his gloved hands tracing the cold wood as he observes that it looks exactly like a child's coffin. He instructs Jair to forward it to the priest, resolving to investigate the dark origins of this curse once they return to Varna. Jair bows respectfully as Joseph admits that their military conquest was a total failure. Despite clearing the monsters, the heavy casualties and the demonic infiltration have ruined any chance of a clean victory for Joseph's political standing. But as Joseph looks out over the snowy valley, his internal thoughts reveal a strange, unexpected peace. He is relieved because the threat to his life has been neutralized, and he immediately asks Jair how Vlad is recovering. Joseph smiles a subtle, knowing smile. The conquest was a political failure, but he knows he has found something far more valuable, a monstrously talented sword that he can use to secure his survival against his half-brother, Luckier. In his mind's eye, Joseph envisions the blonde-haired youth standing in a dark void, surrounded by swirling blue energy and lightning-like sparks. He realizes that Vlad is a weapon that shines brighter than any knight he has ever seen. The vision fades, and we see a clean white boot with dark buckles resting on the reflective floor of a medical tent. Suddenly, Vlad's eyes snap open. He sits up quickly, his messy blonde hair falling over his face as he gasps in shock, realizing he has been asleep for 3 straight days after the battle. He sits in a daze, holding his sheathed sword horizontally across his lap. The voice echoes in his mind, warning him to be careful next time, admitting that the physical side effects of body possession were far greater than anticipated. Vlad slumps back slightly, feeling relieved that his companions didn't just pack up and throw him into a wagon like luggage. The voice reassures him that Joseph specifically waited for him to recover, showing a deep, calculating concern for his well-being. Vlad drags his sore, aching limbs out of bed, grabbing his sword and strapping it to his hip. He looks down with weary, tired eyes, trying to process the immense physical toll of channeling aura. Vlad looks around the quiet, empty tent, realizing that the medical post is completely deserted. He steps outside into the freezing, snowy camp, finding the wooden tables and benches abandoned under the cool blue sky. He assumes it's only natural for the mercenaries to flee after witnessing a high-level demonic curse. Suddenly, Got runs toward him through the snow, holding his spear and shouting in relief. Vlad looks back at his subordinate with a flat, cynical expression, dryly reminding him that he was the very first one to run away when the fighting started. Got grinned toothfully, rubbing the back of his neck as he shamelessly brings up the extra pay Vlad promised. He babbles about carrying Vlad back to the post and risking his life on the ice, trying to secure his coin. Got gestures wildly, telling Vlad not to forget his promise. Vlad looks at him, entirely exhausted by the chatter, and dryly replies, "All right." Vlad raises his gloved hand to quiet the noisy soldier, promising to put in a good word for him with the noble bosses once they return. Got's expression turns serious as he delivers his message, informing Vlad that Sir Jair ordered him to report the moment Vlad woke up. He tells Vlad that Sir Joseph is waiting in the command tent. Got waves as Vlad walks away, but Vlad only grumbles under his breath about how incredibly noisy his companion is, keeping his stoic facade intact. Vlad approaches the large blue and white command tent of House Bayezid, where the gold-colored crest of a sword and castle hangs from a tall pole, indicating the high stakes of the meeting inside. Inside the tent, rich red wine pours from a dark bottle into a clear glass. Joseph is preparing a welcoming drink for the young mercenary who saved his life. Vlad looks at the glass, mentioning that while he worked in a pleasure house back in Shoera, he has never tasted wine this expensive, calling it liquor for the nobles. Joseph holds the bottle, his dark eyes studying the youth, while Jair stands silently behind him in his gray plate armor. Joseph thanks Vlad for his actions, noting that Vlad easily could have run away from the curse. Vlad looks directly into Joseph's eyes, his expression serious as he points out that they had a contract, and he is a man who honors his word. Joseph smiles, acknowledging the verbal agreement. He notes that Vlad chose to pledge his faith rather than hollow loyalty, which makes him far more reliable than any typical subordinate. Joseph observes the blonde youth, realizing that Vlad actually fulfilled his word. His internal thoughts reveal a dark, possessive resolve. He knows he cannot afford to lose a weapon of this caliber, and he must make Vlad his subordinate. Joseph's eyes narrow with calculating intensity. Vlad stands as blue energy crackles faintly around his hands, sensing the predatory nature of the noble's offer. Joseph resolves to bind the boy to his family. Vlad grips the hilt of his sword, which is engulfed in blue magical flames. He declares that it is now his turn to fulfill his end of the bargain, ready to accept the noble's support to rise out of the gutter. Joseph slides the glass of wine forward, his voice smooth and welcoming as he offers to officially reward Vlad for his incredible actions. Vlad sits under the massive blue and gold Bayezid banner. Joseph officially invites him to join the Bayezid family, offering him the authority, freedom, and knighthood he needs to escape his past. The scene transitions to an aerial view of Varna, the grand religious capital of Bayezid, with its steep brown-tiled roofs, white-walled timber houses, and massive stone defensive walls. At the city's edge, Jair reports to Joseph that the mercenaries have been dismissed. Joseph decides to spend the night in Varna to write his official conquest report, preparing for the political battle ahead. Jair looks at Vlad, who is staring wide-eyed at the bustling streets. Jair asks if it's his first time in the city, and Vlad replies that anywhere outside the slums is a first to him. Jair smirks at the response, calling him a country bumpkin. Joseph steps forward, offering Vlad the day off to explore the city before they meet at the city hall for dinner. Vlad bows his head, thanking them. Joseph warns him not to get lost, treating him like a promising student, while Jair watches silently. Vlad watches them walk away, his brow furrowing in annoyance as he mutters under his breath about that old man Jair, showing his typical cynical attitude. As he walks through the city square, the voice comments that Jair seems just as fond of him as Joseph is. Vlad dryly replies that they might end up killing him with their affection, before deciding to find something delicious to eat with his earnings. Vlad wonders what Varna is famous for, when suddenly, a pale hand reaches out and firmly grabs his gloved wrist, catching him completely off guard. Vlad spins around, his combat instincts flaring, only to find a young deacon boy in clerical robes looking up at him. Vlad relaxes and asks if he can help. The young boy smiles warmly, delivering an official invitation from the local priest who wants to meet the young hero of the conquest. Vlad looks surprised that the priest wants to see him, while a tall stone spire of Varna's central cathedral rises into the bright blue sky in the background. Vlad and the boy stand before the massive, breathtaking entrance of Varna's central cathedral, a towering Gothic structure illuminated by a brilliant, divine light. Vlad looks up in absolute awe, muttering that the cathedral is massive compared to the small, run-down chapel back in Shoera. The young boy gestures proudly, explaining that while the political capital is Sutrama, Varna is the true religious capital of the Bayezid territory. The boy instructs Vlad to wait inside, and Vlad walks down the grand, carpeted corridor, his footsteps echoing softly against the stone walls. Vlad enters the grand sanctuary, looking up at a massive, golden cross structure that emits a radiant, star-like light flare. He stands completely alone in the center of the massive, golden-lit cathedral, overwhelmed by the sheer scale and sanctity of the altar. As he stands in the silent hall, a sudden wave of irony washes over him. He reflects on his stolen identity, Reman of prayers, feeling the deep hypocrisy of never having prayed once in his life. Vlad clutches the back of his neck, his eyes shadowed with a deep sense of guilt over his forgery, when suddenly, a warm voice calls out, apologizing for keeping him waiting. Vlad spins around to see Priest Andrea standing before him in white clerical robes. Vlad quickly bows his head politely, thanking the priest for the invitation. Priest Andrea smiles warmly with his eyes closed, telling Vlad not to mention it, before reaching into his robes to offer him a small object. The priest hands Vlad a small, thin, rectangular wooden identity tag, explaining that it is his official registration document. Vlad takes the tag, staring at the smooth wood in surprise. Andrea explains that while Joseph likely prepared one, an official identity tag is normally bestowed by the church to carry the Lord's blessing. Vlad turns the tag over, his eyes widening in shock as he reads the Latin text. The document is officially guaranteed and sealed by the church. There is a close-up of the wooden plaque. The name printed at the bottom as his official guarantor is none other than Priest Andrea, himself, a highly respected religious figure. Andrea reaches out and warmly holds Vlad's hands, his face filled with gentle compassion. He tells Vlad never to hesitate to visit when he is having a hard time. The priest declares that from now on, he will act as Vlad's official guarantor. Vlad looks up, his light blue eyes shining with deep emotion as he whispers, "Father." In that moment, a vivid memory flashes through Vlad's mind. Years ago, as a tattered, unregistered orphan crouching on a cold stone ledge in the freezing slums of Shoera, he believed a kid like him would never have a place in the world. But now, Priest Andrea lays his hand gently on Vlad's head in a solemn blessing. The narrator observes that Vlad has finally found a guarantor, registering his name to the world. He is no longer just an unregistered street rat from the alley. Vlad kneels alone in front of the massive window, the intense golden sunlight pouring through the glass and enveloping his silhouette in a warm, celestial halo as he holds his sword close to his chest. The shadow of his feet rests on the stone floor, completely solid and defined. He has finally carved out his place in the world. He is no longer an invisible orphan. He is sure as Vlad. The county of Bayezid isn't just some small estate. It's a massive, powerful territory divided into 3 main cities and 12 sprawling villages. First, you have the trade capital, keeping the money flowing through the busy harbors. Then, Varna, the religious heart where Vlad just got registered. And finally, Kshatrama, the main capital. This is the political nerve center of the entire region, where the actual power players reside. The carriage rolls through the massive stone gates of the Bayezid estate, draped in the family's blue and gold banners. This place is a fortress of classical stone and high society wealth, a massive shift from the freezing, dirty slums Vlad grew up in. Jair immediately lays down the law. He reminds them they are representing Joseph now, so they need to act like they have some home training. Vlad plays along with a quiet, "Yes, sir," while Jair mentions that servants will be bringing them some snacks shortly. But Jair stops mid-sentence. He looks at these 2 street kids and realizes letting them loose on a buffet is a terrible idea. He tells them to ignore the food entirely because eating like starving savages will start rumors. Vlad, who is perpetually broke and hungry, tries to negotiate. Jair shuts that down immediately. No snacks. The heavy doors slide open, and God is already losing his mind at the sheer scale of the interior. God looks at the gold chandeliers and velvet sofas, completely awed by how the other half lives. It's a different world. An unfamiliar voice cuts through the quiet room, agreeing with God's observation. Someone was already in here, waiting in the shadows. A tall silhouette steps away from the bright window. Vlad's survival instincts kick in immediately. He was hoping to finally relax, but the peace is already over. As the man steps closer, Vlad's left eye flares. He recognizes the physical features, but the sheer presence is completely foreign. It's Ludgir Bayezid, the eldest son. He looks down at them with absolute, quiet intensity, demanding to know who they are. Vlad stands perfectly still, his body tensing as the air in the room grows heavy. Vlad is sweating. Behind Ludgir, a massive, terrifying, beast-like shadow with glowing orange eyes looms in his perception. This man's aura is so oppressive it feels lethal. God is absolutely terrified by the pressure. He bows immediately, stammering his name and explaining they accompanied Joseph. Ludgir acknowledges God's name, then turns his dark, heavy gaze directly onto Vlad, waiting for the blonde youth to introduce himself. Vlad doesn't look down. He looks straight back into those oppressive eyes and states his name clearly, Vlad of Shoera. Ludgir claims he's never heard of him, but internally, he is highly impressed. He notes that Vlad's eyes are full of unyielding spirit. Vlad didn't flinch or bow under his aura. Ludgir realizes his younger brother Joseph has managed to secure an incredibly valuable subordinate. A faint, amused smirk touches Ludgir's lips. He likes the kid. Meanwhile, Vlad's hand is still tightly clenched against his tunic, ready for a fight. To break the ice, Ludgir casually extends his hand, offering them a handful of peanuts. Vlad looks at the offering and flatly declines, stating they were told not to eat anything. God looks like his soul just left his body. Vlad doubles down, repeating Jair's exact instructions. God is internally screaming, convinced Vlad is actively trying to get them executed by a high noble. God is in physical agony over the disrespect. Ludgir is left standing there looking incredibly awkward, holding his rejected peanuts. The narrator notes that Vlad's very first act upon arriving at the family estate was rejecting the eldest son's hospitality. Ludgir just quietly munches on his own peanuts. Meanwhile, in the main library, Count Bayezid is reviewing the reports. He asks about the name Joseph brought back. The Count notes that Joseph has never brought anyone home besides Jair, the guardian knight his mother, Madame Oksana, provided. The Count promises to reward Joseph if he successfully raises this talented street kid into a proper knight of the Bayezid family. But the Count's tone shifts. He sternly reminds Joseph that while wielding a blade isn't his specialty, he must remember whose territory he resides in. He asks about Joseph's notoriously fragile health. Joseph quietly insists he is fine, maintaining his polite, distant composure. The Count dismisses him. Joseph bows respectfully, wishing his father well before turning to exit. Joseph walks away, his heavy, uneven limp echoing through the quiet, grand room as his father watches in silence. Every step is a reminder of the physical limitations Joseph has had to fight his entire life. Ragmus resolves to prepare a restorative tonic for the young master. The Count agrees, noting how protective Joseph's mother, Madame Oksana, is over her son. The Count turns the conversation to the actual report of the northern campaign, asking his advisor for his honest thoughts on the anomalies. Ragmus warns him that the strange phenomena occurring in Varna cannot be taken lightly. Something highly unnatural is spreading. The Count's anger flares. He cannot tolerate dark sorcery being exercised within his sovereign borders. Ragmus explains the reports of a direct connection between the rising undead and high-level curses targeting specific individuals. The Count deduces that they are dealing with either an exceptionally powerful wizard or a coordinated secret organization. If it's an organized group, the threat to the territory's stability is massive. Ragmus confirms the grim assessment. The Count's hand tightens on his armrest. No matter who they are, the law of the land remains absolute. He declares that the Bayezid family will continue to reign unrivaled, and they will systematically eliminate anyone who threatens their peace. He orders his forces to hunt down the conspirators immediately, especially those who dared to target his son Joseph. The Count stands as a figure of absolute, terrifying power, his glowing white eyes reflecting his unyielding resolve to crush any threat. Outside, the quiet night settles over the grand estate, but the political storm is already brewing. Jair and Joseph finally return to the waiting room, apologizing for keeping their guests waiting so long. Joseph addresses God directly, promising to handle his rewards tomorrow. God is internally weeping from hunger, but maintains a polite salute. God is dismissed to his quarters to rest, leaving Vlad alone with the noble and his guardian knight. Joseph sits down, his tone turning serious as he initiates the real negotiation with the young swordsman. He reminds Vlad of his pledge to act as his personal sword in exchange for his support and protection. But Joseph points out the core contradiction. Vlad wants freedom, yet he pledged absolute service. Joseph demands clarity. A sword that seeks its own path cannot be fully trusted or wielded effectively. He demands to know exactly what task Vlad intends to accomplish with the freedom he is requesting. Vlad remains silent for a long moment, his left eye flaring with that familiar, intense blue light. He decides to offer absolute, dangerous honesty. He starts to ask about a specific target. He asks if Joseph knows a knight named Godwin, the man who destroyed his childhood world and took his mentor. The question hangs in the quiet room. Vlad's quest for vengeance has officially entered the halls of nobility. Joseph sits in his carved armchair, looking at Vlad's back. He admits to himself he completely underestimated this kid. He drops the name that has been driving Vlad's entire existence. Godwin, the Knight of Gaidar. Vlad's mind instantly pulls him back to that freezing night. The night Godwin dragged Jorge away like a trophy. Vlad doesn't deny it. His eye flares blue as he admits he still feels a twisted admiration for the man's strength. Joseph clasps his hands, delivering a cold truth. Godwin's faction is currently way beyond his political reach. Vlad looks down, completely unsurprised. He knew Joseph, as a second son, had serious limits to his power. The rumors in the house are true. Joseph is just a son, but at least he doesn't bullshit his allies. Joseph shifts his strategy. He leans forward, proposing a massive 7-year contract to tie Vlad to his service. Vlad is stunned. Joseph admits that making this offer meant putting aside his pride as a high noble. Joseph knows he's taking a massive gamble, but his gut tells him Vlad's loyalty is worth the investment. He promises Vlad absolute security, food, clothes, and high-level training to make him an unmatched knight. That single word hits Vlad like a truck. A knight, the ultimate symbol of strength he's wanted since the gutters. But the security comes with a leash. Joseph expects absolute loyalty and obedience, explicitly banning any premature moves on Godwin. To seal the deal, Joseph drops a massive piece of leverage. Gemina is safe inside a church monastery. Vlad freezes. Knowing Gemina is safe lifts an incredible weight off his shoulders, but his focus remains locked. Joseph asks what Vlad actually hopes to achieve. Vlad responds that the sword isn't his only weapon. Joseph clasps his hands, waiting for the final answer. The terms are on the table. Later, Joseph stares at his reflection in the glass, realizing Vlad's ambitions are far deeper than simple survival. Jair steps out of the shadows, questioning why his master went so far to secure a single street rat. Joseph smirks. Finding raw talent is easy, but finding someone capable of awakening it is a different game. Jair asks if Vlad will actually deliver. Joseph's gaze remains cold and calculating. Joseph remembers what he saw in Varna, Vlad channeling a terrifying, divine energy that shouldn't belong to a mortal. He knows Vlad is a wild, rebellious beast who won't be easily tamed by simple noble commands. But Joseph is patient. He plans to use these 7 years to slowly slip a collar over the wolf's neck. The more difficult the beast is to tame, the more satisfying the control will be when he finally submits. Joseph realizes Vlad isn't just looking for food and shelter. He is chasing something as distant as the moon. He stands alone in the quiet moonlight, fully prepared to build a cage large enough to contain the boy's ambition. The next morning, the bright sun illuminates the massive, classical-style barracks of the Bayezid estate. Jair leads Vlad to a sparse, clean room with a simple bed, warning him it's a bit shabby. For a kid who slept in freezing mud, a clean floor and a real bed feel like an absolute palace. Jair is caught off guard, realizing he briefly forgot just how deep in the gutter Vlad actually started. Our blood really rejected the boss's brother's peanuts because Jair told him not to eat anything. Now he's sweating bullets. Jair tells him to let it go, while Vlad silently grumbles about the physical beating he received for it anyway. Jair orders him to meet at the exercise hall for their brutal, twice-daily sparring sessions. A soft, elegant voice halts them. It is Lady Oksana, Joseph's highly protective mother, flanked by her attendants. Jair quickly whispers to Vlad to show proper respect, keeping his posture formal. Jair bows deeply, introducing the young savior, who pulled his master back from the brink of death. Oksana studies the quiet, bowed youth, curious about the boy her son personally brought into the household. Vlad keeps his head down, but his curiosity gets the better of him as he steals a quick glance at the noblewoman. Oksana looks at him with a warm, gentle smile, her yellow eyes filled with genuine gratitude. Vlad's face flushes a bright pink as the noblewoman steps directly into his personal space, completely overwhelming him. She thanks him for saving her son, while Vlad stammers out a polite, flustered response to her grace. Oksana promises him a generous reward, noting that his actions carry far more weight than he realizes. She gently runs her hand through his messy blonde hair, commenting on how beautifully it complements his blue eyes. She kneads his shoulders, noting his broad build and promising to arrange new, high-quality clothing for him. Vlad bows his head in absolute, red-faced embarrassment, stammering out his thanks to the amused noblewoman. Lady Oksana dismisses them with a gentle smile, allowing Jair to guide the flustered youth toward the dining hall. Jair lets out a sigh, teasing Vlad for his sudden shyness around women. Vlad admits he has never interacted with a noblewoman, while Jair secretly confesses he is equally uncomfortable around her. Jair orders him to get his meal, sending him toward the bustling barracks dining hall. Vlad enters the crowded dining hall. Suddenly, a thick, viscous stream of liquid drips from a trainee's mouth. The spit lands with a soft, sickening splash directly into Vlad's wooden bowl of soup. Two arrogant trainees in blue uniforms stand over Vlad's table, smirking as they wait for his reaction. Never won a real fight, but this bruv is explaining dining etiquette like he is selling a masterclass on it. The dining hall erupts into mocking laughter, but Vlad remains completely still, his left eye flaring with a cold, blue light. Vlad slowly dips his spoon into the ruined soup, his mind analyzing the threat with absolute, detached calculation. He realizes these affluent trainees are trying to assert dominance immediately, testing the new street rat's limits. The bully's smile falters, unsettled by Vlad's unnatural calm. Vlad remembers Jair's warning not to ruin Joseph's reputation. Vlad realizes he cannot use physical violence here, forcing him to find a psychological way to completely crush them. The bully sneers and turns to walk away, warning Vlad to look forward to his upcoming hazing. Vlad's voice cuts through the room, asking for his name. The startled bully turns back in confusion. Vlad looks up, his eye flaring with a brilliant, suffocating wave of pure, unadulterated murderous intent. The bully freezes, sweat dripping as the chilling aura paralyzes him, forcing him to stammer out his name, Sobanin. Vlad commits the name to memory, silently promising future retribution as the other trainees watch in stunned silence. Vlad stands in the dark, tense dining hall, his glowing blue eyes warning everyone that the gutter wolf is not to be trifled with. Count Bayezid is walking toward the training grounds, flanked by his guards and his advisor, Ragmus. The rhythmic, sharp sound of his boots echoes along the stone walkway of the grand estate. The Count stops at the balcony, looking down at the training yard below. He notes that the trainees are already busy with their sparring sessions. Count Bayezid decides they should watch for a bit. Ragmus bows, agreeing immediately. The Count is a man of few words, but his eyes are sharp. The Count's gaze locks onto a specific blonde youth practicing below. He instantly wonders if this is the child Joseph brought back. Down in the yard, Vlad stands holding his sword. The other trainees have already heard rumors about the blonde kid from the slums. Ragmus remarks that the boy looks incredibly sharp. The Count murmurs in curiosity as Ragmus points out a hidden observer. A close-up of the Count's red gemstone brooch. Below, the trainees are practicing, completely unaware that someone is lurking in the shadows. It's Sir Jair, peering from behind a stone pillar. The Count immediately realizes Jair is keeping a close watch on his new disciple. The Count smirks. He knows Jair wouldn't be lurking here unless Vlad was genuinely worth the trouble. Vlad steps forward, entirely focused. He invites his opponents to show him what they've got, ready to put his training to the test. Vlad moves. Fast. A brilliant blue energy arc cuts through the air with a sharp, whistling sound. The blades clash. Vlad isn't just swinging. He's executing the precise movements he practiced in the forest. Vlad easily parries the first strike. These noble trainees might have formal instruction, but they lack his survival instincts. It's a vertical sequence of rapid-fire clashes. Vlad is taking on multiple opponents at once, his movements perfectly fluid. One of the trainees grimaces in frustration, completely unable to bypass Vlad's guard. Vlad dryly mocks his aggression. The opponent swings wildly. The onlookers are stunned by how reckless the trainee is acting against someone half his size. Up on the balcony, Ragmus asks if they should intervene, but the Count stops him. He wants to see how far the boy will go. Count Bayezid notes that Vlad has guts. He is actively testing everything he learned in a real, high-stakes sparring match. Vlad blocks another heavy strike. In his head, the voice begins to lecture him on the fundamentals of combat. Vlad's foot slams into the stone. The voice emphasizes that fear is projected not just by the blade, but by footwork. Vlad's left eye flares with a brilliant blue light. He locks his gaze onto his target, fully utilizing the voice's advice. The opponent lunges with a shout, but the voice reminds Vlad that movement alone is enough to control the enemy. The trainee's heavy strike hits nothing but dirt. Vlad has already repositioned, leaving his opponent completely off balance. Vlad parries close up, then delivers a devastating, heavy counterstrike that shatters the trainee's defense. Vlad lunges forward like lightning, his blue glowing eye locking onto his next target with absolute, lethal intent. The trainee collapses to his knees, clutching his stomach in agony. Before he can recover, Vlad's hand grips his hair. Vlad pulls the trainee's head back, identifying him as Sobanin's lackey, the kid who was laughing during yesterday's cafeteria incident. Vlad stares down at him, his voice cold. He asks if the lackey still finds his misery amusing, daring him to laugh now. A terrifying close-up of Vlad's vertical blue pupil. This isn't a friendly spar anymore. It's a message to the entire barracks. My blood really just executed a textbook combo in the middle of a friendly spar. This is wild. The surrounding trainees freeze in absolute horror. The crowd is completely paralyzed. Ragmus watches with deep concern, worried the sparring has turned into a bloodbath. Count Bayezid commands Ragmus to leave them. He knows that a true knight requires this level of ruthless determination to survive. The Count walks away, explaining that a soft training environment only produces weak soldiers. He respects Vlad's violence. The Count smirks, noting Vlad looks entirely satisfied with the result. Ragmus, holding his ledger, can only agree. Jair smirks from his hiding spot, highly amused. The training instructor finally rushes into the yard, screaming for them to stop. The instructor is furious, demanding to know if Vlad is openly ignoring his direct commands. Vlad stops, releasing his grip. He clutches a bleeding puncture wound on his arm, the physical price of his reckless style. Vlad stands tall over the defeated, face-down trainee. He has established absolute dominance in the training yard. Vlad offers a flat, entirely insincere apology, claiming he simply got carried away during the excitement. The instructor sweats under Vlad's terrifying gaze. Vlad turns and walks away, the silent crowd parting like the Red Sea. Vlad walks past the seated, bleeding trainee, then locks eyes with Sobanin, who is watching him with gritted teeth. Vlad tells Sobanin to send his regards to his lackey, warning him that he tends to lose control when he's focused. Vlad continues walking, his boots clicking. He tells Sobanin to expect a much worse fate if he ever tries to cross him again. Vlad glances at his bleeding arm, delivering a cryptic threat. He'll call Sobanin the next time his soup lacks flavor. Sobanin is completely paralyzed with fear. He realizes the new kid from the slums is a genuine, unhinged monster. Vlad smirks as he departs. The trainees whisper in dread that Joseph has brought a literal mad dog into their barracks. Later in the dining hall, God sits across from Vlad, asking about the rumors of him beating up all the wealthy trainees. God asks if Vlad is truly okay working in the stables, worried his violent reputation will get them kicked out. Vlad calmly replies that these are the stables of the prestigious Lord of Bayezid. God snaps, telling him that's not the point. God warns him that picking fights with noble heirs is practically a crime. Vlad replies that violence comes naturally to him. God is silenced by Vlad's logic. Vlad explains he beat them discreetly during sparring, and they were the ones who initiated the hazing. God asks how any of this is natural. Vlad points to the quiet hall, noting no one is bothering them. Suddenly, a trainee approaches. It's Potri Kanor, a round-faced boy holding a heavy tray. He nervously introduces himself to the terrifying new recruit. Vlad demands to know his business, his suspicious gaze instantly putting the nervous boy on the defensive. Vlad flatly tells him to sit or get lost. Potri is suddenly overjoyed, blushing as he realizes he's allowed to stay. Potri sits next to Vlad, thanking him profusely. Vlad continues eating, maintaining his quiet, stoic posture. Potri reveals he's always had to eat alone in the toilets because the other wealthy trainees reject him. Potri explains that his father supplies all the meat to the estate, and his family is in the animal meat industry. Potri offers his precious sausage to Vlad. Vlad immediately looks suspicious, wondering what the boy is scheming. Vlad asks if Potri genuinely believed he could bribe the mad dog of the slums with a mere piece of meat. A dramatic, sparkling reveal of a massive storage room filled with high-quality, hanging sausages and cuts of meat. Potri explains that his father sent him far too much meat to eat alone, and he needs help finishing it. Vlad looks at the wealthy trainees. He realizes that as a slum orphan, he can't connect with them through normal social means. He realizes that if he wants to survive here, he needs a network, and this meat industry kid is the perfect ally, fam. Potri is ecstatic, his face lighting up with genuine joy at finally finding a friend in the barracks. Vlad puts his arm around Potri, while Got looks on in absolute, drooling awe at the massive wall of sausages. The narrator delivers a dry, final observation. Vlad's sudden change of heart was definitely, absolutely not because of the sausages. We start with a low angle on Sir Jair's heavy boots clicking down the grand, blue-carpeted hallway of the Bayezid estate. He is already realizing that babysitting a street rat while serving Sir Joseph's political ambitions is going to cost him his sanity. Jair walks alone, his mind drifting back to his injured comrades, Cade and Maxim. He needs them back on active duty because carrying Joseph's weight entirely on his own shoulders is a heavy lift. His quiet walk is cut short when a voice calls out. Jair stops, his right eye widening in genuine surprise as he turns to see Sir Gregory, a loud, boisterous knight draped in a fur-collared cloak, asking why he is in such a massive rush. The instant recognition hits, and Jair's face drops into pure, unadulterated exhaustion. His mouth says, "Oh, Sir Gregory," but his brain is screaming, "Oh no, not this guy, please." Gregory is not even offended. He just laughs at Jair's transparent face, teasing him for being way too honest about how much he hates this encounter. Gregory claims he is busy, which is classic talk for someone who actually has all the time in the world to gossip, before assuming Jair is just running errands for Sir Joseph. He leans in, smugly suggesting that a highly respected knight, like Jair, should really get around to training an apprentice before it is too late. Jair dryly tells him to have fun raising his own, internally wondering why this man is suddenly obsessed with mentorship, while Gregory complains that his nephew Potri has gotten a bit too big and needs to lose weight. Sensing a hidden agenda, Jair demands to know what the actual point of this conversation is, prompting Gregory to finally drop the act and bring up Vlad. Gregory starts hyping up Vlad's skills, calling him tough and full of guts, trying to butter Jair up before making his real pitch. Gregory laughs it off, claiming that as senior knights, they shouldn't openly interfere in the personal squabbles of the trainees because it ruins their professional reputation. He reveals the real issue. Vlad has apparently befriended Potri, which is shocking because Potri is normally an isolated, snobbish kid who doesn't make friends. Because Potri is his nephew, Gregory wants Jair to order Vlad to act as the boy's personal shield so he doesn't get pulverized by the other trainees, admitting the other kids refuse to help. Jair narrows his green eye, completely unimpressed by the appeal to family values. He immediately asks the only question that matters in the barracks. Is this favor going to be free? Gregory slams his fist into his palm, showing he is dead serious, and promises to owe Jair a massive, high-level nightly favor if Vlad keeps his nephew safe. Jair looks out over the balcony, entirely realistic about his lack of control over Vlad. He points out that the kid is a rebel who doesn't even take his direct orders seriously. Gregory completely ignores the warning, laughing and pointing down at the courtyard while declaring that Vlad is destined for greatness, leaving Jair sighing in frustration. Meanwhile, down in the stables, we have a major crisis of authority. A brown horse is staring at Vlad like he is a biological hazard, and the stable keeper has to tell him that the animal is absolutely not having it. The keeper explains that these aren't wild beasts, they are highly trained, gentle animals that normally love humans, making Vlad's rejection by them incredibly bizarre. He emphasizes that this isn't a skill issue or a lack of technique. The moment Vlad even walks near them, the horses experience pure, unadulterated primal panic. Vlad sits in silent defeat as the keeper mentions the other staff are gossiping about it, his internal thoughts confirming that this animal-repelling aura has plagued him his entire life. He remembers his childhood in Shoera, where every stray dog and cat would hiss and howl in terror whenever he walked by, proving his very presence radiates a strange, predatory pressure. But then a massive contradiction hits him. He remembers riding Sir Jair's horse during their frantic, midnight escape from the undead horde in Varna. That beast had galloped through the freezing snow under a dark sky, completely ignoring Vlad's aura because the terror of the pursuing undead was apparently a much bigger motivator. The stable keeper clarifies the mystery. That wasn't a normal animal. It was Jair's personal mount, an incredibly expensive, highly disciplined warhorse trained to ignore spiritual pressure. Vlad sinks into a deeper spiral of embarrassment. He realizes he can't exactly go to Jair and explain that his street rat body is too elite for budget horses and that he can only ride luxury mounts. His mental crisis is cut short when a maid with a green ribbon in her hair approaches their table, quietly interrupting his suffering. She delivers the summons. Lady Oksana, the terrifyingly elegant matriarch of the house, wants to see him immediately. Vlad looks up, his blue eyes wide with a mix of confusion and immediate anxiety, wondering what the noblewoman could possibly want with him now. He is brought into her lavishly furnished chambers, where the sheer wealth of the gold-trimmed mirrors and velvet chairs is enough to make a slum orphan feel completely out of place. Lady Oksana smiles gently, observing his new, tailored clothes and noting that the elegant garments completely hide his rough backstreet origins. Vlad stands there, completely blushing and flustered. She looks down at his stiff, awkward posture, instructing her tailor that Vlad is only 17 and still growing, so they need to prepare a larger size. She fondly recalls that her son Joseph had his own massive growth spurt at that age, promising to arrange a brand new wardrobe for Vlad once the summer arrives. She lectures him on the importance of seasonal fabrics to preserve a warrior's stamina, prompting Vlad to bow deeply, his face burning red as he stammers out his gratitude. Her expression turns incredibly soft and maternal as she tells him that she is the one who should be grateful, since Vlad saved her son's life in the northern forests. Realizing she has taken up his valuable training time, she gently dismisses him back to his duties, and Vlad bows one last time before escaping the room. The heavy wooden door clicks shut, and Vlad is finally free from the suffocating pressure of noble hospitality. He lets out a massive sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his temple and admitting to himself that he is absolutely not built for dealing with highborn ladies. He looks down at his fine, silver-embroidered tunic, realizing the fabric is so soft and comfortable that it feels like a total lie. It's a stolen identity, just like his fake mercenary badge. Walking down the quiet, blue-toned corridor, a profound sense of isolation settles over him. He's surrounded by luxury, but he feels like a ghost walking in someone else's house. He realizes that despite his best efforts to play the part of a refined, noble guest, his soul is rejecting this comfortable lifestyle. It feels like he is growing soft, losing the sharp edge that kept him alive in the slums. He thinks about his soul gaining weight, but his internal crisis is shattered by a violent, echoing impact from the courtyard below. He rushes to the window and looks down to see Sobanin, the arrogant trainee who tried to ruin his soup, brutally beating Potri Kanor, screaming at him for hanging out with a street rat. Sobanin's face is contorted in pure, malicious fury, his eyes wide as he screams at the defenseless boy, determined to assert his dominance over the barracks. He grabs Potri by his hair, mocking him for trying to find a friend in Vlad, proving that even in a noble estate, the strong will always prey on the weak. Sobanin unleashes a brutal flurry of strikes, screaming that trash belongs with trash, while Potri can only curl up in the dirt and shield his face. He stands victoriously over the bleeding boy, entirely satisfied with his display of petty authority. Vlad watches from behind the window grid, his expression turning entirely cold. He realizes that whether they are rich or poor, bullies will always prey on the weak. His left eye flares with a cold, brilliant blue light. The comfortable noble facade is officially gone. The street rat is back, and he's looking for blood. He strips off the expensive, silver-embroidered garments Lady Oksana gave him and drapes his dark training cloak over his shoulders. Those fancy clothes are too soft for what he's about to do. He stands in the bright hallway, a dark silhouette of absolute, quiet menace. He's done trying to fit into their peaceful world. Night falls over the training barracks, the quiet stone structures bathed in a cool, ominous blue moonlight. Vlad walks down the dark corridor and knocks firmly on a wooden door. A trembling, terrified voice from inside asks who it is, and Vlad simply replies, "It's me." He pushes the door open, stepping into the dim room to face his bruised friend. Potri looks up in shock, whispering his name, while Vlad stares back with an unyielding, serious expression, asking what he is doing hiding in the dark. Potri's face is a horrific mess of purple bruises and cuts. He looks down in deep shame, muttering that he is only there to take back the meat he offered earlier. Vlad doesn't offer sympathy. He simply points a gloved finger at the massive cured ham hanging from the ceiling and demands it. Potri is stunned, asking if he really wants the entire thing, his heart sinking as he realizes Vlad might just be another parasite exploiting him. Vlad flatly says, "Yeah," confirming Potri's worst fears. The boy closes his eyes in bitter disappointment, thinking he was stupid to hope for a real friend in this place. Potri resigns himself to his isolation, realizing that to everyone else in these barracks, he is nothing but a walking supply of free meat. But instead of stealing his food, Vlad hand-delivers a heavy brown bag filled with fresh rations, catching Potri completely off guard. Vlad tells him not to look so pathetic, explaining that he is only taking what is fair payment for what he is about to do. As Potri stares in confusion, Vlad's eyes glow in the shadows. He mentions that a certain knight he once knew taught him a very specific rule of transaction, a rule that was forged in the blood and betrayal of his childhood. A knight should only take what he actually deserves. And right now, Vlad is about to earn his share. Vlad walks out into the misty courtyard, where Sobanin and 14 of his armed lackeys are waiting for him with wooden training swords. Completely outnumbered, Vlad doesn't even flinch. He dryly observes that even the lowliest street thugs in Shoera wouldn't be this pathetic. Sobanin bares his teeth, screaming at him to shut his mouth, his pride completely wounded by the street rat's absolute lack of fear. Vlad smirks, his left eye flaring with a brilliant, predatory blue light. He gestures for them to come at him all at once, unlocking his inner, main character behavior. Enraged by the disrespect, Sobanin screams for his men to beat him to death, and the 14 trainees charge forward in a blind rage. Vlad's smirk widens in the dark. He is incredibly glad he took off those expensive noble garments, because tonight, the courtyard is getting painted red. He raises his training sword, his left eye burning with the divine power of the voice. The hunt is officially on, and there will be no survivors. Vlad is not playing around. He immediately starts cracking jaws, sending blood splattering, as these trainees realize they picked the wrong fight. Honestly, Blood thought he was just dealing with another soft noble kid, but Vlad is handing out swift, violent reality checks. The trainees try to rally, screaming at each other not to back down because Vlad bypassed their guard. But their defensive line is already in shambles. They simply cannot keep up with his speed. They try to coordinate a massive encirclement, but Vlad's eyes are already flaring with that familiar, predatory blue light. He swings his sword in a wide, sweeping arc, completely dismantling their formation before they can even set their feet. One of Sobanin's lackeys is utterly paralyzed, realizing Vlad is operating on a completely different level than during their light sparring sessions. He's sweating bullets, wondering how a street-born novice can possess this kind of lethal, refined movement. Sobanin sees his entire gang on the verge of a collective panic attack, so he lunges forward, screaming that he will personally kill anyone who runs. The desperation is real. If they lose to a single alley rat, their standing in the barracks is completely ruined. Vlad doesn't give them a second to breathe. He lunges directly at his next target, their wooden blades clashing in a blur of high-speed motion. With his eyes glowing with the raw power of the voice, Vlad looks his opponent dead in the face and asks, "Have you ever killed anyone?" It's a chilling reminder that while these noble kids are playing soldier, Vlad has actually survived the lethal reality of the slums. The trainee completely loses his mind at the question, screaming in anger and confusion as he swings with everything he has. He's trying to mask his terror with raw aggression, but he's already emotionally compromised. Their wooden swords collide with a massive, echoing whoosh of energy. Vlad is deliberately testing his limits here, using the clash to feel out his opponent's center of gravity. During the clash, Vlad's mind drifts back to the northern conquest. Back then, he only knew how to swing with raw, desperate strength, but now he's learning how to actually fight with intent. Vlad moves fluidly through the air, surrounded by a current of blue energy. The voice echoes in his head, confirming that Jair's brutal training is finally paying off. He is learning how to control the pace of the battle. The trainee is left completely off balance, gasping in frustration as Vlad easily confines his movements. Vlad is dictating the entire flow of the engagement now, leaving his opponent zero room to counter. The opponent's eyes widen in absolute shock as Vlad's internal monologue clicks. He finally understands the core concepts of pace, space, and flow that Jair was trying to beat into him. Vlad nimbly maneuvers behind his target, his movement depicted by a sharp blue energy arc. He is no longer just reacting. He is actively manipulating the space around him. He executes a flawless, high-speed strike. By mastering the flow of his attacks, Vlad ensures that every single movement transitions seamlessly into the next. The brown-haired trainee crashes heavily to the stone floor, letting out a pained scream. The sheer physical impact of Vlad's strike has completely shattered his defense. The boy is left gasping on the ground, clutching his chest in agony. Vlad stands over him, his wooden sword radiating a cold, blue magical aura that signals the absolute end of the fight. The fallen trainee looks up, tears streaming down his face as a shadow falls over him. The realization of his complete helplessness is written all over his face. Vlad grits his teeth, his expression intense as he prepares to deliver a final, decisive blow to ensure this bully never tries to touch his allies again. He strikes him down with a brutal, cracking impact, completely silencing any lingering resistance. Vlad is not playing by noble rules. He is using the unforgiving law of the backstreets. The remaining trainees watch in paralyzed terror, one of them literally weeping and trembling on the ground. They realize too late that this street rat is a genuine monster. Vlad stands victorious over the fallen bully, pointing his sword vertically near his throat. Honestly, and now he's praying for his life on the cold stone floor. Vlad looks down with glowing, vertical-pupiled blue eyes, delivering a cold, quiet threat. He commands them to stay out of his sight and to never lay a finger on Potri Canor again. The terrified trainee nods frantically, tears streaming down his face. He knows with absolute certainty that Vlad would have taken his life without a second thought. Vlad stands quietly under the cold light of the full moon, holding his sword. He is slowly adapting to the harsh, martial reality of the Bayezid household. As Vlad walks away, he thinks to himself that this violent display's face twisted into a menacing smile. The trainees can only shiver as a final, crushing impact silences the rest of the gang. The entire 14-man ambush has been completely dismantled. From a high window of the estate, Count Bayezid watches the fading blue magical energy of Vlad's strike illuminate the dark courtyard. The Count smiles a calm, knowing smile, muttering, "Magnificent." He is highly pleased with the raw, monstrous determination the boy has displayed. The scene transitions to the grand hall of Kshatrama, where the monthly gathering of the knights is underway. Count Bayezid sits upon the throne, while the leader of the knights, Antalis, holds an unrolled scroll. Symmetrical rows of knights stand facing each other. On one side are the supporters of the eldest son, Lutgir Bayezid, who are visibly irritated that their schedules were reorganized for an upcoming mission. On the opposite side stand Joseph's supporters, looking exceptionally calm and content. Their political standing has been significantly elevated by the success of the northern campaign. Sir Gregory stands neutrally in the center. He is a key political figure who represents the wealthy factions of the territory. Antalis continues reading from the scroll, announcing the departure of Lutgir's knights. The succession struggle between the brothers is actively shaping the household's military movements. Count Bayezid, his formal coat adorned with a prominent red gem brooch, announces the distribution of holy relics provided by the church. Lutgir's knights look on with furrowed brows, their irritation palpable as they witness Joseph's faction gaining more influence. Meanwhile, Joseph's knights look exceptionally pleased, silently enjoying their sudden rise in prestige. The Count smirks, well aware that Joseph's knights were looked down upon until recently. The political balance of the household is rapidly shifting. The Count sits at the table, looking directly forward with a slight smile. One of Joseph's black-haired knights is visibly startled, shocked to see the stern Count showing favor to their faction. The black-haired knight quickly looks down as Antalis officially concludes the monthly meeting. The grand crystal chandelier hangs above as the knights begin to disperse, their heavy footsteps echoing through the formal hall. One of Lutgir's supporters grumbles in irritation, complaining that Joseph has brought an uncontrollable, wild dog into the estate. Sir Jair walks past them, a subtle smirk on his face that only further agitates the rival faction. The irritated knight glares at Jair's back, muttering that the apprentice has clearly taken after his arrogant master. Sir Gregory catches up to Jair in the hallway, laughing about how annoyed the rival faction looks. Jair plays dumb, but Gregory reveals that the rumors of Vlad's massive fight in the barracks have already spread throughout the entire estate. Gregory notes that even the training instructor admitted Vlad is completely beyond the norm. Jair quietly agrees, knowing firsthand how difficult Vlad can be to manage. Gregory then clenches his fist against his palm, officially offering his service once to Joseph's faction as payment for Vlad protecting his nephew Potri. Jair walks away, raising his hand in farewell. Gregory insists he doesn't mind if the task is highly challenging, showing his genuine gratitude. Jair smirks proudly to himself. He is highly pleased with Vlad's performance, taking personal credit for the boy's lethal efficiency since he was the one who trained him. Scene shifts to a quiet, private room where a magnificent suit of armor crafted from gray orc leather stands mounted on a mannequin. Sir Joseph, Sir Jair, and a mustachioed knight stand looking at a wooden chest. Joseph reveals that Count Bayezid personally sent this armor as a gift for Vlad. The mustachioed knight is astonished, noting that such splendid armor is far too valuable to be bestowed upon a mere apprentice. Jair explains that the armor is crafted from the leather of a northern gray orc, while Joseph quietly confirms the origin. A gray orc warrior stands in a snowy mountain landscape. This rare, durable leather is a symbol of prestige, marking the wearer as a true warrior of the north. Joseph smiles, noting that his father was clearly very pleased with Vlad's combat prowess and determination. Joseph crosses his arms, pointing out that Vlad has managed to prove his worth and earn the Count's official acknowledgement within a single month. The mustachioed knight agrees that no other apprentice can compare to him, while Jair notes the rumors have already solidified Vlad's reputation. Joseph reaches into his tunic and holds up a white envelope sealed with a red wax stamp featuring a tree-like design, declaring that they cannot afford to remain idle. Joseph holds the envelope steady, his expression serious as Jair looks down at the seal. Joseph looks directly at his loyal knight, asking if they are ready to respond to this highly unusual summons. Jair smirks, his green eye glowing as he declares that he is more than ready, having restrained himself while cleaning up Vlad's messes. Joseph officially declares their next destination. They will be traveling to the region of DMR. The stylized white tree symbol of the invitation looms over Joseph, Jair, and Gregory, signaling the start of a dangerous new political arc. The camera focuses on the sword hilt at Jair's hip next to Joseph. They are stepping out of the safety of the estate, heading directly into a nest of political intrigue and conflict. The green carriage of House Bayezid rolls steadily along the dusty dirt road of the open countryside, cutting through vast green fields under a brilliant, blazing sun. Joseph Bayezid is taking Vlad and Jair straight into a hornet's nest of noble politics, and the quiet scenery is just a mask for the tension brewing inside. Inside the dimly lit carriage, Joseph leans back against the plush leather seats, resting his chin on his gloved hand, while Vlad sits opposite him in full plate armor. Joseph is using this travel time to groom Vlad, explaining that DMR is famous for its lemons and serves as a vital trade gateway to the middle regions. Joseph explains that this geographical positioning makes DMR a critical strategic asset for the northern lords. Vlad, his hand resting on his sword hilt, asks if this geopolitical value is the real reason Joseph ordered Jair to lead their vanguard here. Joseph smiles a thin, calculating smile, telling Vlad that a smart noble never lets a good crisis go to waste, especially when the crisis belongs to someone else. He reveals that the ruling Hainel family of DMR is currently tearing itself apart in a brutal succession dispute. Joseph notes that an invitation from a desperate heir is basically a golden ticket to gain massive political leverage. Vlad looks away, muttering that the world of nobles is incredibly complicated, realizing their high society politics are just glorified, expensive gang wars. Joseph looks directly at Vlad, explaining that blood disputes are the most common and inevitable conflicts among the high nobility. In this world, the closest relatives are often the most lethal enemies because they share the same claim to the family's wealth. Joseph stares downward, his dark eyes completely calm and detached as he calculates his next moves. He doesn't care about the morality of the succession, he only cares about how much leverage he can extract from the winner. The reflection of a young woman with long, straight dark hair appears in an ornate, gold-framed mirror. This is Alyssa Hainel, the legitimate heir of the late Duke of Hainel, whose entire future is currently hanging by a thread. Alyssa's profile in the mirror shows her isolation. Her uncle, Andre Hainel, is actively trying to ruin her by claiming she was born out of wedlock. In noble society, a whisper of illegitimacy is a death sentence to one's inheritance rights. An empty, high-backed stone throne sits illuminated by a cold, dramatic spotlight in the grand hall. Because Alyssa is a woman, the patriarchal laws of her family restrict her direct political influence, forcing her to find another way to defend her birthright. To prove her legitimacy, Alyssa has been forced to challenge her uncle's faction to a brutal, church-sanctioned group duel. This is the law of the land. When politics fail, the gods are called to judge the truth through the clash of cold steel. Joseph reflects on his ambiguous relationship with Alyssa, noting she is technically his third cousin on his mother's side. He has no reason to doubt her legitimacy, but her desperation is the perfect tool for his own advancement. Joseph tells Vlad that his father, Count Bayezid, has officially approved his plan to intervene in the duel and make the Hainel family permanently indebted to them. Vlad listens quietly, realizing the sheer scale of the trap Joseph is setting. Vlad looks out the window, watching Sir Jair ride alongside the carriage on his massive brown warhorse. Vlad is filled with deep respect, marveling at how a knight can be trusted to represent the honor of an entirely different noble house in a trial by combat. Jair rides with absolute authority, his dark silhouette framed against the glowing green hills. The visual contrast between the seasoned knight and the young, unrefined apprentice highlights the massive gap Vlad still needs to bridge. Jair suddenly glares back through the glass window, his brow furrowed in irritation as he demands to know why Vlad is staring at him so impudently. Vlad flinches, instantly sweating as he tries to read his master's mood. Jair barks at him, pointing out the absurdity of an apprentice sitting comfortably inside a luxurious carriage while his master is outside riding a horse through the dust. Vlad lowers his head, offering a quiet, submissive apology. Jair's irritation boils over, a sharp cracking sound effect emphasizing his anger. He snaps that he was proud of Vlad for beating the other trainees, but finding out Vlad can't even ride a basic horse is a complete embarrassment, bruv. Vlad sits in the corner of the carriage, looking thoroughly gloomy as he mutters that he could ride just fine if he had an expensive horse. He's referring to his animal-repelling aura, which makes normal horses completely reject him. Jair yells through the window, telling Vlad that the expensive warhorse costs significantly more than Vlad's entire life is worth. Below, Vlad's hand presses against his chest as his heart begins to beat at a dangerously rapid pace. Vlad stares down in confusion, his chest tightening as his heartbeat thumps violently against his armor. This isn't just anxiety. The latent, explosive power of the black lightning is starting to put a severe physical strain on his young body. Blood. Vlad wonders if his physical distress is a reaction to the constant, suffocating pressure of being trapped between Joseph's calculating manipulation and Jair's relentless, aggressive training sessions. Sir Jair looks back with a stern, unyielding expression. Vlad realizes that in this high-society world of knights and nobles, he is completely alone, with no one to rely on but his own strength and the entity in his head. Suddenly, Vlad's eyes flare with a brilliant blue light as a violent, low rumbling sound vibrates through the carriage frame. This is a sudden, massive disruption in the surrounding earth. Jair and the mustachioed commander, Borden, instantly react to the shaking ground. Jair's expression turns grave as he orders the caravan to halt and commands the guards to dismount their horses immediately. The carriage screeches to a halt as the horses whinny in panic. Jair glares toward the grassy field, sensing a massive, hostile presence moving rapidly beneath the soil. Jair shouts for everyone to get off their horses to avoid being thrown. The armored guards scramble in panic, realizing a normal earthquake doesn't move in a single, targeted line like this. Vlad doesn't hesitate. He kicks the carriage door open with a loud crash, lunging forward to grab Sir Joseph and pull him out of the vehicle just as the ground beneath the wheels begins to fracture. They tumble onto the grassy field. Joseph quickly regains his composure, standing up to dust off his fur-collared cloak while telling Vlad that his concern is appreciated, but there is absolutely no need to panic. Joseph asks excuse me, as the rumbling intensifies. Beside them, Borden lets out a weary sigh of relief as the immediate danger to the carriage passes, but the real threat is just beginning. The guards kneel in defensive stances in the grass. Vlad stands panting, muttering that this is the very first time he has ever experienced an earthquake, his eyes scanning the horizon. Vlad realizes this is definitely not a natural disaster. He points toward the field, where a massive path of upturned, shattered earth is cutting rapidly through the green hills toward them. The ground violently tears open, throwing massive boulders and dirt into the air as a colossal ridge of earth rises like a jagged spine across the landscape. A massive, armored giant deathworm erupts from the soil, its circular, tooth-filled mouth roaring in a display of primeval hunger. Joseph explains that these monsters are the legendary remnants of the fallen dragon. Vlad stares up in absolute, paralyzed awe, repeating the phrase, remnants of the fallen dragon, as his light blue eyes catch the creature's terrifying scale. This is the raw, monstrous reality of the world outside the slums. Joseph smirks, entirely unfazed by the beast's appearance. Vlad looks up at the sky, his mind racing as he realizes the sheer scale of the dangers they will face as they descend into the territories of the south. Shortly afterward, the caravan arrives at Diamar, the sole fortified city of the Hainel family, its stone walls rising defensively against the rolling green hills. The medieval city is bathed in the warm, golden light of the setting sun. The carriage parks outside the grand stone palace, where several noble attendants wait to receive the Bayezid delegation. Joseph turns to Vlad and announces that he is free to move on his own for the rest of the day, and he can bring Got with him. Vlad is startled, asking if he is truly allowed to wander by himself. Joseph tells him to go, wander freely, and observe as much of the city and its people as he can. Vlad looks slightly confused, unaccustomed to such leniency from his noble employer. Vlad asks for confirmation, his voice tense as he asks if Joseph is truly granting him this level of freedom within a rival noble's territory. Joseph looks down at him, asking if there's a problem with the arrangement. Vlad quickly adopts his polite poker face, stammering that he would love to explore, but doesn't understand the sudden generosity. Joseph explains his strategic reasoning. This group duel is a rare opportunity to observe high-level knights of varying expertise. He wants Vlad to study their movements and techniques firsthand. In Joseph's mind, knights clash in a swirling vortex of magical energy. He knows that experiencing combat firsthand once is infinitely more valuable than discussing strategy 10 times. Vlad listens intently, his blue eyes focused as he processes Joseph's instructions. He realizes Joseph is actively investing in his education as a warrior. Joseph's internal thoughts reveal his possessive ambition. He has already resolved to make Vlad his personal, loyal subordinate, and expanding the boy's knowledge is the first step in forging his ultimate weapon. Jair steps forward, sternly warning Vlad to avoid getting into trouble or getting beaten up by the local trainees, ordering him to meet for a brutal sparring session tonight to warm up. Jair mocks Vlad's horse-riding skills again, stating there is no way to trust an apprentice who can't even handle a horse. Vlad looks down, his expression dejected under his master's harsh words. Jair commands Vlad to report to him every single evening, especially if he notices any suspicious or unusual movements within the Diamar estate. Vlad bows, replying, "Yes, Sir Jair." Left alone in the grand hallway, Vlad lets out a long breath. He looks around, thinking that since he has finally been granted some temporary freedom, he should explore this ancient estate. Vlad walks through the grand, sunlit hall, looking around at the aged architecture. He notes that the Diamar estate is significantly smaller and more worn down than the luxurious Bayezid residence. Vlad stands by an arched window, looking out at the stone courtyard. He contemplates the city's economy, wondering if their reliance on the lemon trade means the Hainel family is currently facing a severe financial crisis. Vlad's hand rests on the hilt of his sword, his fingers tightening against the leather wrap as a strange, cold sensation washes over him. Vlad looks toward the window, his eyes widening in sudden, shocking recognition. A bead of sweat drips down his temple as he realizes the surrounding landscape feels deeply familiar. Vlad looks out at a solitary, white, leafless tree standing on top of a distant hill. Suddenly, the voice echoes clearly in his mind, offering to share its memories of this graveyard if Vlad hands over his sword. An internal vision of a quiet, melancholic graveyard under the shadow of the white tree appears. The voice declares that it is finally time to return the favor, indicating a past connection to this place. The scene shifts to the blue-lit grand hall of the estate, where the formal political negotiations between the families are about to begin. Andre Haenel, the calculating uncle, welcomes Sir Joseph Bayezid to the estate, thanking him for making the long journey to assist them in their time of need. Joseph stands in the center of the hall, while Alyssa sits silently upon the high-backed throne in the background, her face completely cast in shadow. Joseph places his hand over his chest, playing the role of the pious, helpful ally. He smoothly declares that it is only right for Bayezid to support their family during this crisis. Alyssa sits motionless on her throne, her blue and white gown catching the light. She is a silent pawn in this high-stakes political game, her legitimacy actively disputed. Joseph looks at her, explaining that the Duke of Bayezid has officially granted permission for their intervention, and all that remains is her decision to accept their terms. Joseph's hand clenches tightly against his side, a subtle visual cue of his underlying aggression. He adds that everything will unfold according to their wishes, provided she wins the duel. Joseph closes his eyes, a calm, reassuring smile on his face as he tells her she has absolutely nothing to worry about under their protection. The golden sword crest of House Bayezid looms behind Joseph. He confidently assures her that the sword of Bayezid will always emerge victorious in battle. The intricate silver embroidery on Joseph's elegant blue tunic is shown in detail, emphasizing his high noble status and the wealth backing his promises. Following the audience, Joseph and Andre walk down the grand stone staircase of the manor under the warm, orange sunset. Andre warns him not to underestimate Alyssa's resolve. Andre explains that Alyssa has proven to be an incredibly strong, vigorous, and unwavering woman, refusing to back down even under the immense pressure of the succession dispute. Joseph agrees, noting that she didn't leave a single opening for them to seize the political advantage during their initial meeting. Joseph's face is shown in close-up, a dark, calculating smirk playing on his lips. He declares that regardless of her strength, they will proceed with their hidden agenda exactly as intended, ready to exploit the duel for their own gain. The quiet, golden warmth of a sunset bathes the solitary graveyard on the hills of Diamar. Vlad stands amidst the weathered stone markers, his blonde hair catching the fading light as he looks out over the landscape. Memories are the only things that truly continue when everything else is gone. The grave markers stand as silent scars on this hill. Humans are obsessed with leaving behind traces when they are terrified of being forgotten. He stares down at the dry, fallen leaves blanketed over the stone. Vlad's thinking about his own mother. He never had this kind of closure or a place to mourn her. He drops to one knee, his dark leather and metal armor shifting softly. If you are going to walk on someone's land, you pay your respects. He starts brushing the dry leaves away from the stone. His gloved hand sweeps the stone slab clean. It's a quiet, solemn moment of respect for the dead, a stark contrast to the violent underworld he left behind. Then he gets self-conscious. Bro really had a whole emotional monologue alone in a cemetery. He looks away, sweating at his own sentimentality. He draws his sword with a sharp, clean metallic ring. He's skipping the grand night trials below just to pay his respects in this quiet place. Vlad plants the blade firmly in the earth and bows his head. He clasps both hands over the hilt, offering a silent prayer in the fading twilight. The air suddenly grows heavy. A tall, muscular, semi-transparent figure outlined in brilliant, glowing blue light materializes directly behind him, radiating pure, ancient energy. The voice remembers this place. Years ago, under a much smaller tree, he stood on this very hill with someone else. The memory is a blur, but the connection is real. Suddenly, a sharp blue light flares around Vlad's face, breaking his concentration. The voice senses a powerful presence watching them from the surrounding forest. It asks to borrow Vlad's body to investigate. Vlad agrees. He takes a deep, steadying breath to prepare himself before letting the entity take the reins of his physical form. The possession is instant. Blue magical energy crackles violently through his veins, his eyes snapping open with a blinding, supernatural light. Grips the hilt. A massive, vertical column of blue-green energy erupts into the sky with a powerful whoosh, shattering the quiet evening. The sudden, violent discharge of magic startles Vlad's consciousness. He has no idea what kind of power they just unleashed. Out of the forest canopy rises a colossal, white-scaled serpentine spirit with glowing blue eyes and intricate markings. The majestic beast hovers in the air, surrounded by a vibrant green and yellow magical aura. It is a literal guardian spirit of the land. The serpent flickers its tongue, its massive eyes locking onto the glowing energy radiating from Vlad's possessed body. Vlad is completely dumbfounded. He's seeing way too many mystical, terrifying things lately for a kid who grew up in the slums. The serpent looms over him. The voice explains that the beast isn't looking at Vlad. It's looking at the ancient soul residing inside him. The serpent coils itself gently around a massive pine tree. Vlad asks if it's going to attack, but the voice is entirely unbothered. Vlad's eyes glow blue as he processes this. How does the voice know so much about this ancient, imposing guardian? Despite the creature's terrifying size, Vlad doesn't feel any malice. The energy radiating from the spirit feels incredibly warm and protective. Suddenly, footsteps rustle the grass. A soft, Poetic voice echoes through the graveyard, breaking the silence of the hillside. The magical energy dissipates instantly. Vlad spins around, his combat instincts flaring as he searches for the source of the voice. A spectral serpent vanishes into thin air, leaving Vlad standing alone on the hillside as the golden sunset light fades. Standing on the path is a young woman with long, light blue hair, carrying a cleaning bucket. She demands to know his business. This is a restricted area reserved only for the Hainel family. Vlad realizes he's trespassing on sacred noble ground. He quickly sheathes his sword and tries to play it cool. He claims he was just looking for a quiet place to pray. To prove his story, he flashes his church identity tag. He's officially registered as Priest Andrea's faithful squire, not a thief. The blue-haired woman inspects the wooden tag. The church's seal is legitimate, so she reluctantly accepts his explanation. An awkward silence settles over the graveyard. The wind rustles the trees as they stand there staring at each other. Vlad's anxiety starts redlining. Trespassing on a noble gravesite is a serious offense. If she talks, Joseph's reputation is ruined. He imagines Jair finding out and absolutely obliterating him. He needs to secure this girl's silence immediately. To keep her happy, Vlad extends his hand and offers to help her with the chores. He assumes she is just a simple servant hired to maintain the noble family's private cemetery. He points out that he already cleaned up some of the leaves earlier. She's amused by his sudden, desperate diligence. He explains it's only right to show respect to the land's owners. She lets out a soft, surprised hum. He grabs the bucket. He'll do the hard labor, but in exchange, he wants her to keep his trespassing a secret. He begs her not to tell Jair. If the old man finds out, the resulting fuss will be legendary. She smiles, thoroughly entertained by the situation. She tells him she'll consider it based on his cleaning performance. Vlad is internally screaming. Why do pretty girls always make his life so incredibly difficult? He starts scrubbing the stone furiously. The blue-haired woman watches, hiding a soft, quiet chuckle behind her hand. Leaves drift lazily through the warm, orange sunset sky. She stands in the golden light, watching him work. It's a peaceful, quiet moment before the storm of the upcoming duel. The next day, the quiet of the estate is shattered by the thunderous clashing of wooden practice weapons. Vlad watches from the shadows, his eyes glowing blue. The sheer power of the knight's warm-up spar is staggering. This is a completely different level of combat. He realizes how much he still has to learn to survive. Two heavily armored knights clash in the courtyard, their strikes sending shockwaves of dust through the air. Sir Brodan, a mustachioed knight, stands nearby. He explains that Sir Pablo's shield techniques are seasoned enough to deflect anything. Vlad watches, sweating. The knight they are facing is a literal monster, a veteran of the central regions. Pablo raises his shield, deflecting a heavy blow with perfect form. The defensive mastery is flawless. Vlad leans against the wall, his confidence taking a massive hit. To become a knight, he has to match this level. Brodan claps his shoulder, joking that he's a knight too. Vlad mutters that not all knights are created equal. Later, Vlad kneels alone in the barracks. He finally understands his true rank in this massive, unforgiving world. He lets out a long sigh. The path ahead of him is incredibly long, and he has barely started his journey. The day of the duel. The empty throne stands waiting under the blue curtains, representing the family's power vacuum. In the prep room, Vlad pulls the leather straps of Jair's armor tight. The tension is palpable. Vlad glances toward the door. Andre Hainel stands with his supporters, plotting to usurp his niece's succession rights. Jair adjusts his eye patch and tells Vlad to watch closely. A duel of this caliber is a rare learning opportunity. Jair's tone turns unusually gentle, advising Vlad that he doesn't need to be anxious about yesterday's training. Vlad looks surprised. Jair smirks, teasing him about how obvious his anxiety is on his face. Vlad has a sweat drop. He's thinking about the gap between his skills and the monstrous knights he saw. Vlad recalls the combat scene. He was honestly shocked by their monstrous skills, realizing his own limitations. Jair lectures him. A child must start by taking steps. They're not capable of running yet. Jair continues. It's only natural for the journey to be longer the higher your goals are. Vlad closes his eyes, his expression turning serene as he accepts his master's advice. Understood. Suddenly, the announcer shouts. All shall pay respects. Vlad turns his head as the massive double doors open. Vlad watches the entrance. He thinks about the Hainel heir, remembering they are supposed to be young. The clicking of formal shoes echoes. Vlad looks up, his face pale with sudden, shocking recognition. The announcer roars. Lady Alyssa Hainel has entered. Alyssa stands revealed in her blue and white gown. Blood realized he's in deep trouble. Vlad stares at her dress in absolute, paralyzing panic. He just treated the head of the Hainel family like a maid. Vlad bows his head, completely defeated. He is officially cooked. Vlad walks beside Lady Alyssa Hainel down the grand hall of the Diamar estate. This matters because Vlad is stepping into the highest tier of nobility, far from his slum origins, and any slip-up here exposes his forged identity. Alyssa glances sideways at Vlad, and he instantly flinches. If she calls him out right now for his disrespectful behavior in the graveyard, his entire contract with Joseph Bezek collapses before it even begins. Vlad is internally panicking, sweating bullets as he realizes she recognized him. Blood really thought he could just play the quiet squire after treating the most powerful heir in Diamar like a common maid. Alyssa glides past him and takes her seat on the high-backed throne. She keeps her composure, which is the only reason Vlad isn't being dragged out by the guards right now. The presiding priest announces the start of the succession duel. This matters because the entire political future of the Hainel family, and Joseph's plan to make them indebted to him, rests on the outcome of these matches. The official declares the formal vow, calling upon the gods and the sun as witnesses. In a world where noble lineage is everything, this duel is the only legal way to settle Andre's claims of Alyssa's illegitimacy. Alyssa stands with her spiky-haired relative, a vibrant blue aura swirling around them. She knows that if her champions lose today, her uncle Andre will seize DMR, and she will likely face exile or death. 6 armored knights stand in 2 symmetrical rows, a single sword planted between them. This is a group-based trial of martial strength, where the losers forfeit their political rights entirely. The empty throne sits in the cold blue light. The narrator reflects on the pale blue blood of nobility, which carries a burden of duty that commoners will never understand. A white cloak flutters in the wind. Alyssa is determined to prove her legitimacy and preserve her family's honor, refusing to let her uncle Andre usurp her birthright. The first match ends in disaster for Alyssa's faction as her lord throws in the towel, screaming for the fight to stop. This sudden defeat puts her side at an immediate numerical disadvantage. Sir Duncan, Alyssa's veteran champion, stands panting and bleeding from his forehead. He wants to keep fighting, knowing that his defeat directly weakens Alyssa's political standing. The cleric-like official steps forward, dropping a white towel to declare the match officially over. Duncan is forced to stand down, his physical sacrifice rendered useless by his lord's surrender. Siard, the younger knight representing the opposing faction, smirks as he tells his former master to admit defeat. This is a psychological blow, showing how the younger generation of knights has abandoned the traditional code. Sir Duncan closes his eyes in bitter humiliation, wondering if he can even call himself a master anymore. His defeat symbolizes the decline of the old guard against Andre's ruthless new allies. Siard mocks Duncan's past teachings, claiming the master raised a warrior who has now become the sword to slay him. It's a brutal reminder of how loyalty has been corrupted for political gain in DMR. Duncan grits his teeth in misery as the official formally declares Siard the winner. This first loss immediately increases the pressure on Sir Jair, who must win the next match to keep Alyssa's hopes alive. Andre Haenel claps and laughs, celebrating the victory with Sir Ender. Their conspiracy is unfolding perfectly, and they are already anticipating absolute control over the territory. The announcer calls the next participants forward. A dark-haired knight and a mustachioed fighter step into the arena, their plate armor clanking heavily. The official recites the strict rules. The use of aura is completely prohibited, and any serious injury or surrender ends the match. This matters because Jair must rely purely on physical swordplay to win. Sir Jair looks down at Vlad, ordering him to watch and learn. This is where Vlad's real education begins, observing a master knight in a high-stakes, life-or-death environment. Vlad watches in surprise as Jair's sword erupts with a brilliant blue light. Jair is using this duel as a live demonstration to show Vlad how a true knight controls the battlefield. Jair refers to his mustachioed opponent as a pig, showing absolute confidence. He wants Vlad to see the psychological gap between a master and a mediocre fighter. Jair stands calmly behind the armored opponent as the match begins. His relaxed posture is a calculated move to bait the enemy into an aggressive, reckless attack. Jair executes a swift, fluid swing, moving faster than the mustachioed knight can react. The mustachioed opponent screams in pain as Jair's blade connects. The strike is precise, designed to damage the opponent's posture without violating the rule against serious injury. The opponent recovers, gritting his teeth and believing he can still win if he increases his speed. He is completely misreading Jair's defensive strategy. The mustachioed knight lunges forward, swinging his massive broadsword with a desperate cry. He is relying on raw, brute strength, which is exactly what Jair wants. The opponent unleashes a rapid flurry of strikes, his movements creating wide trails of blue light in the air. He is burning through his stamina, leaving himself vulnerable to a counter. Close up on Jair's calm, focused face. He easily maneuvers through the incoming strikes, completely unfazed by the opponent's aggressive display. High-angle view of the clashing blades. Jair is systematically analyzing the opponent's rhythm, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Andre's supporters cheer, believing their champion is pushing Jair into a corner. They are completely blind to the technical reality of the fight. Vlad watches from the sidelines, immediately questioning their analysis. He has trained under Jair long enough to know that the master is never truly cornered. Vlad realizes the tide of the fight is flowing strangely, and that the mustachioed knight must feel the silent, creeping dread of Jair's trap. The opponent sweats profusely, panicking internally as he realizes none of his attacks are connecting. He is fighting a ghost, his confidence rapidly evaporating. Jair whispers a mocking, "Oh," as he dodges another wild swing. He is completely playing with his opponent, breaking his spirit before delivering the final blow. The enraged opponent swings blindly, completely abandoning his defensive posture in a desperate attempt to land a hit. Jair parries the blow with effortless, blinding speed. The movement is so fast that the opponent's sword is instantly deflected. Vlad watches with wide eyes. The narrator warns that the true lesson Jair wanted to show him is about to unfold. Their swords clash in a brilliant burst of blue energy, the sheer force of the impact vibrating through the stone arena. The mustachioed knight's eyes widen in sudden, paralyzing shock as his guard is completely shattered. The opponent screams in pain as Jair delivers a precise, crushing strike that bypasses his armor. The opponent is thrown back by the impact. The narrator asks if Vlad was able to witness the essence of the technique. The narrator explains that Jair is forcing his opponent to miss by deflecting his attacks, introducing the fundamental concept of the counter. The counter is defined as a high-level defensive maneuver that neutralizes the enemy's attack and immediately transitions into a lethal assault. Vlad stands in absolute shock as an unknown voice echoes through the arena. He has finally witnessed the practical application of the sword pacing Jair taught him. Jair's sword strikes the ground with a heavy thud, sending a shockwave of dust and debris radiating outward. The mustachioed knight kneels on the stone floor, trembling in terror as he looks up at the towering, dark-haired master. The defeated soldier realizes Jair is an insurmountable wall, his spirit completely crushed by the effortless display of dominance. The soldier lowers his head, whispering his surrender. Jair's victory ties the succession duel, keeping Alyssa's faction in the game. The announcer declares Jair the winner, and Alyssa lets out a quiet sigh of relief, her chest rising as she recovers her composure. Andre's faction grits their teeth in silent irritation as Jair walks back to the preparation area, his expression entirely neutral. Jair asks Vlad if he learned anything. Vlad bows his head, thanking him for the live demonstration of high-level pacing. The announcer calls the final, decisive match, Shajad of Ubair versus Pablo of Arnstein. This match will decide the ruler of Diamar. Pablo of Arnstein introduces himself, his expression serious and determined as he prepares to fight for Alyssa's legitimacy. Shajad of Ubair smirks dismissively, claiming there is no need for introductions since they have already met. He is highly confident in his superior skill. They stand facing each other, the tension in the arena reaching a fever pitch as the final duel is set to begin. Shajad analyzes Pablo, noting that while Pablo is a strong contender, he is still on a lower level than himself. Shajad prepares his stance, his internal thoughts revealing his absolute certainty of victory. Alyssa watches from her throne as Shajad suddenly bows deeply to her. Sir Joseph Bayezid watches from the sidelines, his eyes narrowing as he notices Shajad's unusual movements. Joseph wonders why Shajad is bidding farewell before the match has even begun, sensing an imminent betrayal. Shajad of Ubair suddenly declares his forfeit, leaving Alyssa shocked and pale on her throne. Vlad and the other knights freeze in absolute shock as Joseph's expression turns dark and intense. Andre Haenel claps mockingly, laughing as he declares the duel over, the very beginning to bypass the martial trial entirely. Joseph realizes the depth of the conspiracy, calculating that Andre must have infiltrated the roster with 4 men to guarantee a default victory. Andre Haenel demands an immediate oath of allegiance from Alyssa's faction, claiming the forfeit legally solidifies his succession. Andre gestures mockingly toward Joseph, asserting that the forfeit cannot be undone and Alyssa's claim is dead. Andre dismisses Joseph's silent fury, telling him the duel is over and he expects absolute compliance. Joseph's eyes flare with a brilliant blue aura as he warns Andre that House Bayezid will not tolerate this outcome. Sir Joseph's hand clenches his sword hilt in silent, trembling fury, the veins on his hand bulging as he prepares to unleash his family's might. The tension in the Grand Hall of Diamar is suffocating as the central nobles scramble to prevent an all-out civil war between the regions. Knowing that if the friction between the north and the center boils over right here, the entire kingdom's stability collapses. Andre Haenel is looking for any excuse to delegitimize Alyssa's claim. Knights left, which, by the unwritten laws of succession, means she cannot legally field a champion, ending her family's rule on a technicality. But before Andre can claim his easy victory, Joseph's cold voice cuts through the room like a blade, completely shifting the political landscape by offering a champion to fight on Alyssa's behalf, bypassing the restrictions, and throwing a massive wrench into the conspiracy by nominating Vlad of Shoera as their official representative. Vlad instantly panics, realizing that if he loses this match, he won't just ruin Joseph's plans, he'll be executed on the spot. Andre loses his mind, screaming that a common street rat has no right to stand in a sacred arena of nobles. But the central faction's legalistic rules state that anyone holding a sword can participate, meaning Andre's technicality has backfired. Andre tries to appeal to class solidarity, arguing that letting a peasant fight a knight completely defile the nobility's honor, which immediately triggers Joseph's absolute fury, turning the argument back on Andre's blatant disrespect toward the Bayezid name. Joseph is not playing games. He is using his family's massive military leverage to force this trial to happen, guaranteeing Vlad's honor with his own name, leaving the tournament officials with absolutely no legal choice but to comply. Andre is absolutely disgusted, while Vlad frantically turns to Jair, realizing he has just been thrown to the wolves, asking if he's actually expected to survive a real, lethal duel against a seasoned veteran. Jair really tells him, "I'll step in if you're about to die," and blood is out here sweating bullets because almost dying is still on the table, leaving Vlad in pure, sweating silence as he realizes the sheer gap between training and a fight to the death. Before Vlad can protest, Joseph pulls him into what looks like a warm, supportive embrace. But this isn't a moment of genuine affection. It's a highly strategic, low-profile huddle. Joseph whispers the real, cold objective directly into Vlad's ear. Just manage for 10 minutes. This entire duel is a stall tactic. Borden is already executing a backup plan, and Vlad is the sacrificial lamb buying them time. Vlad realizes the crushing weight of his role, asking if 10 minutes is even physically possible. Before locking in his resolve, knowing that his survival and his 7-year contract depend entirely on this moment, he bows to his master, accepting the suicide mission with absolute, professional discipline, and steps onto the blue carpet, walking toward the high throne under Lady Alyssa's anxious gaze. The entire hall falls silent as the two factions watch the ultimate political gamble unfold on the stone floor. Vlad introduces himself, discarding his false identity to stand proudly as Vlad of Shoera, drawing his sword with a clean metallic ring, ready to face the consequences of his slum upbringing. His opponent, Sir Pablo of Arnstein, plants his massive star emblem shield into the stone with a deafening thud, declaring Vlad completely unworthy of even hearing his name, treating the match as a disgusting insult to his knightly status. The word unworthy strikes a deep, dormant nerve inside Vlad, igniting a lifetime of suppressed rage. As his mind flashes back to the glowing castle of Scoora, that distant, beautiful world that always looked down on him. He spent his childhood in the freezing, trash-filled gutters of the slums, constantly told he was nothing. But he refused to die quietly in the dark then, and he certainly doesn't plan on ending his journey as a nobody now. His eyes burn with the blue light of the voice, challenging the very foundation of noble superiority. A spectator sneers that Bayezid's status has fallen, but Vlad ignores the noise, telling Pablo to bring his full, lethal force, which Pablo gladly accepts, resolving to crush this arrogant street rat before he can grow into a real threat. The arena is charged with raw, violent intent as both fighters prepare to cross the point of no return. Vlad exhales a long, cold breath, focusing his mind on the absolute peak of his training. Today, the boy from the gutters is seizing his own right to shine, stepping into the light on his own terms, and clashing swords with a true knight, the impact sending a shower of sparks echoing through the silent hall. Vlad moves with a speed that defies his lack of formal experience, pressing the attack, fighting not just to survive, but to protect the honor of the faction that gave him a name. He systematically targets Pablo's left side, knowing that a knight accustomed to carrying a heavy shield will instinctively struggle to defend it. The spectators are absolutely stunned by Vlad's precision, realizing this is no ordinary greenhorn, while Pablo himself is forced onto the defensive, realizing he is dealing with a natural-born killer. A massive, spectral wolf looms behind Vlad, reflecting the raw, predatory instinct driving his blade. But Pablo is a seasoned veteran. He knows that raw talent without experience is just a fast way to get killed. Vlad senses a sudden, chilling shift in the air as Pablo prepares to unleash his true, knightly strength. Pablo swings his blade, unleashing a massive wave of compressed energy that completely dominates the space, warning Vlad that his raw energy is impressive, but his skills are still far too unripened to match a master. Vlad is forced into a low crouch, holding his sword horizontally as Pablo's crushing downward pressure threatens to shatter his bones. Every muscle in Vlad's body is screaming, the impact feeling less like a sword and more like a falling mountain. Pablo doesn't give him a single second to breathe, immediately raising his sword for a final, decisive execution. Their blades collide again, the violent impact sending shockwaves of dust and debris across the arena floor. As the voice screams in Vlad's mind, desperately warning him that blocking this monster head-on is a suicide mission. He must find a way to deflect the raw momentum, or his sword, and his arms, will be completely broken. But the physical gap is too wide. Vlad's defensive posture is systematically dismantled. He is launched violently backward through the air, completely losing his footing. Vlad crashes heavily onto the stone floor, the wind completely knocked out of his lungs. Pablo walks forward with slow, deliberate steps, knowing the match is effectively over. Vlad struggles to one knee, using his blade to keep from collapsing, his body completely battered. Pablo looks down at him, his initial contempt replaced by a genuine, quiet respect for the boy's resilience. He tells Vlad he was a worthy opponent, acknowledging that standing up to a knight at his age is a massive feat, and sheaths his sword mid-fight to give him a life lesson, like bro is trying to start a self-improvement podcast instead of finishing his job. But Vlad's eyes flare with a brilliant, dangerous blue light. He has no intention of accepting a patronizing defeat. A sudden, explosive surge of magical energy erupts from his body, freezing the entire room in shock. As Vlad lunges forward in a low, blinding sweep, channeling everything he has left into a single strike. The conspirators gasp in absolute horror, realizing the match isn't over, it's just beginning. Lady Alyssa leans forward from her throne, her eyes wide as she witnesses the impossible. Pablo spins around in sheer terror, realizing too late that he has walked straight into a trap. As the spectral image of Sir Jair looms behind Vlad, guiding his hands to execute the perfect, flawless counter technique. Vlad's blade erupts with brilliant blue light, deflecting Pablo's momentum to deliver a devastating, final blow. The entire arena has gone dead silent because what just happened defies every established law of their sheltered, noble combat. And the spectators are already trying to rationalize it as a fluke, whispering that Vlad can't even lift his blade right now. But Vlad isn't listening to their coping. He knows his body is screaming from the strain, yet his mind is sharper than ever. While Sir Pablo of Arnstein stands there completely frozen, unable to comprehend how a street kid with 2 months of training just parried his life's work, asking himself why this terrifying, unrefined talent had to belong to a nobody from the slums. Like, bruv, why is it only you? Wondering if Vlad has finally passed out from the sheer physical toll, unaware that the voice is already taking the reins. And as Vlad's consciousness slips away, he isn't just fainting, he's diving deep into the memories that define his entire existence. Returning to the cold, dark void where his journey first began, stripped of every right a human should have. Recalling the absolute misery of the Skawara slums, where even standing on the frozen mud felt like a crime, and how he spent his childhood staring at things he could never afford, desperately craving the power to change his fate, dreaming of the day he could finally claim the right to step out of the shadows and into the light. Looking back at the wretched wooden shacks of his childhood, only to turn his gaze toward the horizon, where the golden spires of the Skawara castle mocked him from the sky, representing a world he was forbidden to touch, promising himself that no matter what it took, he would claw his way up to that shining beacon. And that raw, desperate ambition is exactly what's fueling the brilliant, terrifying power about to bloom within him. A power so ancient and pure that the sheltered knights in this arena have never seen anything like it. As the blue magical energy of the voice completely envelopes his body, locking him into a perfect combat stance, shattering the air with a violent shockwave as the two blades collide with absolute force, leaving the noble spectators completely paralyzed, unable to process the monstrous energy radiating from a mere squire. Algyr watches from the sidelines, remembering the brutal training sessions where he tried to teach this kid the basics, never expecting that Vlad would bypass his lessons entirely and tap directly into advanced combat pacing, realizing with a mix of pride and dread that the boy is already executing techniques way beyond his level, noticing that the raw, desperate edge of Vlad's strikes has vanished, replaced by a cold, settled resolve, which makes him wonder exactly what kind of monster he has unleashed upon the noble world, and where this terrifying ambition will ultimately lead the boy once he outgrows his cage. As the blade in Vlad's hands begins to vibrate with a low, ominous hum that resonates through the stone floor, forcing Pablo to realize that this isn't a normal swordplay match anymore. The weapon itself is howling. And if this is the moment Vlad's talent finally blooms, Pablo knows he cannot afford to hold back, resolving to meet this monstrous potential with the full, unyielding duty of a true knight, unleashing a devastating clash of golden and blue energy that threatens to tear the arena apart. As Pablo pushes his physical limits, desperate to draw out the full depth of Vlad's hidden world, clashing again and again in a blinding display of raw, unfiltered martial talent, leaving the conspirators in the gallery sweating, realizing their carefully planned succession trap is completely falling apart. Al-Shajjad of Ubayr watches in absolute silence, recognizing the terrifying scale of the power before him, and even the veteran knights can see the premonition of a new legend unfolding right in front of them, forcing Pablo to abandon his offensive and scream for a shield to survive the onslaught, as his squire desperately slides the star emblem shield across the stone floor, allowing Pablo to brace himself just as Vlad's blade descends with crushing force, standing proud behind his defense, declaring his name to the only opponent who has truly pushed him to his limits, demanding to know the identity of the hungry wolf who has dared to challenge his right to stand in the light. And Vlad, his eyes blazing with the electric blue light of the voice, prepares to answer, not as a nameless street rat crawling through the mud of the Skawara alleys, but as a warrior who has earned his place through blood, sweat, and absolute defiance, walking out of the dark shadows of his past and stepping directly onto the grand stage, proving once and for all that his rights are not granted by noble birth, but carved out with his own hands, standing before the shining castle of his ambitions as a true equal, as his left eye flares with a brilliant, blinding blue light, signaling the absolute awakening of his power, unleashing a colossal column of magical energy that illuminates the entire hall, screaming his true identity to the heavens, Vlad of Shoera, blinding the spectators with a radiant flash that forces Lady Alyssa to shield her eyes in awe, leaving the hostile nobles completely powerless to stop the divine manifestation of his aura, while Pablo, his own golden eye flaring with respect, lunges forward to meet the strike head-on, roaring Vlad's name as they clash in a final, explosive meeting of wills, shattering the space between them with a violent discharge of electrical energy. As the blue and golden currents collide, neutralizing each other in a magnificent display, leaving only golden light particles drifting softly through the silent hall, as the violent magical storm finally dissipates into nothingness, and Vlad's bloodstained hand slowly slips from the hilt of his sword, as Pablo gently supports the unconscious boy, whispering a quiet word of respect for the fight he gave him. But the peaceful silence is immediately shattered by the salty nobles screaming about disqualification. And this salty blood in the blue tunic is immediately crying about the rules, completely blind to the talent that just bloomed, while Joseph watches their desperate coping with absolute, cold contempt. And Pablo realizes that these corrupt politicians can only think of their petty gains, completely blind to the beautiful talent that just bloomed. As Joseph and Jair step onto the arena floor to reclaim their sleeping champion, exchanging formal, respectful words with Pablo, who did his duty to protect the boy's potential, before Joseph turns his gaze to the sweating priest, delivering a devastating legal question, asking whether the arbitrary rules of this duel outrank the sacred, royal authority of the Swordmaster's Code, completely trapping the priest in a theological and political deadlock, leaving the holy official trembling in absolute panic because there is no right answer. Referencing the legendary title of the Swordmaster, an honor possessed by only one person in human history, a sacred code established by the founding king himself that directly binds all knights to a higher duty, which means Joseph has just legally paralyzed Andre Haenel's faction, forcing them to choose between heresy or submission, leaving Andre with no choice but to postpone the duel's result until the Holy See and the Royal Palace respond, successfully buying the time Joseph needed to execute his hidden plan outside the arena. While Vlad rests peacefully, his internal world finally aligning with his grand ambition, recalling the ancient vow of the knights to protect and nurture the potential of the young, a sacred promise sealed by the founding king's own blade, establishing a legacy of honor that outlives any corrupt political conspiracy. And in the quiet depths of his awakening soul, Vlad stands before the glowing hilt of his weapon, finally accepting the burden of the power he was gifted, binding himself to the first code of Frausen as a true warrior of the light. Bright morning sun over the grand stone towers of DMR, but inside the guest wing, the physical toll of matching swords with an actual knight finally catches up to Vlad as he slowly drags himself back to consciousness, dry-mouthed and desperately calling for a cup of water while every single joint in his body screams in absolute, agonizing protest. The hand offering him a drink doesn't belong to God, though, causing Vlad's survival instincts to spike. The moment he realizes Sir Joseph is personally playing nurse beside his bed, forcing out a raspy, defensive apology, which the young lord smoothly dismisses, showing an unsettling level of care for a street kid he intends to use as a political weapon, admitting he never expected Vlad to push a seasoned knight like Pablo to the absolute limit. This reckless display of raw talent actually worked, completely freezing the succession duel, because the unwritten rules of their noble games were instantly overridden by the absolute legal authority of the swordmaster's discipline. This ancient martial law is the exact system the voice warned Vlad about during his training, confirming that to officially step into the world of knights, Vlad must eventually bind his soul to this very same discipline, which triggers a sudden, idealized vision of his ultimate dream, standing tall as a certified knight under a burning sky. Joseph warns him that their stay in DMR is strictly temporary, advising him to recover quickly. But Vlad's desperate street-bred urge to prove his utility immediately kicks in, making him claim he's ready, which Joseph flatly shuts down, because a broken tool is useless for the grand chessboard he's playing. Behind that polite noble smile, Joseph is just calculating the exact financial and political return on his investment. While outside, the quiet sunset over DMR reveals a city slowly emptying of its fair-weather noble guests, leaving Lady Alyssa Hainel to watch the quiet streets with a heavy, isolating sense of guilt, especially knowing her uncle Andre has already requested personal protection from the church to seal her downfall. The betrayal by her own flesh and blood has completely crushed her spirit, forcing her to realize that she has to put her grief aside and completely seize control of DMR's assets to survive the coming storm. But the reality of governing is brutal, and she immediately pivots to their failing agricultural yields, wondering if a massive shift to barley farming is the only way to save their bankrupt treasury. Sir Duncan advises caution, knowing that shifting an entire city's economy mid-crisis is a death sentence, leaving Alyssa to realize that surviving one political mountain only reveals a massive range of new trials. But a sudden, bizarre realization breaks her out of her administrative dread, reminding her of the ridiculous rumor about Joseph's highly praised, monstrously talented new squire, prompting Duncan to confirm that basic horsemanship is an absolute, non-negotiable virtue of a true knight, which makes Alyssa smile, realizing the universe balanced Vlad's terrifying combat talent with a hilarious flaw, leaving Duncan completely confused by her sudden, quiet amusement at the boy's expense. Cut to the training yard, where Vlad's attempt to master horse riding ends in another spectacular, an incredibly painful gravity check, leaving him groaning face down in the dirt while Sir Jair watches with absolute, soul-crushing disappointment, like bro really thought he was going to buy his way out of basic training with a more expensive horse. Before Vlad can even scramble up, Jair's green aura flares with terrifying, violent intent, as he delivers a swift, disciplinary strike to the boy's skull to beat some basic common sense into him. Vlad lies there nursing his bruised pride, desperately trying to rationalize why he could ride Jair's horse, while the stable hand struggles to calm the terrified beast, completely baffled by its sudden panic, not realizing that Vlad's raw, predatory momentum acts as a natural, terrifying repellent to animals. Jair calls it a day, realizing that forcing the issue right now is entirely useless, and indefinitely postpones the training, ignoring Vlad's frustrated protests about his delayed progress. Vlad grumbles about the constant delays, but Jair knows some problems can't be solved by raw effort, deciding they will address his animal-repelling aura once they return to the safety of Shatrama. Jair walks away to attend to Joseph's covert orders, leaving the stable hand to complain about the horse's growing terror, prompting Vlad to sarcastically suggest riding a cow instead, which earns him a sharp, defensive lecture about agricultural differences from the exhausted stable worker. Another wealthy trainee passes by, mockingly advising Vlad to just stick to luxurious carriages, leaving Vlad to stand in the quiet yard, deeply frustrated by his physical limitations while the voice explains that his untamed presence is simply too intense for beasts to handle, confirming that mastering horsemanship requires him to learn how to actively suppress his momentum, which is a high-level application of aura control that Vlad's current, unrefined reserves can't support, forcing him to accept the bitter reality of Jair's advice about learning to walk before he can run. But Vlad's street-bred impatience makes him want to attempt the impossible one last time, staring at the distant white tree as the sun finally sets on their brief stay in DMR. Meanwhile, inside the quiet corridors of the estate, a heavy, tense atmosphere begins to build. As a masked figure moves silently through the golden light, preparing to execute a lethal and decisive strike against the political conspirators who threaten Joseph's plans. Shajad of Ubayr walks confidently through the grand hall, completely unaware of the shadow, internally mocking Vlad as a mere slave who got lucky, which is wild confidence for a man who is about to get his entire career archived in 5 seconds. A sudden, quiet movement in the shadows makes his boots click to a sudden, paralyzed halt. As Sir Jair steps out, pointing a cold, polished blade directly at his throat, Shajad adopts a calm, mocking facade, trying to laugh off the lethal ambush. But Jair's green eye flares with absolute, cold-blooded intent, refusing to play any games. Shajad wonders why Jair is wasting his holiday executing wetwork in a quiet hall. But Jair's single-minded loyalty to Joseph means that traitors don't get to enjoy their holidays. Shajad tries to appeal to their shared profession as mercenaries who are just doing a job, gently tapping the flat of Jair's sword with a dismissive, arrogant gesture, unleashing a violent, dark purple magical aura to prepare for a sudden, desperate counterattack. But Jair's body instantly erupts with a massive, crushing green aura, deadpanning, that when his master commands him to bark, he has no choice but to bite. Shajad thinks his fancy title protects him from the consequences of selling out his own family, but Jair is drawing a hard boundary, completely unfazed by the political chicken Shajad is trying to play, because when you betray Sir Joseph, you forfeit your right to a polite conversation. And Shajad tries to laugh it off as if they're just two professionals discussing a contract. But Jair knows exactly what kind of monster he's dealing with, reminding him that a mercenary without loyalty is just a rabid dog waiting to be put down, no matter how much his noble employers try to protect him. So Shajad tries to drop a heavy threat about starting a war between the northern and central houses, hoping the sheer scale of the conflict will make Jair back off. But Jair doesn't do politics, delivering a brutal, bone-shattering left hook that completely shuts down the negotiation, proving that in the Bayezid household, actions speak infinitely louder than any empty threats about diplomatic immunity. And as Shajad crashes against the stone wall, Jair reminds him that Joseph's good nature is the only reason he's still breathing, leaving Shajad staring up at the edge of a blade that could end his entire lineage in a single, silent stroke, which instantly drains whatever smug confidence the traitor had left, forcing him to realize he has absolutely no cards left to play. But Jair isn't finished sending his message, unleashing another heavy strike to ensure the lesson is permanently beaten into him, sending Shajad collapsing to the floor in a heap of broken pride and ruined armor, gasping for air while Jair stands over him like an absolute wall of pure, unyielding authority, forcing Shajad to beg for mercy, realizing that the old rules of noble chivalry don't apply when you cross the Bayezid's personal guard. And Jair promises him that this isn't just a beating, it's a down payment on the debt he owes for trying to ruin the succession duel. But as Shajad crawls away, he spits out a chilling warning about the changing political tides of the kingdom, hinting that the old alliances are fracturing, and that a massive war is brewing just beyond the horizon, leaving Jair to watch him retreat into the shadows, knowing that every word of that warning is entirely true. And a violent, bloody premonition flashes through his mind, showing the horrific cost of the coming conflict, where entire castles will burn and knights will be slaughtered in a desperate struggle for absolute control of the north. Meanwhile, Vlad is completely oblivious to the shadow war happening in the corridors, focusing entirely on his own path to power, seeking out the quiet graveyard on the hill at sunset to fulfill his promise to the voice, wondering if the ancient spirit they encountered before is actually a key to unlocking the true potential of his sword. So he kneels in silent prayer, desperate to escape before Lady Alyssa or anyone else spots him trespassing on restricted ground. And as he yields control to the entity in his head, his senses instantly align with a power far older than any human kingdom, summoning the massive, white serpentine spirit that has been watching over this land for centuries, leaving Vlad completely paralyzed with awe as the colossal beast coils around his fragile human form, realizing that despite its terrifying size, the creature harbors absolutely no malice toward him, because it doesn't see a slum-born peasant. It recognizes the ancient soul of the voice resting inside him. And as the serpent leans in close, its warm presence confirms that Vlad has tapped into a forgotten mystery, which the voice explains is just another form of the world's natural flow, far beyond the comprehension of mortal minds, coiling upward to manifest a sacred, protective energy that will shield Vlad from the corrupting influence of his own power, letting out a soft, echoing hiss that vibrates through his very bones, as a brilliant wave of pure, elemental magic erupts from the soil, transforming the spirit into a magnificent tree of solid blue light that towers over the graveyard, wrapping Vlad in a warm, protective barrier that finally stabilizes his erratic, animal-repelling momentum, leaving him in absolute awe of a power that makes the petty conflicts of noble succession look completely insignificant, as the legendary protection of the spirit binds itself directly to his soul, marking him as a true warrior of the north. The next morning, the magical illusions fade, returning Vlad to the cold reality of noble politics, as the Bayezid faction prepares to depart the Diamar estate to return to the capital, surrounded by silent spectators who are still reeling from the shocking events of the succession duel. And Sir Joseph bids a polite, calculated farewell to Lady Alyssa, ensuring the Hainel household remains heavily indebted to his family. But before they can board the carriage, Andre Haenel unexpectedly calls Vlad forward to receive a final reward. Vlad immediately freezes in shock, his mind racing with anxiety as he wonders what the nobles could possibly want with him now. But Joseph simply smiles and nudges him forward, knowing that any public recognition will only elevate their faction standing. Vlad is escorted back into the grand stone hall, standing before the young heir and her loyal protector, Sir Duncan, kneeling reverently on one knee as Alyssa expresses her deepest gratitude for his honorable actions in the arena, praising his courage and declaring that his spirit was more noble than that of any true knight who fought that day, before reaching out to present him with an intricately embroidered purple pouch, wanting to publicly tie her family's name to the rising star of the Bayezid household, which Joseph instantly recognizes as a brilliant, highly calculated political move by a very smart woman, using Vlad as a public bridge between their families to secure her own position against her treacherous uncle, while Vlad just stands there staring at the pouch, completely terrified of accepting such an expensive noble artifact, until Jair whispers a stern warning from behind, reminding him that rejecting a noble's gift is a massive breach of etiquette. So Vlad reluctantly reaches out to take it, desperately trying to avoid another beating like the one he got after rejecting Lucky Year's peanuts. But the second his hands touch the fabric, the entire room falls into a suffocating, dead silence, leaving Joseph and Jair looking like they just witnessed a public execution, their faces completely pale with stress, as Sir Duncan stammers in absolute disbelief that a peasant would make such a massive, unforgivable mistake. Because in the high society of the center, there are two very specific ways to receive a lady's hand towel. Either accepting it on the tip of your sword, which represents a contract of knightly honor, or taking it directly hand to hand, which is a formal, public declaration of romantic courtship. Bruv, he literally just proposed to the sole heir of the Haenel family in front of her entire court, and he has absolutely no idea what he just did. Muttering a polite, confused thank you while everyone behind him is internally screaming in sheer, hysterical panic, holding the purple pouch like a hot potato while the weight of his accidental courtship settles over the room. And as the carriage finally rolls away from DMR, the sheer absurdity of the situation begins to set in, with Sir Joseph sitting in the corner, unable to suppress a highly amused, cynical smirk at the absolute chaos Vlad just caused, while Vlad sits opposite him, looking completely miserable and wishing the ground would swallow him whole, as Jair furiously screams at him to never touch anything a noble offers without looking at him first. But Joseph places a hand on his shoulder, laughing and offering his genuine congratulations, explaining that because he accepted the honor of a high noble, his political standing has completely shifted, leaving our boy standing in absolute, paralyzing shock as he realizes his mistake just earned him the official rank of Associate Knight, fam. Vlad's brain completely short-circuits at the promotion, because going from a back-alley orphan to an actual Associate Knight in a single day is a wild speedrun, bruv. But Sir Joseph Bayezid is quick to clarify that this isn't just an empty honorary badge, as Vlad will now command genuine, knight-level authority. Though Vlad immediately clocks the catch, realizing Alyssa Haenel's political influence is still heavily localized to DMR, since she only recently secured her title, meaning her backing won't protect him if he steps out of her family's borders. Which makes perfect sense, because survival in this world is never handed out for free, and Vlad is too street-smart to expect a free lunch. Yet his gaze keeps drifting back to the delicate purple fabric resting in his hands, as Joseph delivers a cold, dead serious warning that this isn't a mere souvenir, but the physical weight of Alyssa's entire political honor. And when Vlad asks what happens if he loses it, Joseph's flat response is a terrifying reminder of noble stakes. If Vlad messes up this accidental courtship, he is entirely on his own, leaving our boy sweating bullets, because he knows exactly how fast a noble family will execute a commoner for defiling their name. But the tension shifts instantly when Joseph pulls out a formal certificate of borrowing, revealing a massive 10,000 gold debt, which Vlad immediately recognizes as a fake IOU designed to act as a dark insurance policy. The sheer scale of the sum still makes him choke, because 10,000 gold is an impossible amount of money. But Joseph explains the brutal, calculated logic of the contract. If Alyssa had lost her succession duel to her uncle Ender, she was prepared to surrender her entire life to House Bayezid, using the fake debt to legally slip away from her uncle's murderous reach, proving that even her desperation was thoroughly weaponized, allowing Bayezid to hold her as political hostage and squeeze her uncle's faction dry, which is the exact moment Vlad realizes that noble actions are never driven by emotional whims, but by cold, calculated strategic leverage designed to secure survival. Until a sudden, sharp rustle from the treeline breaks his train of thought, his instincts instantly locking onto the shift in the wind, as Joseph calmly notes that they are no longer alone on this quiet road. And a massive wall of dust erupts from the forest edge as a dark, heavily armed cavalry unit bursts onto the field, surrounding their carriage with terrifying speed, forcing Vlad to reach for his weapon, expecting a brutal, back-alley ambush from rival mercenaries, only for Joseph to physically stay his hand, his calm smile showing that this entire threat is actually under his direct payroll, revealing a dark, preemptive strike force he had quietly deployed into the shadows before the succession duel even began, as the riders halt in a flawless, silent defensive line, and their commander steps forward to report that his bloody business is officially concluded, revealing Godwin, the legendary hidden sword of Bayezid, kneeling before a heavy, blood-soaked sack, which Joseph inspects with cold satisfaction, noting that Godwin utilized his borrowed authority to execute the task perfectly. But as Godwin stands, his eyes lock onto Vlad, his battle-hardened instincts instantly flaring with alarm. Because he recognizes that Vlad's energy is entirely different from the sheltered, textbook knights he is used to dealing with, prompting Joseph to issue a light-hearted warning to treat the new prodigy gently, though the underlying tension remains thick. As Godwin's sharp, scarred gaze narrows, his senses screaming that this kid is a literal predator in sheep's clothing, possessing a raw, back-alley survival instinct that cannot be taught in any noble academy. While Vlad's own street-honed senses flare in response, recognizing the scent of a cold-blooded killer. And Godwin's mind is flooded with terror as he visualizes a colossal, glowing-eyed spectral snake looming behind the boy, realizing Vlad is a monster waiting to be unleashed. So when Joseph asks if they will ride back to Shatrama together, Godwin politely declines, eager to distance himself from the danger, declaring his absolute loyalty to his shadow mission, which immediately triggers Vlad's curiosity, as the title Hidden Sword echoes in his mind, hinting at a much darker layer of the Bayezid family's military power, leaving Vlad to wonder how deep the rot in this noble household truly runs. His eyes dragging back to the blood-stained sack resting on the grass, until Joseph notices his lingering gaze, asking with a quiet, knowing smirk if he wants to know what lies inside, before delivering a chilling, poetic line. The world of nobles is contained in it, which is a polite way of saying that noble politics are built on a foundation of absolute, ruthless slaughter, where the physical remains of the traitor, Shajad of Ubayr, are left discarded in the mud, his severed, lifeless head staring blankly into a void where no one is left to grant forgiveness. While far away in the peaceful halls of Sturma, the banner of the sword hangs silently as reports of passing pilgrims arrive, prompting Count Bayezid and Ragmus to discuss these quiet travelers who seek only to observe the ancient dragon's traces, with the Count reflecting on the rarity of such pure, undemanding faith in a world corrupted by greed, deciding to secretly grant them a blessing, because even in a ruthless land, those who ask for nothing deserve to be rewarded. And as Ragmus leaves to make the arrangements, the Count's thoughts drift back to the political landscape of his own house, specifically to the sudden, disruptive report sent by his second son, Joseph, which Ragmus admits contained a word so rare and powerful it made his old heart race, forcing the Count to close his eyes in deep contemplation, as he repeats the term, the first discipline of the swordmaster, recalling how the old training system used to push elite trainees to their absolute physical limits. Unlike modern, soft academies that raise knights like delicate, strictly maintained gemstones, completely preventing them from awakening their true potential, which makes him nostalgic for the golden era of Bayezid, when true warriors stood proud under the blue flag, clashing on real battlefields instead of playing safe political games. Yet he knows this sudden awakening has shattered the delicate balance of succession between Joseph and Lutgir, because Joseph was supposed to give up due to his fragile health, but instead, he rummaged through the mud of the slums and brought back something shining, forcing the Count to realize that he must eventually choose only one path, and this wildcard named Vlad has made that choice incredibly complicated. While back at the Shatrama barracks, the quiet halls are suddenly filled with intense, whispering gossip, as the trainees sit over their soup, discussing Vlad's legendary return, especially since the entire dining hall is whispering about how a kid from the slums just pulled off a high-level aura awakening, which is absolutely breaking the class balance of this entire academy, fam, leaving the bullies gulping in nervous anticipation as the heavy wooden doors suddenly creak open, and Vlad steps into the room, his calm, relaxed posture showing he is entirely indifferent to their fear. A dead, suffocating silence falls over the entire crowded hall, and the trainees realize that the old hierarchies of family prestige and noble names are completely meaningless now that the children's street fights are over, because Vlad stands before them as a figure existing on a completely different world, his eyes flaring with the brilliant, terrifying light of his awakened power, instantly establishing a new, absolute order in the barracks. Vlad is stuffing his face with sausages in the dining hall, trying to drown out the noise of his own thoughts. But the persistent, irritating murmurs of the other trainees are making it impossible to enjoy a quiet meal. Word of his legendary duel in DMR has already spread like wildfire through the barracks, proving that gossip travels faster than any horse in this kingdom, fam. The conversation shifts to the upcoming biannual vacation, a concept completely foreign to a kid who grew up in the freezing gutters, blood, where time off usually meant starving in a different alley. Potri Canor immediately picks up on Vlad's hesitation, offering a warm invitation to his family's estate. Potri is genuinely excited to host him, desperate to share his family's wealth with the first real friend he's ever made. He promises unlimited freshly roasted meat, trying to bribe the street-smart youth with the one thing he knows Vlad can't resist. But the real hook comes when Potri mentions his family's extensive horse trading network, claiming they can source a beast of such high pedigree that it might actually withstand Vlad's terrifying, animal-repelling presence. Vlad's predatory instinct immediately flares, realizing this is his absolute best shot at mastering horsemanship and securing his place as a true knight. With his mind set on securing a vacation from Surgire, Vlad heads straight to the training hall, where the harsh, golden sunlight streams through the high windows of the Shatrama barracks. The brutal, high-speed sparring session begins immediately, the heavy clack of wooden training swords echoing off the stone walls, as Jair watches Vlad's desperate defensive movements with a cold, completely unyielding eye. Vlad tries to force his pace, but Jair easily blocks the strike, commanding the boy to focus on his unstable foundation. Vlad's left eye flares blue as he tries to tap into the voice's power again, desperately trying to force his aura to bloom. But Jair's experience is an insurmountable wall, his massive frame shifting effortlessly to exploit Vlad's overextended posture. A heavy, crushing blow from Jair's wooden sword connects with terrifying force, shattering Vlad's guard and sending him reeling in agony. Vlad staggers backward, his breath catching as the sheer physical pain of his overexertion takes its toll. He collapses to one knee, coughing violently on the cold stone floor while Jair delivers a scathing lecture on his arrogance. Jair demands to know if Vlad's brief taste of glory in Diamar has made him forget the absolute necessity of the basics. Vlad looks up, completely startled by the cold fury in his master's eyes, unable to find an excuse. The silence between them grows heavy, the weight of Jair's intense scrutiny pressing down on the boy's shoulders. For the first time, Vlad bows his head in genuine submission, whispering a quiet apology to the man who saved him from the streets. Jair delivers a final, brutal ultimatum, telling Vlad that if he is going to rush his training, he shouldn't bother showing up at all. Dismissed like a common failure, Vlad has no choice but to bow and walk out of the hall. Jair watches his apprentice retreat, his stern expression masking a deep, protective concern for the boy's unpolished talent. He knows Vlad is still far too weak, like a fragile sandcastle waiting to be completely obliterated by the first real wave of a high-level battle. Walking down the dimly lit corridors, Vlad's heavy boots click softly against the stone. As he reflects on the harshness of the lesson he just received, the grand hall falls completely dark, the shadows stretching across the pillars as Vlad's mind races. He realizes that Jair's anger wasn't born from contempt, but from deep disappointment, which is a concept completely foreign to a kid who grew up expecting nothing but ridicule from the world. The voice speaks in his mind, reminding him that a true knight's foundation must be built slowly, step by step, before the aura can safely bloom. The voice advises him to trust Jair's discipline, because a master only scolds an apprentice he considers worthy of expectations. Vlad lets out a long, exhausted sigh, accepting the bitter truth of his limitation. He realized that disappointment from someone he respects hurts infinitely more than any physical beating he ever took in the slums. The memory of Jair's stern face looms in his mind, a constant reminder of the high standards he has yet to reach. In his emotional turmoil, Vlad completely forgot to ask for the vacation, leaving him in a state of sudden, hysterical panic. Before he quickly dismisses the thought, realizing how ridiculous he would look asking for time off after getting cooked so thoroughly, he resolves to spend the night training, hoping the physical exhaustion will clear his cluttered mind. Night falls over the Kshatrama estate, the quiet forest surrounding the barracks bathed in cool moonlight. Under the brilliant full moon, the quiet clearing becomes Vlad's personal arena. As he swings his sword with single-minded focus, the blade cutting a glowing blue arc through the darkness. He grips the hilt with both hands, channeling his raw energy to find the precise balance Jair demanded. The sword strikes the earth, unleashing a violent shockwave of blue energy that cracks the ground. Vlad stands panting over the glowing fissure, his body completely drained of strength. The voice advises him to stop, warning that overexertion will only lead to permanent injury and ruin his progress. Vlad reluctantly agrees, sheathing his weapon as he looks up at the starry sky. He stands alone in the quiet clearing, his mind finally finding peace under the moon's steady light. He smiles softly, realizing that despite the pain, he has finally obtained a light of his own that shines. High on the stone battlements, a dark silhouette watches the faint blue glow in the woods. As Sir Jair monitors his apprentice's dedication with a quiet, unspoken pride, Jair mutters a quiet comparison, recognizing the boy's wild, untamed drive to reach the moon. The full moon shines brightly through the drifting clouds, a silent witness to the boy's resolve. Meanwhile, far to the south, the city of Trinova is engulfed in a horrific, raging inferno, as the ancient castle complex of the former Count Gaidar is systematically reduced to ash. The grand throne room is slick with fresh blood, the bodies of fallen knights scattered across the stone floor. A wounded veteran of Gaidar's faction lies slumped against a pillar, his armor shattered, gasping for his final breaths. He looks up in sudden terror as heavy, rhythmic footsteps echo through the burning corridor, revealing a tall, white-haired figure draped in a dark cloak, stepping over the corpses. The dying knight glares with defiant, angry eyes, recognizing his executioner as Godwin. Godwin stands triumphantly before the Gothic window, his blood-stained blade reflecting the orange glow of the fire. Godwin delivers a cold, philosophical lecture on the true meaning of a knight's duty, explaining that blind obedience is a path to ruin. Wounded Knight spits a bitter retort, acknowledging that their loyalty is exactly why his faction was wiped out. He warns Godwin that his own light will eventually be extinguished by the very family he serves. With his final breath, the dying man demands Godwin convey a message of defiance to Count Gaidar, vowing to wait for him in the depths of hell. Godwin raises his sword, the dark, viscous blood on the blade catching the light, and calmly accepts the grim warning before executing his final, lethal duty. A violent spray of crimson blood splatters across the arched window, silencing the last remnant of Gaidar's legacy. Vlad's brain completely short-circuits at the mere mention of a vacation. Because slum orphans don't get time off, especially not when they're bound to a high noble like Joseph Bayezid, who currently holds his entire future in his hands. Joseph is already 3 moves ahead, smiling because Gregory's loudmouth attendant has been running his mouth about Potry's invitation all over the estate, which actually plays perfectly into Joseph's long-term goal of integrating Vlad into the high society network of the northern factions. Vlad bows in quiet appreciation, though the sheer weight of the political chessboard in this room is starting to feel incredibly suffocating, especially with Sir Jair standing there like an absolute brick wall, radiating pure, unadulterated judgment. The silence in the study is heavy enough to crush a lesser man, but Jair is deliberately letting the tension cook, while Joseph sits back, highly amused by the unspoken power struggle between his primary knight and his newly minted prodigy. For Vlad, just breathing in this room feels like a physical workout because he knows one wrong step completely ruins his standing, and bro is literally fighting for his life in a silent room. So he contemplates making a silent, tactical retreat before the atmosphere gets any weirder. But Jair breaks the silence with a classic veteran reality check, reminding Vlad that a true warrior never lets go of his edge. Because in the world of high-level swordsmanship, a single day of laziness is the difference between life and a swift execution. Jair's harshness isn't malicious. He secretly respects Vlad's insane drive and wants to ensure the boy's raw, monstrous potential doesn't get dulled by sudden comfort. So keeping a tight leash on him is the only way to guarantee he survives the upcoming faction wars. Vlad locks in immediately, though Jair's final warning about the Canor horses throws a massive wrench into his plans, since his natural, predatory momentum is still actively terrifying every beast on the estate. Joseph wants Vlad to use this trip to analyze the exact radius of his animal-repelling aura, dismissing him with a casual warning not to bring back any souvenirs from the Canor territory. Vlad nods, but his street-smart survival instincts immediately kick in, interpreting the noble's no gifts rule as a direct test of his social awareness, recalling how much Joseph loved the Jamon Potry brought earlier. Once the door shuts, the conversation shifts to the deeper, covert layers of northern politics, as Jair and Joseph realize Vlad's presence at the Canor estate might trigger an unexpected encounter with other major players. The stakes are rising rapidly. If a rival faction realizes Joseph is grooming a monster, they will absolutely try to eliminate him. But Joseph is more than ready to match their violence, refusing to yield his new weapon to anyone. Meanwhile, Vlad is dragged into another completely unfamiliar nightmare, getting fitted for premium noble garments like he's some kind of high society dress-up doll. Lady Oksana is highly satisfied, praising his broad shoulders and strong bones, which only makes Vlad blush like a total rookie because he has absolutely no experience dealing with highly affectionate noble women. Oksana delivers a gentle but firm lecture on noble presentation, reminding him that his actions now directly reflect on her household's reputation, and that a single slip-up could completely alienate their allies. She leans in close, her golden eyes locking onto him with a maternal but terrifying intensity, ensuring he understands that the luxury he is currently enjoying comes with absolute, non-negotiable expectations. Vlad instantly folds under the pressure, sweating profusely while trying to maintain his composure, especially when she brings up his legendary hand-to-hand courtship blunder with Lady Alyssa, and my G is out here getting his entire future schedule dictated by an etiquette tutor. Sheer embarrassment is worse than any physical beating he took in the arena, but he swallows his pride, realizing that learning to navigate the aristocracy is just as vital as mastering the sword. Oksana hands him a basket of premium DMR lemons to ensure he doesn't look like a classless peasant when he arrives, and Vlad bows deeply, genuinely appreciative of her quiet, protective guidance. She dismisses him with a warm smile, letting him finally escape the suffocating chamber. The heavy door clicks shut, and Vlad is left alone in the silent, polished hallway, where he catches his reflection in the glass window, staring at a stranger. The contrast is jarring. He is no longer the starving slum orphan carrying wooden crates, but an associate knight draped in fine silk. And this sudden identity crisis immediately brings back memories of Gemina. He knows she's locked away in a distant convent, and he silently hopes she isn't struggling to adapt to her own forced transformation, because wearing clothes that don't fit your soul is a special kind of torture. He walks down the grand hallway, his heavy cloak trailing behind him as he prepares for his journey. Miles away, nestled in the cold, snowy mountains, stands the stone convent where Gemina's new life has unfolded. Inside the warm, fire-lit kitchen, the local nuns are eagerly gossiping about the latest military rumors, specifically whispering about a legendary young blonde squire who unleashed aura in DMR, and is rumored to be a hidden noble representing the military future of the North. Gemina freezes mid-scrub, her heart stopping at the description of the blonde-haired, blue-eyed prodigy, before she instantly shakes it off, dismissing the idea that her childhood friend could have risen so impossibly fast. She keeps her head down, silently praying that Vlad is at least alive and eating well somewhere in the world. Her quiet moment is violently shattered by the arrival of 3 hostile, senior nuns. They tower over her, spitting insults and calling her redhead, reminding her that a penniless orphan must work her entire life to repay the convent's charity, treating her like a permanent slave who has absolutely no escape or future. But Gemina doesn't break. She silently smirks, realizing their petty psychological torment is absolute child's play compared to what she survived at the pleasure house. Her expression carries a terrifying, streetwise intensity, proving she is far more dangerous than these sheltered nuns realize. She knows this stone prison cannot hold her spirit forever, and she is more than ready to endure whatever it takes to survive. Years ago, during a brutal, freezing winter, the reality of her survival was bought with a heavy price. When Marcella brought the shivering orphans directly to the convent gates, only to face the head nun's cold, class-based rejection. The head nun refused to house children associated with a pleasure house, but Marcella fiercely stood her ground, screaming that she had donated enough gold to feed these children for a decade. The sheer financial weight of the donation forced the hypocritical nuns to yield, opening the heavy wooden gates. Marcella ushered the terrified children inside, telling them to focus only on their own survival. Outside in the freezing woods, Marcella was stopped by a stone-faced guard, but she didn't care about entering, only pleading for the children's safety before hostile voices echoed through the trees. The slum thugs had tracked them down, and Marcella screamed for the children to run inside. She pushed young Jemina through the archway, sacrificing her own escape to secure the children's safety. A brutal hand seized Marcella by her hair, a scarred thug sneering as he dragged her backward into the snow. Young Jemina screamed in absolute terror, struggling against the nuns who desperately restrained her. She watched in horror as Marcella was violently dragged barefoot through the freezing forest by her captors. The heavy wooden gates slammed shut with a deafening thud, completely sealing the children inside the dark sanctuary. Left alone in the dark, dusty pantry, young Jemina collapsed onto her knees, clutching her head in absolute, weeping despair, crying out the only name she trusted to save them, Vlad. Vlad arrives at the Canor estate expecting a modest country manor, only to be confronted by a massive, gold-gilded fortress that completely shatters his preconceptions of what a non-noble merchant family can actually afford. The estate's butler bows deeply, welcoming Potri home, who immediately tackles the old man in a massive, unnoble hug, proving he hasn't lost his common touch despite his family's absurd wealth. The butler gently informs Potri that his father is currently occupied, welcoming some unexpected, high-profile guests who arrived just before them, setting up an immediate sense of political tension. Past the time, the butler suggests a tour of the pastures, which Vlad eagerly accepts, hoping to finally test if a high-pedigree horse can handle his presence, since mastering horsemanship is the only thing standing between him and actual knight status. But as they walk toward the fields, the butler explains that the master himself will introduce the prize stallions later. The moment Vlad steps near the wooden fences, the local horses look at him and instantly lose their minds, stampeding away in pure, unadulterated terror along with every cow and sheep in the district, leaving Vlad standing in a completely empty, silent field while the dust slowly settles around his ruined dignity. He thought, blood really just caused a regional agricultural crisis by standing still. The animals are literally choosing exile over making eye contact with him. The butler, sweating profusely, asks if Vlad is carrying some kind of demonic curse, forcing Vlad to quickly drop priest Andrea's name to prove his spiritual purity before they try to exorcise him. He looks at the empty pasture, realizing that if he can't solve this, he'll be the only knight in history chasing down cavalry charges on foot, eating everyone else's dust. Potri frantically tries to salvage the situation, promising that they have dozens of different breeds, including high-pedigree imports that might have the mental fortitude to withstand Vlad's terrifying aura. He even hints at a legendary, spectral-like stallion kept in the private stables, patting Vlad's shoulder to reassure him that they'll find a solution tomorrow, so he should just focus on dinner. As the sun sets, the massive estate kitchens begin roasting mountains of meat, revealing a culinary operation so massive it looks more like a military logistics camp than a private dinner prep. Vlad is genuinely awed by the sheer scale of the wealth on display, realizing merchant families here are basically shadow kings. Suddenly, Potri's father, Orson Canor, appears in the hallway, welcoming Vlad with a level of enthusiasm that immediately puts the street-smart teenager on high alert. Orson eagerly reveals that rumors of Vlad's DMR duel have already spread through the entire region, praising him as the rising star who activated the legendary Swordmaster's discipline. Completely satisfied that his son managed to befriend such a powerful, politically valuable anomaly, he happily ushers them toward the grand dining hall, mentioning that the other guests from the Bayezid family are already waiting inside, which immediately triggers Vlad's survival instincts as he wonders who could possibly be visiting. The massive double doors swing open to reveal the grand hall, and Vlad's heart instantly drops into his stomach. Sitting comfortably by the roaring fireplace is none other than Sir Lutgeir Bayezid, looking relaxed and entirely too comfortable on his throne. Lutgeir greets him with a calm, predatory smile, asking how he's been, forcing Vlad to bow politely while internally screaming at the sheer, unmitigated disaster of his timing. He looks at the lavish feast, realizing he probably should have eaten those peanuts Lutgeir offered him weeks ago instead of acting tough. He stands there under the heavy, suffocating pressure of the room. As Lutgeir's personal squires step out of the shadows, their eyes locked onto him with pure, murderous intent, their magical auras flaring with a cold, blue light that proves they are more than ready to put the mad dog of Shoera in his place. Vlad quickly analyzes the political landscape, realizing that showing even a shred of fear here would completely tarnish Joseph's reputation and ruin the leverage they fought so hard to secure in DMR. So instead of backing down, Vlad lets out a quiet, defiant smirk, which highly amuses Lutgeir, who casually invites him to join a private outing the following morning. Lutgeir's smile is entirely relaxed, but the underlying message is clear. This isn't an invitation, it's a test. The next morning, the sun rises over the vast, golden hills of the Sturma territory. As the joint hunting party rides out into the open plains, while the knights ride proud, powerful warhorses, Vlad is stuck sitting in the back of a bumpy wooden cart, which Dorothea, Lutgear's Beastman mage, finds absolutely hilarious, immediately riding up to mock him. She demands to know how a supposed prodigy who can wield high-level aura is completely incapable of riding a horse. And Vlad can only offer a dry, deadpan deflection to hide his absolute humiliation. Dorothea's ears twitch with irritation at his nonchalant attitude, prompting her to press harder, pointing out that even Potri can handle a horse, making Vlad's cart ride look incredibly pathetic. Vlad rests his chin on his hand, completely zoning out as she continues to lecture him, internally cursing his luck for choosing a vacation that turned into a high-stakes political babysitting session. He wonders why they suddenly decided to go falconry of all things, before sharply asking if all beastmen are this talkative, instantly popping a vein on her temple. Dorothea gasps, accusing him of racial discrimination, but Vlad calmly counters by asking if all mages are simply annoying. Lutgear chuckles from the front, telling Dorothea to stop bullying his guest, noting that Vlad always looks like he wants to murder him anyway. They reach a high cliffside overlooking the valley, and a knight points out the clear line of sight. Vlad and Potri watch from a distance, realizing this outing isn't about hunting at all. Guards in the rear note that the hunting falcon is still caged and blindfolded, meaning the entire trip was designed to intercept something, or someone, passing through the valley. Suddenly, a scout spots a long line of hooded pilgrims walking along the distant hills, and Lutgear's expression turns sharp and calculated as he recognizes them. He orders the knights to raise the Bayezid flag immediately, using their military presence to project authority and keep the pilgrims from getting uneasy. He thought, bruv, they raised a whole military banner just to not make them uneasy, which is the medieval equivalent of a police cruiser slowly rolling past your driveway. Below the cliff, a magnificent wild black horse stands overlooking a massive herd, its dark coat catching the wind as it senses a powerful, unnatural presence approaching. The earth begins to tremble as a sudden, violent surge of energy ripples through the ground, and a blinding blue magical slash cuts through the dark, textured stone, leaving a glowing cyan trail that slowly dissipates into the shadows, signaling that the voice's power is about to break through once again. The peaceful grasslands of Sturma look like paradise from a distance, but up close, this supposed falconry trip is nothing but a heavily armed political escort mission, and honestly, bro really thought he was going on a peaceful birdwatching trip, but ended up as a meat shield. Vlad instantly clocks the absurd tension of the situation, realizing Sir Lutgear didn't bring them out here to hunt birds, while the brutal, non-stop jolting of this cheap wooden cart is doing a complete number on his stomach. Vlad tries to play it cool when Potri asks if he's about to throw up, but his pale, shaky expression shows he is suffering from severe motion sickness. His chest is tightening, forcing him to wonder if his heart is reacting to the bumpy ride or something far more sinister. As he tries to rationalize the physical pressure as simple motion sickness, completely unaware that his inner power is constantly trying to break through his physical limits, he decides to step down and walk just to clear his head, realizing that he can't get used to the luxurious, comfortable lifestyle of the Bayezid clan. Potri happily points out how peaceful these vast plains are now, completely crediting Sir Joseph's winter campaign, which forces Vlad to realize that his own blood spilled in those freezing forests is the sole reason this peace even exists. But the quiet moment is instantly shattered when a massive cloud of dust rises on the horizon, signaling a sudden, chaotic stampede of wild horses charging in absolute terror, which immediately triggers the voice's dormant energy inside Vlad's soul, wrapping his body in a jagged, crackling blue aura that leaves him completely paralyzed, struggling to understand why his physical vessel is reacting so violently. As his chest tightens with a suffocating, rapid heartbeat that feels like an impending cardiac arrest, the lead horse gallops past with glowing white eyes, showing the raw, primal fear of a herd running for their lives. Up on the cliffside, Lutgear's seasoned knights immediately spot the anomalies in the herd's movement, realizing that wild animals migrating south in the dead of winter is a massive ecological red flag, because they should be heading north toward the fresh pastures, meaning something has completely disrupted the natural order. The sheer desperation of their flight indicates they are running from an active, apex predator. Lutgear instantly matches the fear of the herd to an unseen hunter, while Vlad's left eye flares with a brilliant blue light, as he senses the terrifying, primal instinct of the beasts fleeing a force they cannot hope to defeat. The pure terror reflected in the horse's eye is a direct warning of the catastrophic threat rising from below. Suddenly, a low-frequency, earth-shattering vibration rumbles through the deep bedrock of Sturma, prompting the knights to scream about an earthquake, though Lutgear's tactical experience tells him this is no natural disaster. Vlad's mind instantly flashes back to the terrifying tremors of DMR, recognizing the exact, rhythmic vibration, before the entire grassy plain violently ruptures in a chaotic explosion of dirt, grass, and rock, revealing the massive, segmented, armored body of a colossal subterranean monster that sends the remaining horses fleeing in a desperate, disorganized panic as the earth collapses. The helpless spectators are left paralyzed, their minds unable to process the scale of the nightmare unfolding before them. Vlad stands frozen, his heart hammering against his ribs as he realizes they are facing a fully matured deathworm, a legendary remnant of the fallen dragon that should never exist this far south. Its massive, armored head emerging from the dust cloud, crowned with a pulsating purple gem that radiates dark energy. The beast slams its colossal weight into the soil, creating a shockwave that completely destabilizes the ground. It opens its massive, circular maw, revealing multiple rows of jagged, razor-sharp teeth designed to grind bone. With terrifying, blinding speed, the creature's pincer-like appendage pierces through a horse, splattering hot blood, which immediately alerts Dorothea to the unnatural behavior, because deathworms are strictly non-carnivorous herbivores. Meaning this sudden, bloodthirsty rampage is a direct result of the corrupted purple energy, flowing out from the cracked crystal embedded in its forehead, completely overriding the beast's natural instincts. The stampede of terrified horses shifts direction, running directly toward the path of the helpless pilgrims. A scout desperately reports the shifting stampede to Sir Lutgear, while the glowing crystal on the beast's head flares, revealing that the dark magic is actively directing the creature's aggression to maximize casualties. The massive mandibles loom over the screaming pilgrims, who are completely trapped between the stampede and the monster. Lutgear immediately commands Dorothea to identify the creature's sensory weakness, realizing they must divert its attention. Dorothea explains that the subterranean beast is completely blind and deaf, relying entirely on the deep underground vibrations to track and hunt its prey. Lutgear orders her to find a way to mimic or disrupt those vibrations immediately, commanding his squires to escort her to the safety of the high ground while he handles the front line. Vlad doesn't hesitate for a second, instantly shouting his compliance as he prepares to execute the escort. Lutgear draws his massive broadsword, his posture shifting into a lethal, battle-ready stance, as he rallies his knights to face the colossal threat, prioritizing the lives of the pilgrims over their own safety. Knights of House Bayezid charge forward in a unified cavalry line, proving why their household is feared across the north. They ride directly into the jaws of death, bound by their sacred duty to protect the land's inhabitants. Vlad leads the flank, his white armor gleaming through the rising dust as they close the distance. They plunge headfirst into the chaotic dust storm, completely focused on buying enough time for Dorothea's spell. Lutgear analyzes the bizarre nature of the attack, realizing that a wild beast acting this unnaturally means there is a hostile human summoner actively manipulating its movements from the shadows, which is a direct declaration of war against the sovereignty of the Bayezid territory. Lutgear's silent fury burns hotter than the flames, vowing to find and execute the orchestrator of this chaos. His single-minded focus locks onto the beast, his eye flaring with a dangerous, combative light. He leaps high, his sword erupting with a brilliant, white-hot fire that illuminates the battlefield, as his horse charges forward, kicking up a massive wave of dust and burning embers. Up on the high cliffside, Vlad, Potri, and Dorothea watch the chaotic battle unfold below. Dorothea scatters her glowing, multifaceted magic crystals across the soil to prepare the ritual. She rummages through her bag, desperately searching for the specific vibration spell engraving to match the beast's frequency. Vlad watches her, calmly noting that her magic belongs to the high-level category of mystery, which, alongside the church's divinity and the knight's aura, forms the foundational trinity of the world's power system, allowing mages to manipulate the physical laws of nature through ancient, runic scripts. Vlad is quietly impressed by her competence, realizing Lutgear's personal mages are far more than talkative companions. Suddenly, a massive, fiery explosion of orange light illuminates the entire valley below. Vlad and Potri gasp in absolute shock at the sheer destructive scale of the clash. The colossal deathworm is engulfed in a sea of roaring flames, its mouth open in a silent scream of agony. Sir Lutgear executes a massive, fire-infused sword arc, demonstrating the overwhelming power of a high-level knight. Vlad watches with wide, blue-glowing eyes, his combat instincts completely memorizing the trajectory of the strike. But his analytical mind immediately notices a critical flaw. The strike was too shallow because Lutgear didn't have enough time to prepare his stance. The massive, armored head of the deathworm recovers instantly, looming over Lutgear with its glowing forehead gem flaring in rage. Lutgear grits his teeth, realizing the beast's armored hide is far tougher than any standard dragon remnant. The creature opens its cavernous mouth, preparing to unleash a devastating counterattack, as a chaotic explosion of fire and dark energy completely consumes the frame, leaving the fate of the battle hanging in the balance. The subterranean nightmare wastes no time, lunging with its massive, razor-sharp maw directly at Sir Lutgear's squad, forcing the knights to scatter their horses in a desperate bid to avoid getting swallowed whole in the first 5 seconds of the engagement. A colossal, spiked tail slams into the dirt right where they were standing, kicking up a massive wall of debris, and the sheer force of the impact sends shockwaves through the ground, rattling the teeth of every seasoned warrior in the vicinity. Lutgear's men are scrambling just to keep their horses from throwing them, realizing this isn't a standard monster hunt anymore. While Lutgear himself tries to rally the squad, his face drenched in sweat, because he knows failing here means his political rivals back home will never let him hear the end of it. Up on the cliff, Vlad instantly clocks the tactical disaster unfolding below, realizing that standard martial arts are completely useless when the threat is tunneling underground. Lutgear spurs his mount forward, desperately searching the dust clouds for any sign of where the beast will breach next. until one of his scouts points toward the eastern ridge, screaming in absolute terror because the beast has completely ignored the knights and is now tunneling at high speed directly toward the slow-moving caravan of helpless pilgrims. If those pilgrims get slaughtered under Bayezid's watch, the political fallout with the church will destroy everything Joseph has built, forcing Lutgier's cavalry to launch a frantic, full-speed sprint to bridge the massive gap. But Vlad knows the math doesn't work. The knights are simply too far away to make a difference in time, and turns his frustration toward Dorothea, whose high-level beastman magic is their only hope of redirecting the beast's focus. Except the cat-eared mage is currently having a full-blown existential crisis, clutching her tail in a state of sheer panic instead of channeling her mana. She snaps back, her pride as a Lu family mage wounded by a mere squire's condescension, and desperately forces her remaining stamina into a complex vibration spell paper, her hands trembling from the strain. She thrusts the finished spell toward Potri, because she knows Vlad's animal-repelling aura makes him a liability on horseback, leaving Potri completely frozen, realizing he is being asked to play hero when he normally eats alone in the toilets. The reality is grim. Even if Potri rides like a madman, the Deathworm's subterranean speed will outrun him 3 times over. Vlad looks down at the valley, realizing that waiting for a miracle is a luxury they do not have, and reaches into his pocket, his fingers brushing against the gold-embroidered purple hand towel Alyssa gave him. It is his only ticket to noble status and a secure future, but some things are worth more than a political leash. So he lets go of his safety net and leaps straight off the edge of the sheer cliff face. Dorothea screams in horror, convinced she just witnessed a suicide, as Vlad plummets toward the rocks, his cloak catching the wind like a broken wing. He hits the vertical stone wall, sliding and running diagonally to bleed off his terminal momentum, while his mind calculates the sheer absurdity of risking his life for Sir Lutgier, Joseph's primary rival for the succession. He has no logical reason to play the hero for these elite nobles who view him as a wild dog from the alleys. But the violent, rhythmic thrum of the earth begins to warp his focus, dragging his consciousness backward. The vibration triggers a phantom ache in his chest, a direct echo of the trauma that redefined his existence. Transporting him back to the night he was struck by black lightning under a cold, indifferent moon. He remembers the agonizing sensation of his soul being forcibly rewritten by a power he never asked for. The phantom pain breaks his physical rhythm, causing him to lose his footing on the loose stone. His vision spins as he slips, falling backward into the empty air, clutching Alyssa's token like a dying man's final anchor. The voice screams in his head, commanding him to brace for impact as he tumbles down the jagged slope, his body battering against the unforgiving rock face in a chaotic blur of dust and pain. He hits the grassy field with a sickening thud, the wind completely knocked out of his lungs. Up on the cliff, the observers stare down in absolute silence, waiting for a corpse to stop rolling. But Vlad slowly pushes himself up, his bones miraculously intact despite the lethal fall. He realizes his body is wrapped in a warm, protective blue light, the literal manifestation of the snake's spirit's blessing from the DMR graveyard. The wild black horse watches from the distance, its ancient, galaxy-patterned eye recognizing the divine protection surrounding him. The spirit's blessing saved his life, but the real threat is still tunneling toward the valley, forcing Vlad to ignore his aching joints and sprint toward the edge of the path. He looks down at the approaching dust cloud and freezes in absolute horror, as he recognizes the white-robed figure leading the pilgrims. It's Priest Andrea, the elderly priest who became his guarantor, who blessed him, who gave him a name in a world that treated him like trash, is about to be swallowed whole by a subterranean monster while Lutgier's knights are still half a mile away. Vlad knows he has to act right now, or he will lose the only father figure he has ever known. He lets Alyssa's purple pouch slip from his hand, letting his future noble status blow away in the wind. Because a title means nothing if he lets the people who believed in him die in the dirt. He grips the hilt of his sword, his eyes flaring with a brilliant, predatory blue starlight. He draws the blade, knowing he is about to cross a line he can never walk back. He must succeed here. Hesitation is a luxury reserved for those who have a family to bury them. The ground beneath his boots begins to crack and buckle as the beast's approach rattles his bones. But he stands his ground, channeling every ounce of his awakening resolve into the iron. He swings the blade downward, initiating the ritual to tap into a power that normally requires decades of knighthood to master. A brilliant, circular magic circle erupts beneath his feet, illuminating the dark valley in a cold, ethereal blue. The runic energy surges upward, wrapping his body in a column of raw, volatile magic. As the etched runes on his sword blade ignite with a matching blue light, Vlad raises the weapon, preparing to strike with everything he has. The energy hums, a pitch-black shadow stretching across the glowing circle as the ground begins to warp. He screams a direct challenge to the ancient terror, his voice echoing across the plains. He strikes the earth, unleashing a massive, expanding shockwave of blue energy that cracks the soil. But the underground density is too high, and his raw output is failing to halt the beast's momentum. The voice speaks directly into his mind, commanding him to enter his realm and rewrite the ground's density. Vlad closes his right eye, entering the world of voices to stabilize the volatile flow of his aura. A vision of a dark, rippling water surface reflecting a grand castle flashes in his mind, the true blueprint of his soul's power. He opens his left eye, which flares with a blinding, starlight blue intensity. Kneeling on one knee, he drives his sword into the earth, unleashing a colossal, swirling green and blue magical vortex. It completely reshapes the battlefield, summoning the fragments of the fallen dragon to block the beast's path. A massive, scaled barrier of earth and stone erupts from the soil, dwarfing the surrounding hills. The giant deathworm bursts from the ground, its armored hide pulsing with corrupted purple energy as it roars in fury, only to find itself blocked by a defensive structure that shouldn't exist. Sir Lutgeir and his knights watch from their horses in absolute, paralyzed silence, unable to comprehend what they are seeing. While Dorothea and Potri stare from the cliffside, completely terrified by the sheer, monstrous scale of Vlad's awakening. This blood really just summoned a whole mountain range to save a priest, which is the most extra way to pay back a debt. The deathworm lunges, its cavernous mouth open as it prepares to crush the tiny human standing in its way. But Vlad doesn't flinch, his eyes locked onto the glowing purple gem on its forehead. He knows this is the moment everything changes. He is no longer a wild dog from the alleys of Shoera. He is a warrior standing in the light, ready to carve his own destiny out of the stone. And with a sudden, explosive burst of dust, he leaps forward, launching himself into a battle that will decide the fate of the North. The colossal remnant of the fallen dragon lunges forward with a terrifying, predatory hunger, its gaping purple maw, shattering the very foundation of the Sturma grasslands in a violent explosion of rock and debris. Vlad barely manages to brace himself against the shockwave, his blade crackling with desperate, unstable magic, as the massive subterranean beast towers over him, forcing the voice to scream a frantic warning. That Vlad's raw, unrefined power is nowhere near deep enough to survive a direct clash with this monster. Vlad grits his teeth, refusing to back down because he knows the entire pilgrim convoy is completely defenseless if this armored terror slips past him and breaches their perimeter. The creature strikes with blinding speed, forcing Vlad to make a split-second decision that ends with him being violently thrown across the rocky terrain as a massive impact detonates. The beast's jagged, spiked tail sweeps across the field, cutting off any immediate path of escape. Vlad recovers in a low crouch, his sword embedded in the earth to anchor his failing balance. He slams his blade down in pure frustration, realizing his standard ground strikes are completely useless against a subterranean predator that can easily tunnel under his defenses and slaughter the helpless pilgrims. He scans the chaotic battlefield, his senses desperately searching for the creature's next underground trajectory. He stands tall, forcing his aching body to move before the beast can pinpoint its next target. The sheer pressure of the creature's underground movement cracks the earth beneath his feet, forcing Lutgeir's elite knights to scatter in panic as the grasslands turn into a death trap. One of the mounted escorts realizes they are completely out of position to defend the rear, screaming in absolute desperation as the massive segmented head rises to crush the convoy. The armored beast looms over the valley, its dripping maw preparing to execute the helpless travelers. If Vlad doesn't find a way to divert its attention immediately, the entire mission ends in a massacre. But instead of fleeing, Vlad does the most insane thing possible, charging directly into the beast's path, on the back of a wild black stallion that somehow isn't running away from his terrifying aura. This blood really just bypassed a lifelong curse, because his spiritual energy is too loud for normal animals, but perfect for a legendary spirit. The voice commands him to look closer, urging him to see past the physical form. The brilliant, swirling blue energy that reveals this horse is actually a high-pedigree spirit. This magnificent beast carries the blood of the legendary One-Horn, explaining why it tolerates his presence. Vlad rides with a legendary spectral herd manifesting around him, completely mastering the horse's wild energy. This is the ultimate payoff to his horse-riding curse, finding a beast that actually respects his strength. The horse charges forward with unnatural acceleration, its hooves striking the earth with magical force. Vlad laughs in pure, unbridled ecstasy, experiencing the thrill of riding for the first time. My man is out here giggling like he's on a Disney ride, while a 30-foot armored worm is actively trying to digest him. For a slum orphan who grew up staring at the distant castle, this freedom is intoxicating. He raises his glowing sword, ready to use this newfound mobility to rewrite the battlefield's rules. The wild spirit rears up, perfectly synchronized with Vlad's burning desire to prove his worth. Sir Lutgeir Bayezid rides up alongside him, his expression filled with absolute shock at the boy's speed. Lutgeir watches the apprentice charge, realizing Vlad is executing his duty more honorably than any knight. This selfless courage completely shatters Lutgeir's cynical view of the lowborn squire, proving that Vlad possesses the rare, unyielding resolve of a true swordmaster. Lutgeir openly praises his bravery, acknowledging that Vlad has saved their entire reputation today. Praise won't save them unless they can coordinate a flawless tactical retreat, which requires Vlad to act as the ultimate decoy to buy time for the pilgrims. Lutgeir explains the brutal stakes. They must place their bets on Vlad's ability to lure the beast. Vlad hesitates, knowing the sheer scale of the monster they are trying to manipulate, but he looks at the horse's glowing blue eye and realizes they share the same protective instinct. He promises the stallion they will save its herd together, sealing their silent, magical bond. The horse's swirling, galaxy-like eye locks onto Vlad, accepting him as its true rider. Vlad's own eyes flare with a matching blue light, fully synchronizing their spiritual energy. Surrounded by the spectral herd, Vlad prepares to execute the most dangerous decoy run of his life. He shouts back his ascent to Sir Lutgear, ready to lead the armored terror away. Lutgear orders him to loop around the hill, promising to prepare a decisive strike on the other side. The giant deathworm senses their movement, its massive body coiling as it prepares to pursue. Vlad looks back, his heart hammering as the ground begins to violently shake beneath them. The monster's gaping maw descends, its sharp teeth glistening with corrupted purple saliva. But Vlad trusts the horse's speed, charging forward to lead the beast away from the convoy. Lutgear's knights watch in absolute disbelief as the squire accelerates past their own trained mounts. Lutgear smirks, realizing he has recruited an incredibly dangerous wolf to his cause. The decoy run begins, a high-stakes chase across the open Sturma grasslands. The voice instructs Vlad to let his spiritual existence flow directly through the sword's glowing engravings, creating a brilliant, vibrating beacon of magic that the subterranean predator cannot ignore. Vlad screams in agony as the sheer pressure of channeling the voice's energy strains his soul. But his blade erupts with a blinding blue light that completely locks the monster's attention. The voice warns him that the dragon is pursuing the brilliant, shining light of his soul. If his concentration wavers for even a second, the massive beast will swallow him whole. He pushes the stallion to its absolute limit, maintaining the perfect distance to keep the beast hooked. With the decoy run succeeding, Lutgear's commander orders the immediate evacuation of the pilgrims. Lutgear stands firm in the center of the field, preparing to execute their final, desperate countermeasure. The deathworm erupts from the earth, completely falling for Vlad's high-speed trap. Lutgear closes his eyes, focusing his mind on the inner depths of his soul, to expand his world and unleash a devastating, fire-infused combat technique. He strikes his sword hilt, channeling his aura into a vertical beam of absolute destruction. The ground cracks and glows with molten energy as the temperature in the valley spikes. Vlad watches the massive vortex of fire erupt, his horse rearing back from the intense heat. His blue eyes analyze the sheer, terrifying scale of the fire strike, realizing this is the true power of a high-level knight who can manipulate reality. The internal narration explains that only those who can deeply observe themselves can expand their world. Lutgear is out here looking like he's about to drop the most fire mixtape of the medieval era, literally. Vlad is completely awed by the ferocity of the attack, whispering in silent reverence. He sweats from the heat, realizing how much further he must grow to survive. The fire rages, illuminating the massive gap between a squire and a true master of the sword. Lutgear's flames consume the battlefield, leaving Vlad with the terrifying realization that this power could easily burn down his entire world. Vlad is staring down a giant, gaping maw of armor and teeth, knowing that a single misstep means getting swallowed whole. But the beast suddenly hesitates, its armored hide glowing with a corrupted purple crystal that seems to be overriding its natural instincts. Vlad instantly senses the shift, spotting a distant, blazing silhouette of gold and red armor standing right in the creature's path. As Sir Lutgear fully unleashes his personal domain, expanding his world to draw the monster's aggregate hostility, Vlad realizes his own newly awakened domain is too weak to compete with a true knight's presence, leaving him desperate to regain control of the battlefield. So he whips his mount around, kicking up dirt as he races back into the chaos. While the massive worm-like remnant pursues him, its massive bulk tearing through the grass as Lutgear's knights shout in panic. The sheer scale of the threat closes in, forcing the surrounding riders into absolute hysteria as they realize how close they are to being crushed. But Vlad's sword suddenly vibrates, responding to a profound, ancient resonance that begins to flood his senses, leaving him completely overwhelmed by a surge of raw, blue magical energy that flares from his eyes. Voice's power manifests as a towering, vertical column of pure, shimmering light, taking the shape of a spectral horse's head, which instantly materializes beneath him, uniting the silent knight and the spirit horse into a single, unstoppable force. Just as the beast lunges again, its massive jaws snapping shut on empty air, because Vlad is already moving, charging forward on a spectral mount of pure, crackling starlight, completely unfazed by the creature's deafening, earth-shaking roar. He gallops across the open field, his blade leaving a vibrant trail of blue and green energy. As their souls connect at the horizon where the individual completely disappears into the collective we, illuminating the dark, terrifying landscape like a rising star. This is the moment Vlad's true potential begins to show, his existence shining brighter than any squire before him, as he closes the distance toward the blazing crimson silhouette of Sir Lutgear. But the physical strain of maintaining this level of magic is immense, and Vlad can feel his newly awakened domain beginning to fracture, knowing that if he loses his focus now, the beast will immediately turn back toward the defenseless pilgrims. His muscles scream in agony, his left eye burning with the raw, unchecked power of the voice, while Lutgear's flanking knights charge alongside him, kicking up massive clouds of dust, shouting desperately for the newbie to keep his momentum and guide the beast directly toward the center. The elite knights watch in absolute awe, recognizing the terrifying, untamed talent of the boy from the slums. As the massive, glowing-eyed dragon remnant pursues the shining warmth of his presence, Vlad coordinates perfectly with the goateed knight, executing a high-speed, grazing maneuver, directly toward Sir Lutgear, who stands waiting like a pillar of golden fire. Vlad screams Lutgear's name, signaling that the trap is fully set. And Luckier smiles, acknowledging the kid's insane, suicidal courage before preparing his final strike, declaring that no foreign monstrosity will ever defile the sacred land of House Bayezid. As he channels his life force directly into the ground beneath his feet, the atmosphere turns suffocatingly hot, the air itself beginning to warp and crackle with raw heat. As the knight stands in the center of a massive, swirling golden tornado of fire, Vlad screams as the explosive heat wave threatens to incinerate everything in its path. A vertical pillar of pure, blinding light splitting the battlefield in half. As Luckier's blade cuts through the creature's armored hide, leaving the earth scorched and melting, Vlad leaps backward, his dark cloak billowing as he barely escapes the expanding wall of fire, which rages with absolute, terrifying ferocity, turning the grasslands into a literal furnace. On the cliffs, Dorothea, Potri, and the pilgrims watch in paralyzed, silent shock at the devastating scale of the clash. Vlad stands at the edge of the inferno, his wide blue eyes reflecting the orange glow. Realizing this is the true, terrifying reality of a knight's expanded world. A level of mastery that completely defies common sense and makes his own power look like a mere spark. He understands now that the path of the sword is an endless mountain, and he is still standing at the absolute bottom, wondering if Godwin, Sir Jair, or even Sir Pablo are capable of this level of absolute destruction. And if he, a kid born in the gutters of Skawara, will ever be worthy of standing on that peak. The voice responds with a quiet, solemn promise, reminding him that any world can bloom if its foundation is unshakable. As the brilliant blue light of the spirit horse slowly begins to fade, the raging wildfire begins to die down, leaving behind a thick blanket of black smoke. And Sir Luckier kneels on the scorched earth, his red cloak singed as he struggles to catch his breath. Vlad approaches him, his own body trembling from the severe physical backlash of overusing his aura, asking if the entire grassland will burn, only for Luckier to reassure him that the wet grass will naturally smother the flames. Vlad's legs suddenly give way, his joints locking up in agonizing pain as he collapses heavily onto the blackened soil, realizing the immense physical toll of temporarily expanding his personal domain. Luckier looks at him and lets out a tired, respectful laugh, extending his hand to ask for a lift. And honestly, seeing two of the strongest prospects in the region sitting in the dirt like they just failed a physical fitness test is pretty humbling. Luckier praises Vlad's incredible horse riding skills, noting it completely contradicts the rumors of his incompetence. And Vlad looks back at the wild black horse standing peacefully in the sunset, acknowledging that the horse was the true hero, as they share a quiet, unspoken moment of mutual respect. Luckier's knights arrive, playfully smacking each other and laughing at the sheer absurdity of the victory, while Luckier stands up, bidding Vlad a casual farewell, promising they will meet again on the battlefield. Vlad is left completely dazed and confused, wondering how the hell Luckier already knows his true name. But before he can think, a familiar figure steps out from the crowd of pilgrims. Priest Andrea rushes forward, his face filled with absolute, tearful relief, instantly recognizing the brilliant, pure light that had cut through the darkness of Varna. The exact same holy light that had protected them from the undead curse. The elderly priest reaches out, his hands trembling with deep, religious reverence, and kneels on the scorched earth, clutching Vlad's hands to thank him for saving their lives. Vlad is completely flustered, his streetwise instincts leaving him totally unprepared for a respected holy man to kneel before him. Priest Andrea closes his eyes, leading the pilgrims in a solemn, heartfelt prayer, asking the Lord to watch over the brave boy who acted through his own unshakable determination, and to have mercy on the shining youth who sacrificed his own safety to protect the innocent. Their voices rise in harmony under the sunset sky. Vlad's personal world expands, fueled by the collective faith of the people he chose to save. The sun sets over the stone towers of the Bayezid estate, painting the sky in a bloody, golden orange. While inside the quiet sanctuary of the library, Count Bayezid stares at a crumpled report, immediately sensing that the fragile peace of the Northern Territory is about to completely shatter under the weight of an incoming crisis, which his advisor confirms is a direct warning from the beastman Mage Dorothea, sent through a crystal ball to expose a terrifying truth. Black magic is actively taking root in the northern borders again. For centuries, the loose grip of the Empire has allowed ancient, cursed entities to fester in the dark, preparing to unleash chaos. And the Count knows that if these dark summoners are left unchecked, the entire Bayezid lineage will be dragged into a brutal war for survival. But amidst the creeping dread, there is a single name that has been echoing through the northern halls lately. A name tied to the winter monster subjugation, the high-stakes duel in Hainel, and the recent rescue of the pilgrims. Count Bayezid realizes that without this raw, unpolished street kid, the family's reputation would have suffered a devastating blow, which makes Vlad's sudden, miraculous rise nothing short of praiseworthy. The advisor immediately asks if they should summon Sir Joseph and officially grant Vlad the status he has earned, because the Count firmly believes that those who possess the strength to survive the gutter deserve to enjoy the light. As the golden sunset fades into a cold, starry night, the scene shifts to a quiet encampment on the Sturma grasslands, where the travelers can finally breathe after the worm attack. While the mercenaries huddle around the warm fire, sharing quiet stories and letting their guard down, Vlad sits completely isolated in the dark, his hand resting on the sheathed weapon that has carried him this far. He quietly traces the worn crossguard of his blade, his mind heavy with the physical toll of his awakening, when an unexpected voice interrupts his thoughts. Sir Lutgear stands over the boy, holding a bottle of whiskey and dryly mocking his dramatic, solitary silence. Vlad immediately tenses up, but Lutgear simply sits opposite him, asking about the fat merchant boy Potri, whom Dorothea apparently dragged off to perform manual labor, while Priest Andrea leads the pilgrims in prayer. Lutgear notes that everyone seems to be busy tonight, leaving the two of them alone in the quiet dark. Lutgear offers his bottle, but Vlad instinctively rejects the hospitality, claiming he is busy polishing his sword, which immediately annoys the eldest son. Lutgear confronts him about his constant rejection of his favors, first the peanuts, then his hand, wondering if Joseph ordered him to stay away. Blood really panicked and snatched the bottle of liquor right out of the eldest son's hand just to prove he wasn't playing political games, only to realize he is holding a highly expensive, rare whiskey that only the high nobility can afford. Despite their fierce rivalry, the two brothers' underlying preferences align, showing they are cut from the same cloth. Lutgear studies the sheathed weapon, advising Vlad to have the damaged blade repaired the moment they return to the main capital. Vlad explains that the Bayezid blacksmith refused to work on it, unless he completely broke the handle first, which confuses Lutgear, since the handle appears perfectly intact from the outside. But the blacksmith knows the internal joints are completely mismatched, meaning the weapon is just as wild and unstable as its master. Vlad explains that he flatly refused the blacksmith's offer to break and rebuild the weapon, because this sword carries the exact traces of Jemima's sacrifice, and erasing those marks would mean erasing the memories of the only people who loved him. Would rather carry a damaged, risky weapon than let his new noble status wipe away the reality of his slum origins. Lutgear looks at him with a newfound respect, but still warns him that carrying a fractured blade into actual combat is a suicide mission. Vlad asks where he could possibly find the original maker to fix the joints without breaking the hilt, and Lutgear delivers the one name that Vlad has been running from ever since he escaped the Waste Gate, Shoera. The name hangs in the air, forcing Vlad to face the reality of the past he left behind in the gutters. Lutgear smiles, noting that Vlad has been loudly shouting his identity as Shora's Vlad to the world every single day, and admits that the title is actually perfect for a kid who managed to shine so brightly amidst the mud. Lutgear finally understands why his younger brother Joseph was so desperate to put a leash on this kid's neck, realizing Vlad is not just a useful pawn, but a wild, untamed star that could completely disrupt the succession rivalry. Vlad sits in silence, the weight of his ultimate goal of vengeance against Godwin settling deep into his resolve. Lutgear stands up to leave, offering a quiet, parting word of encouragement about the sword's future, suggesting that if Vlad's resolve is genuine, the blacksmith in Shoera will surely recognize the weapon's true value. Lutgear places a firm hand on Vlad's shoulder, a silent gesture of solidarity that acknowledges Vlad has lived his life well. He tells the boy to rest, closing the distance between them as comrades rather than political rivals, and announces they will be departing for the Canor family estate in Sturma first thing in the morning. Left alone, Vlad promises his fractured blade that they will return to Shoera someday to settle their unfinished business, because his heart is still anchored to the Gilded Tavern, to Marcella, and to the family he left behind. Suddenly, the quiet of the night is broken by the slow, rhythmic clattering of hooves approaching the camp. And Vlad's left eye instantly flares with a bright blue light, his body reacting to a familiar, powerful presence. The wild black spirit horse stands on the ridge under the starry sky, its eyes reflecting the same ancient, mystical aura. Meanwhile, back in the quiet, dimly lit chambers of the Bayezid estate in Shatrama, Lady Oksana sits at her table, her needle pulling a glowing white thread through fabric to stitch a holy design. She looks up, her yellow eyes calm, asking her maid if the embroidery is sufficient to replicate the ancient tree heraldry of the Hainel household, which the maid confirms is flawless. The maid points to the open book of heraldry, while Oksana prepares to sew the next sacred sentence, declaring she does not need the reference book because the ancient codes are already burned into her memory. She pulls the thread tight with a soft, rhythmic click, her mind focused on the gathering storm in the north. Oksana admits this is her first time stitching this specific heraldry, recalling how she watched her mother do it during her childhood, and laments that the modern, sheltered knights of this era have completely lost the life-threatening pressure needed to carry this flag. As she speaks, the blank white flag on the stand is suddenly consumed by a brilliant, blinding blue magical aura, dissolving into the air to show that the ancient traditions of true knighthood are being completely erased from the world's memory. Longa jornada de volta das praderias de Sturma comica sob silencio passado, como escolta cavalgando formiqueo. En cuanto os cavaleros observam a vastideo verde, completamente alhaios a tempestade política que os espera na capital, observando o rebanjo de cavalos selvagens correr perfida sincronia, breve momento de paz antes do chaos inevitable. Quanto o cavaleiro líder sabe que essa calmaria é apenas uma ilusão temporária, a última antes da regio inteira queimar. Dentro de Caruajum, Vlad encara a paisagem pela janela, sentindo o peso de como essa missão mudo su proprio caminho. Sabendo que sua conexo como esirido do cavalo negro chego ao fim, e que a despedida é a única opco. Porque ambos pertencem a mundos diferentes, com deveres distintos que não podem ser ignorados. Eo magnifico animal precisa retorner para literar seu rebanho, assim como Vlad precisa, voltar para enfrentar, sus demonios. Do alto, do penhasco, o cavalo negro empina último chamado majestoso, observando a carruagem se distanciar. Mercando o fim de uma aliança silenciosa, laico de respeto que, so quem quais more junto consegue entender. Vlad observa a silhueta desaparecer no horizonte, enquanto o bondoso padre Andrea percebe a melancolia silenciosa do garoto, que tenta desviar o assunto com frisia, fingindo que a partida de simples animal neo, o afeta nada. Mas o velho sacerdote penasori, sabendo o quão difícil é para ser humano ser honesto com os proprios sentimentos. Lembrando-o de que cada despedida dolorosa neste mundo é apenas a semene para reencontro muito mais alegre. E que a verdadeira profundidade de uma conexão nunca é medida pelo tempo, mas pela marca que deixa na alma. Vlad sorri de canto, aciatando o conforto daquelas palavras enquanto a carruagem avança pela estrada. Como promessa silenciosa de que, algum lugar do futuro, eles voltarão a se encontrar. A poeira das praderias finalmente assenta, deixando para trás o calor do entardecer. E nos transportando para uma noite escura e tempestuosa na propriedade de Chutrama, onde a chuva torrencial anuncia a crise. E o proprio conde bezed se isola, su escritorio, consumido pela noticia de ruína de seus aliados no oeste. A queda repentina do conde ravnoma abala as estruturas de poder do norte. Forcando o líder dos bezed a encarar o feito de que a estabilidade de regio foi completamente pulverizada. Enquanto o estandarte chamas de ravnoma simboliza a ascenso violenta de Fakeo de Gaidar e do ambicioso segment. Deixando o norte isolado, sem qualquer apoio ou resposta de uma corte real, que escolhe fechar os alhos. O conde se levanta, ciente de que as antigas lazy tradicos que mantenham a ordem perderam to do o valor. E que a moralha que construíram para proteger sua independência agora os impede de enxergar o perigo de fora. Enquanto uma das casas mais nobres do continente é verida do mapacem que ningua mova único dedo. E ele visualiza o antigo guardio do juramento, percebendo que os valores sagrados dos cavaleiros foram completamente pisoteados pelos novos donos do poder, mergulhando o imperio uma anarquia absoluta. Onde a tolerância acabou e a única regra que sobrou é a lei do mais forte. E ele se pergunta se essa queda é o primeiro sinal de uma era de trevas. Antes de notar, a través de vidraca fustigada pela tempestade, o movimento estranho no patio abaixo. Percebendo que neo são peregrinos comuns, mas os sobreviventes desesperados de ravnoma. Carregando o antigo pacto para implorar por asilo político sob a proteção de bandeira do norte. Enquanto isso, nos corredores do palácio, Vlad está à beira de colapso de ansiedade. Sabendo que sua interferência para salvar os peregrinos e sua cooperação com Sir Lutgier serão vistas como traco por Sir Joseph. E quando surgir surge das sombras como verdadeiro demonio de paralisia do sono, Vlad realmente acha que blood vai ser empacotado ali mesmo. Mas ele engol o medo e bate na porta de Joseph, pronto para assumir as consequências de suas escolhas. Ao entrar, o clima é tenso o suficiente para ser cortado com uma faca, com Joseph apontando sua chegada antecipada. Mas em vez de fúria, o jovem lord pergunta calmamente sobre a recuperação física do garoto. Deixando Vlad sem reação, obrigado a responder com polidez enquanto tenta decifrar o jogo mental de seu mestre. Vlad tenta ler a expresso de Joseph, desconfiado de que aquela calmaria seja apenas a preparação para o golpe. Convencido de que uma punição brutal está guardada atrás daquele sorriso aristocrático. E enteo que Joseph pronuncia a palavra que muda todo o rumo de conversa. Choira. O nome de sua terra natal atinge Vlad como soco físico, darmando completamente sua guarda. Enquanto Joseph explica friamente que disputas de território no submundo, so terminam como morte ou a rendição completa. Forcando Vlad a concordar, antes de ser questionado sobre o motivo de nunca ter enviado cartas. Para Gemina, agarrada que ele deixa para trás sob a segurança das paredes do convento. O que faz o garoto suar frio e insistir que ela é apenas uma amiga, mas a cara dele entrega que ele está quedinho, fam. Joseph apenas ignora a negação, deixando claro que sua rede de espionagem sabe exatamente quem importa para Vlad. E que entende que o silencio do garoto era a única forma de manter a salvo de violência das gangues. Mas pontua que para garantir essa paz de verdade, Vlad precisava de poder para esmagar Jack. Rival cuja riqueza o tornava obstáculo intransponível para Orfeo de rua comum. Mas como Vlad provou seu valor ao lutar e sangrar pelos interesses de Joseph. Chegou a hora de a promessa feita naquele dia ser finalmente cumprida. Vlad assiste, paralisado, enquanto Joseph se levanta e camina de rico estandarte coberto. Explicando que aquela bandeira carrega a honra dos antigos representantes que fundaram o norte. Fardo pesado demais para o proprio Joseph carregar, Rizeo pela qual, ili, y precisava encontrar guerrero digno. Y que Vlad, atraves de sua determinação implacável, conquistuo direito de empunhá-la. Como apoio e o reconhecimento oficial das caças Hanel e Bayezid. Ele revela o estandarte branco purissimo, ostentando os braços de ambas as famílias. E ordena que Vlad erga a cabeça como o orgulho de verdadeiro cavaleiro associado. Mandando-o levar aquila bandeira de volta para os bicos de Shoera. Para destruir de vez as carenes do passado miserável e retornar como homem verdadeiramente livre. Eight mesmo o severo gyro observa a cena como assino silencioso de respeto, enquanto o impacto de conquista de Saba sobre Vlad, que encara o símbolo de sua nova identidade, sentindo que cada cicatriz finalmente fez sentido. Eles lembra de espada simples de Otar, da identidade granada pelo Padre Andrea. Do lenco perfumado como o nome de Lady Alyssa, e agora, de sua própria bandeira de cavaleiro. Percebendo que todas as pecas de sua jornada finalmente se unirão para dar raízes ao garoto de rua. Conquistadas nao por haranca o sword, mas por su proprio sangue e esforço na lama. Vlad segura o punho de sua espada, sentindo a força de sua própria linda kumkar a se molder. E, com lágrimas da orgulho e fúria correndo pelo rosto, ele jura honrar o comando at ofim. EOF hashtag resumo dos modulacos de vos para gravacao. Paines 2440 to 2457, mode. Quiet / engage tom reflexivo, calmo e ligeiramente melancólico. Foco na despedida entre Vlad, e o cavalo espiritual. A vos deve sur limpa, sempressa, dixando o peso emotional de cena respirar. Paines 2458 to 2473, mode. Heavy / expository tom de gravidade politica. A vos kai para registro mais bixo e serios para explicar a queda de revnoma e o perigo de anarquia no imperio. Paines 2474 to 2485, mode. Reactive / engaged humor seco e tenseo. O panico interno de Vlad ao encaragir e Joseph deve ser narrado com dinamismo e aquila piteta de deboche de internet, sleep paralysis demon, packed up. Paines 2486 to 2511, mode. Engaged / dramatic crescendo emotional. A revelação do estandarte e o reconhecimento de Vlad como cavaleiro associado exigem uma entrega de voz poderosa, passada e imponente, culminando no juramento final. The fall of Count Ravnoma has officially triggered a massive power vacuum, forcing his displaced refugees to seek shelter under Count Bayezid's domain, bringing with them a legendary burden, which is none other than the volatile, heavily chained chest containing the cursed dragon fragment, a remnant of the most perfect golden dragon defeated by the founding king. In a legendary battle that laid the very foundations of the empire's power, Count Bayezid looks down at the white-haired elder, his expression heavy with political pragmatism, acknowledging that Ravnoma's family was the only shield capable of holding the West's greed in check. To secure this fragile new alliance, Bayezid promises to deploy his elite forces, offering the refugees sanctuary while his house assumes guardianship of the ancient relic. As the robed followers cover the volatile chest with a white cloth, the heavy stone sarcophagus is carried down the grand hall, shifting the geopolitical balance of the continent, leaving Count Bayezid to quietly discuss the rising chaos with his advisor, Ragmus. They both know the refugees had no other choice but to flee the burning west, leaving only one other house qualified to guard the covenant in the freezing north. The legendary steel Lord Timur Baranov, an insurmountable wall that even Bayezid cannot influence. Meanwhile, Sir Joseph stands by the window, his mind consumed by the rapid approach of anarchy. As Ragmus approaches, his eyes instantly catching a significant detail in the room. Vlad's newly earned white flag of honor, a symbol of joint backing from Hanel and Bayezid, which now flutters from the departing carriage as the boy begins his journey without a moment's rest. Joseph smiles, knowing a true knight banneret, a warrior who has become his own master, cannot be bound, and honestly, Bro's hustle is unmatched, and must carry his own flag to face whatever shadows still linger in his past, commanding Vlad to return to his roots and settle his unfinished business. The carriage rolls through the massive stone gates, leaving the safety of the estate behind. As the journey back to the slums of Shoera officially begins, Vlad walks through the dark, impoverished alleys, his eyes locking onto the familiar, weathered sign of Rose's smile, where a rowdy crowd of crude men is already shouting demands for their favorite courtesan, unaware that behind the stone archway of the dressing room, a completely different struggle is unfolding. Marcella quietly applies her lipstick, trying to block out the chaotic noise from the tavern, while the new, abusive madam sneers from the shadows, demanding she go out to work. Madam coldly reminds her of the massive debt left behind after Godwin's devastating raid. But Marcella remains entirely unfazed, her calm defiance infuriating the greedy madam. The madam grabs her chin, issuing a vicious threat of lifelong exploitation, promising to drain her of every drop of value until her body literally falls apart. Marcella simply smirks, delivering a dry, mocking wish for the madam's longevity, proving that despite the physical abuse and loss, her streetwise spirit remains completely unbroken. Ordered to get on stage, Marcella stands before her vanity mirror for one last moment, placing her cosmetic tools down with a quiet, resolute click. reflecting on a life spent selling her body, but knowing she at least chose her own fate. Prepared to face whatever degradation the slums throw at her next. She steps through the doorway into the blinding light, greeted by the lustful cheers of the crowd, who view her not as a human being, but as a prize to be bought. Their eyes reflecting a predatory hunger that defines the harsh reality of the backstreets. The madam stands beside her, raising her hands to initiate the auction, demanding the men show their gold to claim the Shoera Black Rose. The bidding war erupts instantly, with men desperately pooling their meager coins, screaming out higher offers as they fight over a wilting flower, while the madam gloats, planning to suck out every ounce of Marcella's remaining value. A bald man shouts a bid of 4 gold, a massive sum for a common laborer, leaving the madam to smugly ask if anyone can top the price. Suddenly, a calm voice from the staircase shatters the rowdy atmosphere, offering 100 gold, and my G really just shut down the entire auction with one sentence, leaving the madam frozen in absolute, mouth-gaping shock, as the rowdy crowd turns in stunned, silent disbelief. The heavy, fur-trimmed boots of a wealthy noble descend the wooden stairs, triggering a sudden, visceral wave of panic in Marcella's chest. She remembers the terrifying night Godwin brought absolute destruction to her home, his scarred face smirking as he dragged Jorge away in chains. She looks up in dread, expecting another monster to invade her nest. But the silhouetted figure in the dark cloak walks with a quiet, calm authority, bypassing the whispering crowd as if they don't even exist. The thugs back away in confusion, realizing this mysterious guest possesses immense wealth. The figure stops at the counter, dryly commenting on the rowdy atmosphere. The madam quickly studies his luxurious cloak, realizing she can easily extort him, confident that even if the 100 gold bid was a bluff, he can pay her handsomely. The figure raises his hand, flatly declining any of her standard services, and instead lists a specific menu of simple peasant food, demanding the exact meal that Jorge always used to order. Marcella covers her mouth, her eyes widening as she recognizes the voice. This is not the dirty gold thrown out of lust, but the golden bond of the young boy they once washed and raised in a tub of soap suds. Vlad pulls back his hood, his voice soft as he announces his return. His golden hair shines in the warm light, a splendid shade of gold that represents his hard-earned rise, standing tall as a splendid knight who has returned to save the only family he has left. Marcella is weeping behind the counter, her tears a stark reminder of the wreckage they've both left behind. But Vlad's cold, unblinking gaze doesn't offer comfort, only a silent warning to get out of the way before the blood starts flowing. Marcella desperately whispers that this gilded tavern is fully controlled by one-armed Jack's thugs, completely unaware that Vlad didn't come here to run. He came here to collect. The abusive madam steps between them, her greedy eyes instantly registering that these two share a dangerous history, which immediately threatens her lucrative operation if she doesn't shut it down right now. She moves to separate them before Vlad can disrupt the fragile peace of her establishment. Unaware that Jack's armed lieutenants are already eyeing the confrontation from their table, their hands drifting toward their hilts. Vlad's steady, heavy footsteps echo through the silent room as he approaches the thugs, with the sheer confidence of a man who has spent the last month surviving the worst the Northern Wild could throw at him. He demands a final financial calculation before he pays his tab, naming the one man who orchestrated the ruin of his childhood sanctuary, one-armed Jack. The madam's smug composure completely shatters as Vlad's left eye flares with the icy blue light of his awakened soul, making it clear that he isn't asking for a negotiation, but demanding a reckoning. Jack's top lieutenant sneers at the audacity of a mere street urchin, drawing his blade to teach the boy a lethal lesson in hierarchy. But Vlad's blade is already in motion, cutting through the air with a terrifying, refined speed that the thug's slow reflexes can't hope to match. In a single, fluid arc, Vlad's sword slices clean through the lieutenant's neck, sending a spray of dark blood across the room, as the headless body collapses heavily to the floor, instantly silencing the entire tavern. The remaining thugs freeze in absolute, paralyzing horror, staring at the sudden, effortless execution of their strongest fighter. While the madam's screams are cut short by the cold steel of Vlad's dagger pressed against her throat. He commands her to shut up and wait, his mind entirely focused on the systematic eradication of Jack's local influence. Vlad's blade crackles with raw, blue electrical energy as he prepares to extract his fair compensation from the rest of the gang, leaving the madam trembling in the dark, realizing the greenhorn she once exploited has returned as a monster. The surviving thugs desperately draw their weapons, trying to convince themselves that numbers will save them from a single boy. But as they surround him, they realize they aren't trapping a rabbit, but stepping directly into a wolf's den. Vlad grips his sword hilt, declaring himself the last dagger of Jorge, a title that carries the heavy weight of a blood oath, which instantly triggers a wave of recognition in the oldest thugs, who remember the legendary strength of the deserted knight. The realization hits them like a physical blow. This is the boy who survived the Black Lightning and the ruin of Rose's smile, and he has returned with the refined execution of a true swordmaster. The thugs try to rally, greed temporarily overcoming their terror as they realize Jack's massive bounty is standing right in front of them. But Blood really thought numbers would save him from a guy who literally split a mountain in half. Vlad's posture remains entirely relaxed, inviting their desperate charge with a cold, mocking smirk. He completely surrenders to the cold, predatory instinct of the voice. This isn't about honor anymore, it's about survival, and he's ready to turn this room into an absolute graveyard. The sheer, suffocating pressure of his murderous intent washes over the room, freezing the thug's muscles in place. As the ambient temperature in the room instantly plummets and Vlad's raw, unrefined aura begins to warp the air around him, manifesting the same terrifying, bloodthirsty wolf spirit that once shattered the mercenary in DMR. Vlad lunges, his movements a blur of blue light as he easily bypasses their clumsy guard, cutting through their defenses with the effortless grace of a seasoned warrior. The blade connects with a wet, heavy impact, shattering their bones and spilling their blood across the stone floor. As the surrounding fighters scramble to escape the systematic slaughter, realizing too late that there is no exit. One sword strike, one life. Vlad moves like a force of nature, leaving only screams in his wake, vowing to not spare a single person who contributed to the suffering of his friends. He's not just fighting, he's executing them, carving through Jack's syndicate to ensure they can never threaten his family again. Until only the heavy, wet sound of dripping blood echoes through the ruined tavern. Vlad's face remains entirely stoic, his eyes glowing with the quiet, terrifying light of a predator that has completed its hunt. Marcella watches the carnage in silent, tearful awe, realizing Vlad has paid their debt in full. The violent magical backlash illuminates his dark cloak, a grim testament to the heavy price of his vengeance, before he sheaths his blade, leaving the room in a heavy, suffocating silence. Meanwhile, at the Syndicate's main headquarters, the sign of the Black Rose sways gently in the cold night wind. While inside, one-armed Jack drowns his anxieties in a bottle of cheap alcohol, his mind heavy with the weight of his fading reign. He mutters Jorge's name, his single eye filled with a bitter, melancholic regret for the comrade he betrayed, recalling how he seized control of Shora's underworld the moment Jorge disappeared, believing he could rise to the very top. He sits on his literal throne of skulls, holding his metal hook aloft, a grim monument to the ruthless path he chose to survive, vowing to never hesitate to take from others to secure his own legacy. He built his empire on a mountain of corpses, believing that rising higher would grant him true freedom, only to realize too late that a slum dweller's fate is ultimately decided by the whims of the nobles who rule from above. He realizes his entire life has been a cruel joke, a bitter struggle to rule a gutter while the real power remains untouchable. He reflects on the irony of his victory. He defeated Jorge to take the slums, but Jorge died a free man, while he remains trapped in his own cage. He knows his time is coming, that a single word from a noble could erase his entire existence in an instant. And his dark premonition is suddenly realized as a loud, violent rattle shakes his heavy wooden door. A panicked lieutenant bursts in, his face pale with terror as he screams that the end has arrived. The scarred thug shouts that they are completely surrounded, the entire back alley crawling with armed forces, leaving Jack to stare in silent, bitter resignation as his empire crumbles around him. The subordinates panic, screaming that the Shoera security guards have blocked every exit, confirming that the authorities have deployed a massive force to wipe out their syndicate once and for all. The soldiers stand in a tight, impenetrable shield wall, their spears catching the cold rain. The thugs are losing their minds, screaming that they already paid their bribes this month. But fam, when a noble wants you gone, your pocket change doesn't mean a thing. Jack only grins, a low, manic chuckle escaping his lips as he sees the sheer number of soldiers. He looks at his metal hook, realizing his dark premonition has finally manifested today. His eyes glow with a final, defiant blue light as he welcomes the destruction, preferring a violent end to the anxiety of waiting. To a man who has lived in the gutter his entire life, a swift, brutal end is a relief compared to the slow decay of his ambition. The absolute silence of the room is deafening, leaving only the wet drip of blood on the wooden floorboards. As Vlad's cold, unblinking gaze locks onto the horizon, ready to finish the calculation once and for all. The military blockade is already in position, sealing off every escape route. And the corrupt mayor of Shoera is already sweating, trying to report that the perimeter is fully secured. Because he knows if a single one of Jack's thugs escapes, his own head is on the chopping block. Since Borden isn't here to play games, openly scolding this corrupt bureaucrat for letting the slums rot to the point of royal intervention. The mayor tries to shift the blame onto one-armed Jack's massive resources, but Borden is not buying this pathetic excuse. Because Borden knows exactly how the underworld works, immediately questioning how a petty slum boss could control a vast trading hub. And when the mayor tries to flatter him by calling Jack's syndicate a tumor, Borden reminds him that he is the actual disease. A backstreet gang doesn't grow into a regional threat without the local authority taking a massive cut of the profits. Which means the mayor has been eating good off Jack's bribes for years, completely selling out his own citizens. Which is a rookie mistake because a seasoned knight can smell a bribe from a mile away. The mayor nervously changes the subject, asking when the elite knight representing House Bayezid will finally arrive, only for Borden to point toward the dark, misty archway where a single, bloodstained shadow is already approaching. The mayor is completely dumbfounded that the prestigious count only sent a single warrior to handle a syndicate of 50 armed killers, and he desperately begs Borden to let the regular guards handle the raid instead. But Borden flatly shuts him down, because Joseph's political plan requires a very specific kind of execution. Borden knows that Sir Joseph put a massive amount of effort into preparing this stage, which means Vlad's official debut is meant to be a statement to the entire underworld. Borden looks at the blood-stained teenager with a worried expression, realizing the stakes are too high, and begs Vlad to at least take some guards inside to avoid getting injured. Vlad doesn't even blink, calmly promising Borden that he will keep him safe. And honestly, Blood is just standing there like he's waiting for a bus, utterly exhausted by this teenager's main character behavior. As they stand before the main gates of Jack's fortified hideout, Vlad's left eye flaring with the voice's blue starlight. Before they breach, Borden hands Vlad a wrapped wooden pole, fulfilling a crucial part of Joseph's political plan. Because to claim Shoera, Vlad needs more than just a sharp sword. He needs a legitimate cause. Vlad takes the pole, knowing this is the moment he officially steps out of the shadows. And as his blood-stained hands grip the wood, the magical energy of his soul begins to swell, driving the banner deep into the stone, unfurling the white flag of honor backed by the highest houses in the land. The regular guards are completely losing their minds, recognizing the ancient, forgotten tradition of the Knight Banneret, wondering how a teenager from the gutter could possibly possess the right to carry his own sovereign flag. Realizing that Count Bayezid himself has officially guaranteed this boy's honor and authority, Vlad looks over the dark rooftops of Shoera, his voice carrying the absolute authority of a ruler. From now on, this land is my territory. Backed by the dual crests of Bayezid and Hanel, he officially claims jurisdiction over the slums, declaring that the lives of every single resident in this gutter now belong to his sword. In the public square, the official proclamation is unrolled to rally the public cause. As Borden's voice booms through the narrow streets, publicly denouncing One-Armed Jack's illegal syndicate, stripping Jack of his regional influence by exposing his crimes directly to the oppressed townspeople. With the backing of both the military and Priest Andrea's church, Vlad has turned a simple gang war into a holy crusade. And the marching boots of the guards echo like thunder as they prepare to breach the hideout. The soldiers chant their house's name, completely overwhelming the slums with their sheer presence. The impoverished residents watch in terror and hope, realizing the reign of the 5 gang bosses is officially ending tonight. Inside his dark, bottle-strewn room, One-Armed Jack sits listening to the chants calling for his execution, while Borden tells Vlad that the stage is fully set and he should spill blood without hesitation. Vlad draws his sword, the metallic ring cutting through the rain as he prepares to enter his old master's nest. He stands before the heavy wooden doors, knowing there is no turning back from this path. Inside, the remaining thugs are scrambling, desperately preparing for their final stand. While the voice in Vlad's head warns him to widen his vision, because fighting a cornered syndicate requires absolute, overwhelming energy. Vlad closes his eyes, channeling his blue aura to make a flashy, terrifying start. But as he focuses his mind, his consciousness slips back into the dark, watery void of his memories, reliving the traumatic day Godwin captured Jorge, a tragedy he has blamed himself for every single night. Until this exact moment, when he finally realizes that One-Armed Jack's greed was the true root cause of the entire disaster. The endless questions and regrets that tortured his mind for the past month finally crystallize into a single, unyielding truth. And his left eye snaps open with a cold, lethal resolve. He has to kill One-Armed Jack. He breaches the doors, his sword carving massive, blinding arcs of blue light through the dark hall, moving with the terrifying speed of a wild wolf, completely bypassing their guard, and unleashing a devastating, explosive strike that shatters their front defensive line in a single second. Thugs are getting absolutely cooked, their weapons shattered and bodies thrown against the walls. And honestly, bruv, staying alive was literally their only job description. Vlad stands over the fallen, his glowing blade drinking their energy as his personal world expands. Knowing that to survive and grow as a knight, he must completely destroy his past in this gutter, severing his messy ties to the slums so he can finally advance toward his true destiny. He steps into the central chamber, his voice echoing through the silent room as the remaining defenders tremble. I am Vlad of Shoera. Before being the rightful delegate, I am also the rightful avenger. He advances on them, his dark silhouette framed by the blue light of his sword. I have come here to end our struggle. He looks up at the high balcony, his voice booming with absolute, focused hatred. One-Armed Jack. He raises his sword into the spotlight, declaring to the entire syndicate, I have returned. One-Armed Jack looks down from his skull throne, instantly recognizing the voice of the street urchin he once tried to crush. And he lets out a low, sinister chuckle, his face contorted in a manic grin as he grips his metal hook, manically laughing at the beautiful irony that the rising star he tried to exploit has returned to take his head. As his hand erupts with a bright, ominous white light, preparing to unleash his final, desperate power, leaving Vlad to brace himself for the final, lethal clash that will decide the fate of Shoera. As he leaps forward, his boots leaving the ground to dive straight into the jaws of his vengeance. The thugs realize their entire syndicate is under siege, screaming for blood because they know, if they don't pack Vlad up right now, Joseph's security guards will execute every last one of them. Vlad doesn't even flinch, tapping directly into the voice's combat instinct to read their sloppy movements, instantly shattering their confidence because they've never faced a real knightly counter technique before. He sweeps through the front line, leaving no room for them to coordinate their advance. Another thug lunges blindly, completely unaware that Vlad spent the last month sparring with Sir Jair, which means his raw, unrefined street brawling has evolved into a highly lethal, calculated execution. The survivors freeze, realizing this blood is no longer the helpless street kid they used to extort. But their commander desperately tries to rally them, knowing that retreating means certain death under Jack's law. Yet, The gap between their survival instincts and their fear of Vlad is rapidly closing. They try to coordinate a mass ambush, but nobody wants to be the first to die, because they finally recognize that Vlad's swordsmanship is on an entirely different level. The entire room stalls, paralyzed by the sheer weight of his silent, predatory presence. Vlad breaks the silence, his voice carrying the absolute, cold authority of a seasoned northern warrior, who has returned to reclaim his home and wipe out his past once and for all. He channels the voice's power, locking onto the defenders blocking the upper levels, reading their defensive formation before they can even register his next move. He breaches their line with a high-speed lunge, completely bypassing their guard, and unleashing a devastating physical impact that shatters their coordination. First defender falls screaming, realizing too late that street weapons cannot block a true knight strike. The remaining thugs realize they are completely outmatched, their numbers meaning nothing against his refined speed. Desperate to neutralize his mobility, they prepare to deploy their heaviest crowd control gear, launching a massive chain net to pin him to the floor. But Vlad's reflexes are far too sharp, slipping beneath the trajectory effortlessly. He utilizes the momentum to reposition, leaving them completely vulnerable and exposed. They scramble to secure the upper staircase, trying to build a bottleneck, hoping the narrow architecture will neutralize his overwhelming agility. Their leader commands them to hold the high ground at all costs, knowing that if Vlad breaches this choke point, the entire upper floor is compromised. Vlad analyzes the bottleneck, realizing a head-on charge plays directly into their defensive trap. He needs to conserve his aura for the final fight against one-armed Jack, and his eyes land on the heavy, structural ropes of his childhood home, recalling exactly how the heavy, cumbersome layout of the Rose's smile was designed. The defenders wait for his advance, completely unaware of his environmental advantage, until Vlad slashes the main pulley cord, releasing the counterweights. He launches himself upward, utilizing the rising rope to completely bypass the staircase blockade, leaving the defenders staring in absolute, paralyzed shock as he sails over their heads. He releases his grip at the perfect peak, landing flawlessly on the upper balcony. Tactical advantage is instantly reversed, trapping the defenders from behind. Vlad mockingly calls out to the lower floor, completely shattering their tactical formation. He stares down the remaining guards, his gaze carrying absolute, lethal contempt, and lunges forward to systematically dismantle their remaining defenses. They try to make a stand, but 5 years of slum training is nothing compared to getting packed in 8 seconds by a real swordmaster. Vlad executes a precise thrust, neutralizing the closest threat instantly. He sweeps through the platform, his movements refined by his brutal sparring sessions with Sir Jair, making these seasoned slum thugs look like complete amateurs who have never faced a real warrior. He effortlessly parries their strikes, realizing their speed is a joke compared to Jair's wooden sword. Bruv. Vlad catches his breath, the physical toll of his rapid movements starting to register, but his instincts alert him to an incoming projectile, deflecting it instantly. 2 archers on the high platform lock onto his position, trying to pin him down. They unleash a rapid volley of arrows, hoping to overwhelm his defenses through sheer rate of fire. Vlad maneuvers through the barrage, his focus entirely locked on their high ground position, and launches himself into an incredible, high-speed leap to close the vertical distance. He sails through the air like a predator descending upon its prey. He secures his grip on the high platform's railing, completely breaching their defensive line. The archers freeze in absolute terror as his shadow looms over them. Vlad executes a horizontal slash, his blade leaving a perfect, glowing blue trajectory, and lands flawlessly amidst the fallen archers, completely neutralizing the high ground threat. Vlad walks calmly through the smoke, his voice carrying the absolute confidence of a victor. Remaining survivors back away, their spirits completely broken by his relentless, terrifying efficiency. Vlad casually grabs a teapot, takes a long drink to recover, and tosses it aside. He stands over the clattering metal, issuing a final, chilling challenge to the survivors. He smirks, his blue eyes flashing with the cold, vengeful resolve of Jorge's last dagger. Jack's remaining thugs realize their absolute mistake, their territory completely slipping from their grasp, as Vlad's heavy boots click against the floor, reclaiming every inch of the space. Because this gilded tavern is not Jack's playground. It is this boy's home, and he has returned to reclaim it with blood. He smiles gently, ready to face one-armed Jack, and end their struggle forever. Skawara's harbor sits under a cold, heavy silence. But beneath this quiet exterior, the entire back alley is about to erupt. Because Harbin can already feel the economic foundation of the slums crumbling under one-armed Jack's reckless, unchecked greed. Jack is pushing local merchants to a dead end, completely abandoning the unspoken rules of the underworld. Rules that Jorge always respected, because Jorge understood that a smart boss squeezes his debtors without completely destroying their ability to pay them back. If this aggressive plundering continues, the entire back alley's economy will plummet within months, leaving Harbin's family syndicate with nothing but a ruined territory. And honestly, Harbin is losing his mind trying to figure out how he's going to report such a massive loss of black market goods to Captain Hoover. His panic is cut short when an associate bursts through the door, delivering the sudden, shocking news that the entire back alley has been completely blocked off by a mysterious force from Sturma targeting one-armed Jack. This isn't just a minor turf war. Joseph's elite watchguards have completely surrounded the district, locking down every exit to ensure no one escapes the purge. Harbin immediately realizes Jack's unchecked greed has finally crossed the line. triggering a full-scale military intervention that will bring another bloody purge to the slums. But the associate is more concerned with a familiar name, asking Harbin if he was close to the kid who's leading the charge. Harbin goes quiet, struggling to believe that the scrawny street kid he once knew has returned as a powerful noble's executioner. Meanwhile, in another corner of the slums, Ned is quietly working when his associate drops the exact same rumors, revealing that the blonde executioner who planted his flag in front of Rose's smile is none other than Vlad of Shoera. Ned freezes in absolute, paralyzing shock, his mind racing as he tries to reconcile his childhood friend with these monstrous rumors. His associate continues to babble about the incredible stories circulating through the back alleys. Stories of Vlad manifesting a brilliant, high-level aura during his duel of honor in DMR, and luring a colossal giant deathworm while riding a legendary black spirit horse in Sturma. Ned doesn't say a word, but his hand grips his cane with a sudden, tense resolve. Despite his severed ankle and physical limitations, Ned is determined to walk into the crossfire to confirm the truth with his own eyes. Over at Rose's smile, Vlad is already executing his bloody vengeance with terrifying, inhuman speed. He dives headfirst into the center of the tavern, his blade cutting a wide, lethal arc through Jack's defenders, closing the distance before they can even coordinate their guard, treating these hardened thugs like absolute practice targets. Another defender gets completely sliced apart, his defense shattered in a fraction of a second. As Vlad lands perfectly, his eyes already tracking the next line of defense. He executes a rapid, sweeping strike that clears the entire floor, leaving no room for negotiation. The voice observes this efficient slaughter with a mixture of awe and chilling realization, realizing that Vlad's fierce training under Gyre has combined with his raw, predatory instincts to turn this former candle seller into a natural, cold-blooded slaughterer. There is no hesitation in his eyes anymore, only the absolute, unyielding resolve of a hunter. Vlad stands victorious over the fallen, his sword dripping with the blood of those who once ruled the back alleys, and turns his gaze to the ponytail lieutenant, the same thug who once threatened to cut Ned's fingers. Vlad delivers a cold, mocking remark about his missing teeth before preparing to end his life, ignoring the lieutenant's desperate, shaking hand as he lunges to finish the job, and drives his sword down, officially closing the book on this chapter of his past. He looks down at the carnage, realizing that while he couldn't perfectly recreate the tragedy of Jorge's capture, this bloody display is more than enough to pay back the debt he owed to his childhood savior. He sheathes his sword, resolving to head upstairs and settle the final score with one-armed Jack. His eyes close for a single beat, stealing his resolve for the confrontation. The heavy wooden stairs groan under his boots as he ascends, moving steadily through the dark, misty corridors of his former home. He pushes the upper door open, a beam of light cutting through the shadowy room, and steps inside, his glowing blue eyes locking onto the man at the bar as he announces his arrival. Vlad addresses one-armed Jack directly, his voice carrying the weight of their shared history. Jack sits at the counter, completely unbothered by the slaughter happening downstairs, and welcomes the rising star back to Shoera. He slides a glass of expensive whiskey across the counter, offering a final drink to his former underling. Vlad stands as a silent, threatening silhouette, flatly refusing the gesture. Jack smiles a tired, fatalistic smile, admitting he finally believes the rumors about Vlad's rapid growth. He takes a long, slow drink to steel his own nerves, setting the glass down with a heavy thud. Jack laments that he should have recruited Vlad sooner, realizing the boy's potential was wasted in the slums. Vlad watches him silently, his bloodstained cloak a stark reminder of his current lethality. Jack looks up, his eyes intense and shadowed, realizing Vlad has returned to take his head. Vlad stands firm, his sword crackling with a faint blue aura as he prepares to fight. Jack draws his sword, his metallic hook hand gleaming under the dim lights, declaring that he has always been someone who wraps up his business properly. Their individual worlds clash in a silent, suffocating wave of energy, as Jack admits he can no longer look down on the boy's presence. Vlad stands his ground, his resolve completely unshakable. He looks down at his bloodstained boots, knowing Jack's fading world can no longer confine him. The two silhouetted figures stand opposite each other in the misty, ruined room, ready to begin. Vlad lunges forward, his blade raised to strike, knowing that even though Jack was once an insurmountable enemy, he must be eliminated to secure his freedom. Jack executes a powerful, high-speed lunge to meet him, and their blades collide in a violent, blinding shockwave of light. The intense pressure of their clash sends a rushing wind howling through the room, Vlad's face contorted in absolute focus. Jack grins through the strain, promising to show Vlad his final courtesy, and grips his hilt with both hands, unleashing a massive upward slash that forces Vlad backward. Vlad's boots slide across the wooden floor as he absorbs the impact, but he immediately leaps back into the fray, executing a rapid, sweeping counterstrike. Jack parries the blow without restrictions, his movements surprisingly agile for his age. Their blades grind together in a shower of sparks, Vlad struggling against the veteran's brute strength, and stumbling backward with a pained grunt as Jack pushes him to his limits. Vlad is forced to one knee, desperately parrying a heavy downward strike as the blue energy of his sword flares, and his left eye burns with the brilliant starlight of the voice, unleashing the raw, brutal courtesy of the back alleys. Their blades lock in a final, explosive clash of sparks that will decide the fate of Shoera. Jack isn't backing down, pouring every ounce of his remaining strength into a desperate, grinding parry. But Vlad's resolve is completely unyielding, forcing his blade upward to shatter the old veteran's guard. Jack looms in the shadows, his eyes reflecting the cold reality of a street kid who actually survived the gutter. And Blood really thought he could end this with a single leap, crashing down with a weight that would have crushed the old Vlad. But the boy who used to swing wooden sticks in the mud isn't that helpless child anymore, and Jack knows it, carrying the brutal descent as the sheer physical impact splatters old blood across his face. In this split second of suspended violence, Jack's mind slips backward to the absolute beginning of his greed, to a time when he was just another nameless orphan staring up at the wealthy, untouchable spires of Squara's castle, realizing early on that the only way to climb out of the filth was to acquire absolute, brutal strength, even if his own hands had to be torn apart by the literal thorns of slum ambition. That desperate hunger is what drove him to grip his first sword, starting a cycle of relentless bloodshed. The boundary between right and wrong completely dissolved in the mud of the back alleys. He climbed to the very top of the gutter, built a throne of skulls, yet never actually reached the light, because every step of his ascent was choked by the rod of his own compromise. The star he chased had lost its shine long ago, covered in the blood of those he stepped on, until a sudden, blinding flash of blue energy cuts through his dark, cynical world. Vlad stands before him as a brilliant, backlit silhouette, holding his sword with the absolute authority of a true knight. And Jack instantly realizes the fundamental truth he ignored his entire life. To grasp a light that pure, you cannot be covered in the filth of betrayal. Which is why Vlad's blade cuts through his defenses with the weight of absolute, cosmic justice. The voice's blue aura erupts in a blinding column of starlight, completely sealing the old boss's fate. Jack's guard is utterly shattered, his chest sliced open as the physical reality of his defeat sets in, and the dark blood of his syndicate begins to pool on the wooden floorboards. Yet, instead of screaming, Jack lets out a manic, blood-choked laugh. A twisted, triumphant sound that echoes through the ruined, misty tavern. Vlad's face contorts in absolute fury, refusing to let this monster find peace in his final moments. Slamming his blade down to silence the laughter once and for all, Vlad confronts him with the heavy cost of his sins, for betraying Jorge, taking over Rose's smile, and selling Marcella like cargo, and executes a rapid, merciless sequence of slashes that tears through the remaining shadows, ensuring the old boss pays the ultimate, bloody price for the lives he ruined. Jack collapses under the onslaught, his manic grin widening as the physical pain of his wounds takes over. He boasts that this is the perfect day for a feast, completely unbothered by his own imminent demise, and tells Vlad that he is destined to rise far higher than any slum boss ever could. Vlad roars at him to shut up, his emotional stability fracturing under the weight of the tragedy. As their weapons clash in one final, explosive burst of sparks, Jack smirks through the blood dripping from his mouth, looking at the boy who has surpassed him, and his heavy, labored breathing slows as the physical reality of death approaches. The dark blood pools silently on the floor, marking the absolute end of his reign. Jack smirks, admitting that dying this way is actually a relief, because he would rather be crushed by a giant, unstoppable force than rot away in obscurity. Vlad stands over him with a somber, silent gaze, asking if he has any final words. Jack smiles his signature, crooked grin, offering a quiet, final commendation to his executioner, and tells Vlad to take some rest, completely at peace with his fate. Vlad freezes in sudden, silent shock at the old boss's unexpected dignity, before plunging his blade straight through Jack's chest to end the struggle. The body falls heavily to the floor, and Vlad stands alone amidst the wreckage of his childhood home, whispering that this is finally enough, his voice carrying the exhaustion of a long, bloody night. Jack's final thoughts are surprisingly peaceful, realizing his violent life was at least lived with fierce determination, and that even if he was crushed by the shining world, he did well to reach the pinnacle. He grins up at the dark ceiling, calling out to his old rival Jorge, and falls backward into the dark, misty void of death. His final shout echoes through the silent, ruined tavern, and Vlad stands over the lifeless body, his blonde hair cast in deep shadow. The old boss is gone, leaving only a quiet, heavy silence in the room. Vlad walks out onto the balcony, looking at the dark sky of his hometown, realizing that the revenge he chased for months doesn't taste sweet at all. It carries a lingering, hollow bitterness that settles deep in his chest. As he turns back into the ruined, misty tavern to face his roots, he walks past the debris to the counter where Jack's untouched liquor sits, and reaches out his bloodstained hand to lift the glass. This old boss is literally giving him a performance review while dying, fam, but Vlad still drinks to his memory, remembering the raw, brutal rules of the back alleys they both came from. He places his hand on the table next to the empty glass, whispering a quiet farewell, and resolves to return the favor, because a true knight must only receive what he deserves. Vlad leaves a single gold coin resting on the dark wood next to the blood-stained glass, paying his final, honorable debt to the syndicate boss who once ruled his world. He walks away from the pile of fallen thugs, his white flag of honor standing tall, leaving behind the stagnant, violent past of the Shoera slums. The stagnant drop has finally flowed to the outside, leaving a small ripple in his soul, as his bloodied, curved blade catches the faint light of a new dawn. Borden is sweating bullets outside the blockaded flower pavilion because the dead silence from inside is actively eating him alive, until a lone, blood-drenched silhouette slowly emerges from the pitch-black entrance of the ruined tavern. instantly paralyzing Borden with pure shock as Vlad stands there casually holding a sword dripping with fresh crimson. Borden's jaw completely drops, but Vlad's eyes are glowing with the cold, predatory remnants of his awakened power, sending a wave of absolute dread through the surrounding security guards who realize they are looking at a monster. The men are literally shaking, whispering that this kid single-handedly slaughtered an entire syndicate of 50 armed killers, which is a level of casual violence that normal soldiers can't even comprehend as they watch the blood drip from his blade. Even the corrupt mayor of Shoera is sweating through his fine clothes, realizing his secret bribes won't protect him from this raw terror. Vlad just stands there, completely numb to the fear he's projecting, his body physically exhausted from the massive aura backlash. The mayor swallows hard as Vlad slowly turns his head, scanning the perimeter with cold, detached precision, before dragging his broken body down the foggy street, only to be stopped by a familiar voice calling his name from the mist. Vlad halts, leaving a trail of dark crimson footprints in the damp mud as he slowly turns his head, only to see Harbin holding up his harbor tool to prove his identity through the heavy fog. Recognizing his old ally, Vlad whispers Harbin's name as the guards lower their spears to let the clerk pass. Vlad's light blue eye flashes with a sudden spark of relief, realizing he is finally back among people he can trust. The guards quickly step aside, acknowledging that this blood-drenched executioner is actually their ally's childhood friend. And as the path clears, the slow, rhythmic thud of a T-shaped wooden cane echoes through the quiet street, revealing Ned limping forward with tears in his eyes, immediately calling Vlad an idiot for risking his life like this. Ned desperately asks if he's okay, and Vlad just smiles weakly, his cold facade completely melting away. He stands there, his blood-soaked boots slipping in the mud, unable to hold his weight any longer, as his heavy sword slips from his numb fingers, clattering loudly against the cold stone street. Ned catches him in a tight, desperate embrace, and Vlad finally lets go, admitting that his entire body is screaming in agony. Ned holds him up, his face filled with panic as he tries to understand the sheer physical toll Vlad has endured. But Vlad just smirks weakly, resting his head on his friend's shoulder as the heavy tension in his soul evaporates. A bright, warm light illuminates the dark slums, signaling that the long, bloody night of vengeance has finally ended. Fam. The next morning, Vlad wakes up in a luxurious, clean room at the Bayezid estate, looking completely out of place. And as he stares out at the bright, prosperous rooftops of Sturma, he realizes his soul is still rejecting this noble comfort. His quiet thoughts are interrupted as a local Shoera servant enters the room, carrying a wooden face-washing basin. The servant is grinning from ear to ear, eager to serve the new captain, who has become the legend of the back alleys. Vlad just stares at him with a completely deadpan expression, thoroughly exhausted by this sudden, excessive flattery. The servant just keeps smiling, acting like he has been Vlad's most loyal follower since day one, which is wild. But in the corner of the room, God is biting his thumb in absolute, sweating panic over losing his position to a local. Vlad easily reads God's hilarious insecurity and calmly tells him to stay cool and not get impatient, before turning to the servant with a cold, serious warning to keep his loyalty honest or leave immediately. The servant nods enthusiastically, and Vlad let out a long, tired sigh, completely weary of managing these back alley egos. An attendant knocks on the door, delivering a message that Sir Borden is waiting to see him. Vlad stands up, adjusting his tunic, glad to have a professional distraction from his domestic troubles. He heads down the corridor, knowing he has critical, unfinished business of his own to discuss with the guard captain. He enters Borden's office and is greeted by a literal mountain of pastries, cookies, and fresh tarts. And honestly, Vlad looks at this feast like he's being punished, muttering that eating like this will kill them. Borden just keeps chewing on a strawberry tart, pointing at the towering stacks of administrative paperwork cluttering his desk, explaining that one-armed Jack's corrupt shadow was buried so deep in the back alley that uprooting it is an absolute nightmare. Borden rests his chin on his hand, asking Vlad what his next move is now that his combat mission is officially over. Vlad stands at attention, and Borden instructs him to remain on hold until Sir Joseph arrives to finalize their plans. Vlad looks down, sweat dripping from his cheek as he admits he has absolutely no talent for administrative paperwork. Borden de-escalates, handing him a white document, and Vlad looks down at the official seal with a serious expression, as Borden explains that this document represents the official authority of arrest granted by House Bayezid, which is basically a legal permit to beat up any remaining syndicate thugs to his heart's content. This is the next stage of Sir Joseph's grand vision, completely clearing out the back alley weeds and replacing them with order. Borden notes that Vlad is the perfect man for this purge because nobody knows the back alley's dark secrets better than him. Borden tells him to take his time, spend some time with his old friends, and even visit his lover at the convent. Vlad's face flushes with instant embarrassment, and he quickly mutters that Gemina is strictly just a childhood friend. Borden just grins and chews his sugar cube, telling Vlad he will notify him the moment the convent grants visitation access. Vlad bows and thanks him, realizing Borden is far more meticulous and observant than he originally let on. But before he leaves, Vlad asks a critical question. Are the remaining followers of One-Armed Jack locked in the prison? Borden confirms they rounded up every single syndicate member who was scattered across the territory. Vlad's face is cast in a cold, menacing blue light as he declares he must visit the prison immediately to find someone. Vlad walks down the dark, damp stone corridors of the dungeon, his mind filled with a quiet, burning resolve. Knowing that if his target is not among these prisoners, he will have to take far more drastic measures. He stands before a heavily guarded cell, his eyes flaring with blue energy as he prepares to dig up the back alley's deepest secrets. And deep within his soul, the shadowy entity watches with glowing, cold eyes, waiting to see how far Vlad will go. Vlad enters the deepest cells of the Shoera dungeon, knowing that to completely secure this town, he has to tie up every loose thread left behind by Jack's syndicate. And as his heavy footsteps echo through the damp stone corridor, the prisoners immediately recognize the terrifying figure who just dismantled their entire operation. Spotting the legendary silver dagger at his hip, the weapon of their late boss Jorge, which means the rumors of a new, ruthless power in Shoera are entirely real. Word of the Northern campaign has already trickled down to these cells, and the realization that the Duke's personal delegate is a boy from their own streets instantly paralyzes them with dread, because if Vlad is here to settle every old debt from the Rose's Smile raid, none of these men are leaving this dungeon alive. He stops before the iron grates, his eyes flaring with that same supernatural blue starlight that once crushed Jack's strongest mercenaries, sending an icy, suffocating pressure through the cell that forces these hardened criminals to cower like cornered animals. He doesn't look at them with anger, but with the cold, detached gaze of a judge who has already decided their fate, finally locking onto a specific, dark-skinned figure huddled silently in the corner of the cell. The cell falls completely silent as the prisoners realize the delegate isn't here for a mass slaughter, but for one specific man who once risked everything to help him escape these very slums. Vlad smiles, offering to buy his freedom for exactly 40 silver coins, the precise amount of extortion Jorge once demanded to free Ned years ago. It's Otar, the cynical old blacksmith who refused to sell his final masterpiece to anyone who couldn't escape the gutter. And despite his gruff, hostile exterior back then, Otar was one of the few souls who recognized the boy's potential before he ever held a real sword. This is Vlad's way of paying back his debt, extending a helping hand to the only adult who didn't exploit him. Recalling the fateful night when a brilliant, supernatural light first erupted from the frozen filth of the slums, setting his destiny in motion. That destitute child is gone, replaced by a warrior who now commands the authority of the most powerful noble houses in the north. And with his business in the dungeons concluded, Vlad travels to Varna's Grand Cathedral to fulfill his most personal mission yet. The peaceful convent is thrown into a frenzy as the young nuns crowd the windows, whispering excitedly about the arrival of the legendary northern hero, captivated by his striking blonde hair and blue eyes, treating his arrival like a scene straight out of a fairy tale. They know him only as the Duke's personal delegate, a rising star who wielded aura at an impossibly young age. And the rumors of his rapid ascent have made him a figure of immense political and romantic fascination within these sacred walls. Vlad walks through the stone courtyard, flanked by the head nun, completely ignoring the whispering crowd of opportunists trying to secure his favor. Deep within the damp, forgotten kitchens of the convent, far from the grand reception, a lone girl is forced to scrub grease off heavy plates, completely isolated from the excitement of the outside world. The Mother Superior bursts in, her voice echoing sharply as she demands the kitchen staff prepare for the prestigious guest's arrival, warning them that any delay or failure in their duties will bring shame upon the entire convent. The young nuns quickly bow their heads in submission, eager to escape her wrath and catch a glimpse of the handsome warrior, immediately shifting the blame onto Gemina, mocking her for her slow, deliberate work. Gemina bows her head, quietly apologizing as she continues to scrub the cold stone floor in isolation. They leave her behind with the remaining chores, treating her like a worthless debtor who must work to earn her keep, while she sits alone in the misty gloom, surrounded by towering stacks of dirty plates, listening to their excited chatter fade down the hall. Bro, the contrast between her scrubbing grease in the dark while the entire convent is throwing a festival for her childhood friend is actually wild. Inside the grand, sunlit sanctuary, the priest formally introduces the special guest, noting his prestigious backing by Priest Andrea. And as Vlad stands before the assembly, the pews erupt into hushed whispers of admiration. The young nuns blush and whisper, completely captivated by his noble bearing and legendary reputation. But Vlad's mind is entirely elsewhere, his sharp blue eyes scanning the rows of habits with mounting frustration, completely ignoring their excited glances as he searches for the one face he actually came here to see. He realizes she isn't among the gathered crowd, despite his explicit request for every nun to be present. The head nun calls for prayer, and Vlad reluctantly closes his eyes, trying to maintain his polite noble facade, kneeling on the cold stone floor under the brilliant light of the stained glass window. As the silent prayer continues, a quiet rustling echoes from the back of the cathedral, and Vlad's eyes snap open with sudden, joyful recognition as he senses a familiar presence. Gemina has slipped in late, kneeling quietly in the dark shadows near the entrance to avoid notice. She lets out a soft breath of relief, completely unaware that her presence has already been detected. Vlad stands up, his expression turning serious as he walks down the aisle toward the back of the hall, his gaze locking onto her worn, stained habit. The accompanying nun asks if something is wrong, noticing his sudden, tense focus. Vlad points directly at Gemina, his voice tight with anger as he notes how emaciated she looks. He demands to know if they are even feeding her properly, completely abandoning his polite, noble etiquette. The central nun flinches in absolute shock, while Vlad grumbles internally about having to maintain his restraint in a holy place. He steps forward, ignoring the gasping crowd, and approaches Jemina directly. The silent cathedral is filled with tension as the nuns watch the prestigious delegate march toward the lowly kitchen servant. And Jemina looks up, her red eyes wide with disbelief as she stares at the tall, blonde warrior standing before her. She can't believe the scrawny boy from the slums could have grown into such an imposing, powerful figure, whispering his name in quiet doubt as Vlad looks down at her. He studies her worn, dirty habit, his heart aching at the sight of her neglect. Seeing the dark stains on her dress, Vlad lets out a frustrated sigh, unable to hide his anger at her treatment. He asks why her habit is so dirty, his voice laced with protective fury. The surrounding nuns gasp in absolute shock, whispering in confusion as they realize the delegate shares a deep connection with their kitchen servant. Vlad asks if they've been starving her and forcing her to work without rest, his eyes locking onto hers with intense concern. He reaches out, his large hand gently touching her red hair in a gesture of profound tenderness, softly commanding her to answer him as he breaks through her silent disbelief. Looking up at her childhood protector, Jemina completely breaks down, tears streaming down her flushed cheeks in a pained sob. Vlad's mouth sets in a firm, unyielding line as he witnesses her pain, his resolve solidifying in an instant. He tells her to screw the procedures and that they are leaving today, declaring, "Let's go home, Jemina." He takes her hand, pulling her away from her life of servitude. For a girl who grew up as an unwanted orphan in the freezing slums, home was a word she had never once heard directed at her. Recalling their childhood in the freezing alleys, huddled together under a single tattered blanket just to survive the winter. That shared trauma forged a bond stronger than blood, and seeing her safe at last, Vlad knows he will never let her suffer again. He wraps his large, dark cloak around her trembling shoulders, shielding her from the staring eyes of the cathedral, pulling her into a tight, protective embrace as she weeps against his chest. In a world that treated them as worthless garbage, they had survived by becoming each other's home and parents, their shadows finally merging into one on the cathedral floor. Jemina sits in the carriage, clutching that pillow like her entire life depends on it. And she's sweating bullets because the guy sitting across from her is the same kid she used to share a gutter with. But Vlad looks so much like a highborn noble now that she can barely look him in the eye. Vlad asks why she keeps staring, but she just mutters some hesitant excuse because the physical transformation is too much for her to process. Vlad looks genuinely confused, and honestly, Blood has zero social awareness of how intimidating his new knightly aura actually is to a traumatized slum orphan. She buries her face in the pillow, blushing and complaining that he's changed too much, exposing her deep anxiety about not fitting into his new world. They sit in the bright carriage, the silence stretching between them as they head back to their roots. Vlad points out it's only been 6 months, but the awkwardness is palpable as the carriage rattles along. While Jemina steals another glance, completely overwhelmed by how natural his noble-like elegance has become, Vlad suddenly reaches his hand out, making her flinch instinctively, only to pop a piece of expensive noble caramel right into her mouth, a small gesture of familiar warmth. He notes she's been looking completely dazed since they left the convent. Vlad wants her to eat the sweet and snap out of her shell, showing his quiet, protective nature hasn't changed at all. She chews it, immediately asking if he stole it, because when you grow up starving, your first instinct is always to assume crime. But Vlad just tells her to assume whatever she wants, refusing to boast about his achievements. He suddenly notices her tearing up, and she snaps at him for taking so damn long to come back for her. She weeps into her bag because the sheer relief of finally being safe and rescued is completely breaking her down. Vlad looks out the window, resting his chin on his hand as he lets her cry, knowing some scars take time to heal. The carriage rolls down the sunny forest path, carrying 2 orphans who are finally returning to where their story began. Night falls over the rooftops of Shoera, a town where the wealthy look down on the slums from their glowing castles. Inside his dark workshop, Otar sits alone by his forge, feeling his own life force slowly fading away. Just like the dying embers in his furnace, completely unfulfilled and forgotten. He stares at his calloused hands, swallowed by the crushing realization that he's going to die in this gutter without leaving a legacy. He stands up to close the doors, laments that even the usual back alley wanderers don't drop by anymore. And his mind instantly drifts to the blonde kid he helped smuggle out of the city months ago. Otar recalls young Vlad holding a rusty dagger, praying the kid didn't freeze to death in the northern snow. A heavy, muddy step squelches outside the door, and a familiar voice asks why he's closing so early. Otar tells the cloaked figure to come back tomorrow, but Vlad insists he's going to be way too busy starting tomorrow. Otar scoffs at a slum kid claiming to be busy, but then Vlad mentions his sword needs an immediate repair. Vlad pulls back his hood, and Otar's eyes widen as he recognizes the blonde kid who was supposed to be dead. Vlad smiles, telling him he's the only blacksmith in the world he trusts with this blade. Vlad presents the sword. Otar is completely paralyzed, staring at the weapon he never expected to see again. Then the old man's face lights up, his pride instantly overriding his shock as he yells that of course he can fix it. He eagerly drags Vlad inside, gesturing toward a seat in his cluttered backstreet workshop. Otar takes the blade, immediately analyzing the heavy damage. He points to a massive, jagged scratch, demanding to know what kind of monster could do this to his masterpiece. And Vlad calmly explains it happened while he was slaughtering goblin hordes in the freezing northern forests. Vlad details his duel of honor in DMR and how he had to scrape the blade against the earth to lure a giant deathworm. And Otar is completely awestruck, his reflection in the steel showing a man whose work is actively making history. Otar realizes that while he's been rotting in this alley, the boy has been out there living a life of true, unyielding honor. The old man laughs maniacally, his dying passion completely reignited as he prepares the forge. Otar pumps the bellows, heating the furnace until the flames roar against the stone walls. The blacksmith's star is twinkling again, his soul completely saved by the boy's return. The hammer strikes the glowing steel, sparks flying as Otar pours his entire remaining life force into repairing the blade. The next afternoon, Ned stands on a wooden pier, holding a bottle of whiskey and asking Vlad about One-Armed Jack's legendary sword IOU. Ned is stunned to realize Vlad is actually running the back alleys now, acting as the Count's official delegate. Ned explains he returned the IOU to Marcella immediately to secure her freedom, while Vlad notes the transition of power is always written in blood. Ned asks if Vlad is planning to return to Sturma, but Vlad explains he's on standby to clean up the rest of Jack's syndicate. Ned smiles, genuinely proud to see his childhood savior carrying himself with the quiet dignity of a noble-backed knight. Vlad reveals he's investigating Jack's hidden properties and assets, knowing the money bugs have been digging holes everywhere. Ned offers his help, noting his local network can track down the hidden assets in exchange for some of that expensive whiskey. Ned smirks, pointing out that nothing in the slums comes without a price, bruv. He reveals Marcella is desperately trying to locate the other courtesans who were sold off when the Rose's smile fell. Ned touches his chin, realizing there's a systematic pattern to how these women were trafficked. Vlad listens intently, his face setting into a serious line as Ned explains some of the girls vanished without a single trace, including a woman named Anna, who was abducted by a brutal bald man in the dark alleys. Ned warns that this systematic trafficking ring is completely different from Jack's usual unorganized chaos. He promises to keep digging, though his current forces are small after the recent gang wars. Ned's scarred scout approaches the pier, calling out to Vlad. The scout reports he found a highly suspicious location that matches the trafficking pattern. Vlad stands up immediately, his predatory instincts taking over as he tells Ned he's heading there right now. Ned watches him walk away, sighing at the fact that Vlad doesn't even get a single day of rest after saving them. The scene shifts to a weathered wooden sign depicting a meat cleaver hanging outside a stone building. Vlad steps into the dim, blue-shadowed butcher shop, holding the weathered paper Ned's scout retrieved. The large, muscular butcher stares at the paper, immediately looking defensive and hostile. The butcher sneers that they don't sell people here, trying to play tough to hide his panic. The butcher slams his cleaver into the cutting board, telling Vlad to get lost if he's done. Vlad watches him chop meat, silently analyzing the butcher's defensive posture. The butcher claims the shop opened 6 months ago under the protection of Black Bear, trying to use a boss's name to scare him off. Black Bear is one of the 5 bosses, a brutal pig butcher who rules through raw violence. Vlad realizes the butcher is trying to intimidate him, but his own experience with high-level knights makes this threat laughably small. Vlad smirks, a dark shadow falling over his face as he prepares to break the man's confidence. Vlad's eyes flare blue, his aura erupting as he asks how an illiterate slum butcher instantly knew the paper contained a name. The butcher freezes, sweat pouring down his face as he realizes his massive slip-up. The butcher desperately stammers that people in the slums hate paper, trying to play off his literacy as a common trait. But Vlad's glowing blue eyes lock onto him, asking coldly if he's the one selling the missing women. The butcher stands frozen, realizing his cover is completely blown. He swings his cleaver with desperate, violent force, but Vlad easily evades the strike. The butcher grunts as he presses the attack, completely outmatched by Vlad's speed. He screams, demanding to know who this blonde monster is. Vlad offers him a final chance to cooperate quietly if he doesn't want to bleed. A sinister smile spreads across a shadowed face in the dark alley, welcoming the return of the back alley's raw violence. Vlad draws his sword, ordering Otar to close the door because the shop is officially closed for business today. Cleaning the blood off a blade is just another Tuesday in Shoera, but the sudden influx of lawless outsiders means One-Armed Jack's grip on the slums has completely rotted, leaving a power vacuum that's inviting far worse monsters than street thugs. Vlad had to physically squeeze the truth out of a terrified middleman, knowing that if he let this lead go cold, the entire human trafficking network operating in Shora's blind spots would vanish back into the shadows. What started as a simple cleanup mission has spiraled into an absolute nightmare, forcing Vlad to make a move. Before these underground slave traders realize the local authorities are finally breathing down their necks. But just as Vlad prepares to pass the burden to his noble patrons, a young informant runs up, delivering a fresh lead that completely shatters any hope of Vlad having a peaceful night. The kid reveals that Anna, the missing woman, was loaded into an unmarked carriage, which confirms she didn't just run away, she was systematically trafficked out of the slums. But the real horror is the target profile. Every single woman taken was heavily pregnant, which instantly triggers alarm bells because no standard slave market has any use for expectant mothers. This is a highly specialized, deeply sinister operation, and if Vlad doesn't locate their destination immediately, these women are going to face a fate far worse than simple labor. Even for the lawless slums, this crosses a line that Vlad's personal code absolutely refuses to tolerate. And the sudden, heavy presence of the voice behind his consciousness warns him of an impending catastrophe. A sudden psychic flash floods Vlad's mind, showing a young girl screaming behind iron bars, connecting this current horror to the unresolved trauma of his own childhood in the gutter. The voice urges him to trust his instincts, because hesitation here means certain death for the captives. Vlad realizes he has to act now, even if it means dragging the nobility into a slum war. He instantly springs into action, heading straight for the military command center, where Sir Borden is currently enjoying a luxurious feast of tarts and pastries. Completely oblivious to the fact that his quiet holiday is about to be violently interrupted, Blund is really out here devouring strawberry cake, while a human trafficking crisis is unfolding. Borden is absolutely drowning in paperwork and begs for a 2-day delay, but Vlad flatly refuses, knowing that every single hour they waste is another hour those pregnant women are trafficked. Vlad threatens to take the matter straight to the mayor, forcing Borden to realize that this kid from the slums is not someone he can easily manipulate or delay. Borden's hopes for a peaceful holiday are officially dead as he looks out the window, spotting the grand arrival of the high-ranking knights of House Bayezid. Sir Joseph has returned early, bringing the full weight of his military escort to Shoera. The grand carriage pulls up to the cathedral, setting the stage for a massive political shift. Sir Joseph steps out, his calm gaze masking a calculating political ambition. The corrupt mayor of Shoera immediately begins groveling, completely unaware that his political career is about to be systematically dismantled by the very nobles he's trying to flatter. Vlad stands in the background, keeping his head low but his eyes sharp, sensing the underlying tension. Sir Jair immediately senses that something is rotting in Shoera, ordering the meeting moved indoors. They stride down the polished marble hallways, their heavy boots echoing in the quiet corridor. The mayor eagerly offers his office, but Jair stops him, insisting on a security sweep. The mayor acts offended, trying to play the victim to hide his deep panic. But Jair's green aura flares, completely paralyzing the corrupt official with pure, nightly pressure. The mayor stammers in terror, realizing his petty slum authority means absolutely nothing to an advanced knight. Jair praises Vlad's vigilance, validating his junior in front of the entire escort. And honestly, you gotta respect the hustle because my man is playing 4D chess with the local nobility, fam. Jair asks Vlad for his report, and Vlad carefully prepares to leverage this political moment by requesting a private audience with the corrupt mayor to dig up the trafficking ring. Jair is immensely proud, realizing Vlad has finally learned to navigate high-stakes noble politics. Jair approves the request, officially calling Sir Joseph into the room to finalize the trap. The attendants enter, marveling at the luxurious office funded by back-alley bribery, while the corrupt mayor stands sweating, realizing his luxurious life is rapidly slipping away. The mayor tries to regain his footing by boasting about the view, but Jair disdainfully rejects the red velvet throne, declaring it far too gaudy for a man of true honor. The mayor freezes as Sir Joseph steps into the light, his silhouette radiating absolute authority. The corrupt official stammers, realizing his entire network of bribery and collusion has been exposed. Sir Joseph calmly commands him to confess all his crimes, delivering a cold, polite execution of his career, by officially stripping the mayor of his title and appointing Sir Borden to take his place. The heavy silence of deposed authority settles over the room. Armed with Borden's official backing, Vlad's heavy boots steps back into the rotting mud of the slums, descending into the oldest, most dangerous alleyways where the regular watchguards never dare to tread. Vlad knows this territory is ruled by the pig butcher, a place thick with the scent of blood. And as they walk deeper, the hollow, red-eyed silhouettes of the desperate slum dwellers surround them, proving that some places in Shoera are so completely forsaken that even the syndicates left them to rot. Vlad stops before a grim gate adorned with a massive, chained ram skull, and stands flanked by hanging skeletons, ready to breach the pig butcher's territory to find the missing women. Vlad finally locates the blacksmith cell. His hand reaches out, iron clanking against stone, where Otar looks out from behind the bars, immediately demanding to know who's lurking in his dark corner. Vlad just stares back with absolute deadpan energy, letting the silence hang because he knows the entire alley is already sweating over his return. And honestly, this is a calculated power move to show he's no longer the helpless street rat they can just ignore. He's reflecting on how the old Vlad would have been thrown in a ditch like this daily, but the game has completely changed, because right now, he is carrying the weight and political honor of some of the most powerful names in the entire kingdom. Stepping back out into the cool evening air of the slums, he pulls his dark hood low, resolving to handle this business himself because letting a human trafficking ring rot his hometown is where he draws the line. The sun sets over the decaying timber frames of Shoera as heavy, fur-trimmed boots trudge through the mud, with Borden's guard escort carrying a massive white flag right behind him to signal a formal, noble takeover of the gutter. They halt outside the heavy wooden doors of Black Bear's territory, where a massive, shirtless guard blocks the threshold, and demands to know why a random noble-looking kid is wandering around the most dangerous block in the slums. Vlad doesn't even bother answering, letting his absolute silence do the talking while the guard's patience completely evaporates, until Vlad drops a cold, lethal warning that closing this door means nobody inside survives the night. Blood's arrogant smirk instantly vanishes as Vlad's left eye flares with that unmistakable, terrifying blue starlight. And before anyone can process the threat, Vlad grips the heavy wooden pole and drives the banner of honor deep into the dirt, declaring his absolute authority as the rightful delegate of Shoera. He's not playing games, openly warning them that Black Bear needs to crawl out and face him directly, while the guard breaks into a cold sweat, realizing this is the exact monster from the rumors who slaughtered Jack's syndicate. And honestly, he wasn't exaggerating, leaving a pile of bleeding, unconscious thugs scattered across the stone floor, completely painting the room red in a matter of seconds to show the slums that the old power dynamics are dead. Within his mind, the voice echoes with a chilling, solemn reminder that this is the absolute last time he lends his strength, leaving Vlad to stand alone in the quiet ruins as we transition to the next stage of Joseph's political cleanup. Meanwhile, the corrupt, deposed former mayor of Shoera plods across the sunlit plaza toward the grand administrative hall, anxiously looking up at the high arched windows where a powerful silhouette is watching his every move. Inside the plush office, Sir Joseph Bayezid looks through the decorative metal frame, expressing a rare moment of pity for the mayor's ruin. Though Sir Jair quickly shuts it down, noting the man's systemic corruption made his public downfall in Sturma completely inevitable. Joseph turns back toward the room, asking how the slum boss Black Bear reacted to their sudden military presence. And Jair confirms the boss chose immediate cooperation over annihilation, which is honestly the only smart decision Big Man could have made. Vlad walks in, dryly noting that their shared gutter origins made the negotiation a lot smoother, while Joseph just smirks, privately reflecting on how Vlad is adapting to this complex political chess game. Because despite Vlad's lack of formal education, he is executing every single high-stakes mission flawlessly, proving that Joseph's grand plan to mold this street kid into a perfect, loyal knight is actually working. Joseph looks down with absolute satisfaction, silently reviewing the chess pieces he has spent years assembling, including his 5 elite, heavily armored knights standing in perfect formation, his beastman mage Dorothea, his administrative team, and his highly trained cavalry, all of whom represent the absolute foundation of his military and political power. None of them carry the raw, unpredictable potential of his newest asset, the young squire who has already defied the odds and manifested aura at age 17, which is absolute main character behavior. Joseph knows that this vassal troop is his only ticket to surviving the succession war against his half-brother Lutgit, because if he wins, they all rise to glory, but if he fails, they all sink into the dirt together. He stares out over the endless rooftops of Shoera, realizing the city is his final stepping stone to the throne. And though his fragile health limits his own swordplay, his strategic mind is already 10 moves ahead of his rivals. He knows the dark, magical forces creeping into the north are far too dangerous to ignore. And this cleanup campaign is his ultimate opportunity to secure a firm wall against the royal castle's influence. Turning to the hall, Joseph officially tasks Sir Gregory with leading the investigation into the missing pregnant women. And Gregory accepts the heavy responsibility with a solemn, respectful gesture of absolute loyalty. Joseph trusts him because Gregory is a neutral knight who refuses to get blinded by the family's internal succession feud. Gregory requests to work alongside Sir Cade, whose legendary tracking techniques are exactly what they need to find the slave carriages. And Vlad is completely taken aback when Gregory warmly welcomes him to the team as their rising star. As the meeting concludes, the heavy weight of the upcoming hunt settles over the silent hall. Miles away in the western territories, a violent, freezing rainstorm lashes against a grand stone manor, where a sudden, blinding bolt of lightning illuminates the estate of the Baron of Utman. Inside the dark, blue-tinted bedroom, a young boy lies gasping for air, his lungs failing from a terminal illness, while his parents stand over the bed in absolute, helpless grief as the child's life slowly slips away. The Baron turns toward the window, where a mysterious, pale-haired woman stands enveloped in a dark, cold light, and clenching his fist until his knuckles turn white, the father makes a desperate, tragic decision to save his son at any cost. Tears stream down his face as he begs the entity to cure his child, completely blind to the dark price of his deal. And the mysterious woman slowly floats above the floor, her dark dress billowing as she begins to speak, unleashing a violent, swirling vortex of dark purple magical energy that completely consumes the room, as her eyes erupt with a manic, purple light, laughing because she is the dark savior who answers when God refuses to look. The freezing rain of Mosiam beats down on the forest path, signaling the start of a grueling covert operation, where Sir Gregory immediately grumbles about the miserable storm, trying to break the heavy silence with our boy Vlad, who simply stares at the distant, glowing lights of the Baron of Utman's estate, knowing they are operating completely outside the protective jurisdiction of the Bayezid flag, while Gregory slides his silver flask over, offering a quick drink to stave off the biting frost, but Vlad's mind is already tracking the stakes, which is why he silently declines, heading into the dark brush to find dry wood because freezing to death before the investigation even starts is a very real threat. And even with Gregory warning him that the wet wood is useless, Vlad's stubborn street survival instincts kick in, prompting Gregory to smile, secretly seeing the exact same unyielding resolve that made Sir Jair such a legendary pain in the ass. But reality hits fast when the rain-soaked branches turn out to be completely useless, leaving Vlad staring at his wet hands in silent frustration, until Sir Cade steps through the thick fog, presenting hollow, dry wood he tracked down using his elite scouting skills, which is why Vlad immediately offers to carry the heavy load, attempting to repay his debt to the knight who almost lost everything in Varna, causing Cade to pause, his usual quiet stoicism melting into a moment of genuine, awkward gratitude. as he looks at the young associate knight who saved his life, preparing to address the unspoken bond between them, and finally thanking Vlad for pulling him back from the brink of self-destruction when his knightly honor was shattered, to which Vlad brushes it off with a warm, genuine smile, showing that his streetwise pragmatism is always balanced by a fierce loyalty to his comrades. While Cade admits that joining this ragtag investigation team was the best decision he ever made, realizing they're the only ones who can uncover the dark truth of Mosiam, prompting Gregory to chuckle, noting most proud nobles would rather freeze to death than do manual labor, which is exactly why they are currently disguised as simple mercenaries. Because in this lawless territory, their noble titles are a massive liability that could get them killed before they find a single clue. And Gregory lays out the cold hard facts. They are completely on their own here, relying solely on Black Bear's shady cooperation to locate the missing pregnant women. Since this is the absolute limit of Sir Joseph's political reach, meaning any mistake will result in a silent execution with zero backup. And Vlad accepts the gravity of the situation, knowing the lives of the abducted victims depend entirely on their silence. So as the senior knights turn back to rest, Vlad lingers in the freezing rain, his eyes locked on the quiet town, as the cold wind triggers a phantom echo of the agonizing screams he heard during his childhood in the Squara slums, vowing that he will use his newly granted authority to ensure the innocent children of Mosiam do not suffer the same horrific fate. And the next morning, the heavy fog blankets the forest path as the three riders approach a secluded wooden inn at the edge of town, where Gregory's seasoned instincts immediately flare up, sensing an unnatural, suffocating silence in the empty streets, while Cade tries to rationalize the lack of people, pointing toward the inn as a safe place to gather intelligence. And Vlad quietly agrees, his mind focused on finding a warm hearth and a lead on the human trafficking ring. As the wooden building stands isolated in the mist, looking incredibly sketchy, like the perfect place to hide a dark operation. And the innkeeper's nervous sweat drop immediately alerts Vlad that this man is hiding something deep under his obsequious facade, especially when the man hesitates to take them in, citing the recent wave of bizarre, terrifying abductions plaguing the territory. While from behind the counter, a young girl with innocent green eyes peeks out, completely oblivious to the danger surrounding her. Vlad gives her a gentle, reassuring wave, his protective instincts instantly warming to her sweet, shy smile, until the voice in his head suddenly screams his name, shattering the peaceful atmosphere with an urgent, terrifying warning, which causes Vlad to freeze, realizing the voice has detected a massive, parasitic magical presence right inside this room. And the voice offers to lend Vlad its sensory perception, commanding him to look closely at the young girl. So Vlad's left eye flares with a brilliant, blinding white light as he channels the voice's power to peer past the physical veil. And what he sees completely freezes his blood, revealing a dark, swirling mass of heretical energy, coiled tightly around her neck, feeding on her life force through a heretical silver cross necklace, leaving Vlad's mind reeling in absolute horror as he identifies the dark, parasitic curse binding the child's soul. While the contrast is sickening, the innocent girl smiles happily, completely unaware of the dark, heretical parasite slowly consuming her life. And this horrific sight triggers Vlad's deepest childhood trauma, recalling how the weak were ruthlessly sacrificed in the Squara slums, where corrupt, greedy adults took everything from those who had no means to defend themselves, leaving the abandoned children with no choice but to die miserably in the cold, dark alleys. And from that hellish, unforgiving place, young Vlad forged an unyielding, solemn vow, promising that he would never become like those parasitic adults who feed on the weak, and created a strict, personal code of honor to protect the innocent, a rule he must uphold at all costs. Because in a lawless world, if those with power do not stand up, the innocent are doomed to a silent, forgotten death. And as a warrior carrying the honor of two great houses, Vlad knows his white banner is completely meaningless unless he acts now, which is why he tracks the dark, heretical energy trail outside, leading directly to a massive, Gothic stone cathedral shrouded in the heavy fog, knowing that the source of this heretical curse is operating right under the guise of holy sanctuary. And Vlad takes a deep breath, steeling his resolve to infiltrate the cathedral and expose the rot hidden within its walls. As he steps into the grand, dimly lit sanctuary, his footsteps echoing softly against the cold stone floor. The atmosphere is suffocatingly normal, yet Vlad's instincts scream that a dark, heretical presence is lurking in the shadows. And he struggles to pinpoint the exact source of the sickening discomfort clawing at his chest, until a dark, hooded figure approaches from the shadows, forcing Vlad to quickly mask his alert posture and kneel on the stone floor, clasping his hands in a perfect, deceptive display of solemn prayer. While the footsteps stop directly behind him, the heavy silence of the cathedral stretching with immense tension, and a priest with round spectacles and a welcoming smile greets him, holding a large red book close to his chest, to which Vlad bows politely, offering a humble apology for barging in, playing the role of a simple mercenary to perfection. But as Vlad's hand brushes past the red book, a violent, sickening jolt of heretical energy surges through his body, instantly connecting the book's dark energy to the heretical curse suffocating the young girl at the inn. So Vlad looks up, his eyes cold and sharp as he focuses on the heretical black cross-circle emblem embossed on the cover, realizing with absolute, lethal clarity that the entire Church of Mosiam has been completely corrupted by a dark heretical cult. The priest's voice is entirely too smooth, offering cheap comfort in a house of God. While Vlad keeps his eyes low, scanning the shadows for the heretical curse he felt just moments ago, playing the role of a humble mercenary just trying to find a quiet corner to pray before leaving. The grand cathedral feels empty, but the cold stone walls are practically suffocating with hidden malice, confirming Vlad's theory that the cursed silver necklace from the inn wasn't an isolated incident. The priest's smile is a mask, and Vlad knows that letting his guard down here means a swift death. So he politely bows out, pretending to focus on his own spiritual devotion. But the priest's sudden prayer for a sweeping epidemic instantly freezes the blood in Vlad's veins, as the holy man asks for the protection of the town's children with an unsettlingly calm face. Vlad wastes no time, cornering a local elder in the foggy outskirts to dig up the truth, trying to play off his intense curiosity as mere concern for his traveling schedule, only for the old man to drop a chilling detail that changes the stakes entirely. This supposedly random epidemic is highly selective. It only targets the children, spreading rapidly across every single town ruled by the Baron of Utman. Vlad nods politely, thanking the elder while his mind pieces together the horrific puzzle. Missing women in the south and dying children in the north, the dark omens are perfectly aligned, proving this isn't a natural disease, but a calculated harvest of innocent souls. Vlad needs holy water or a relic to break the curse, but the voice warns him that this is the work of a high-level dark mage, far beyond basic church remedies. Vlad questions how the voice knows this, but the entity's memories remain fragmented and elusive. Without physical evidence of the cult's actions, Vlad cannot convince Borden's guards to intervene, until a sudden memory flashes of the priest distributing those exact silver cross necklaces to the children. The memory reveals the sinister trap. The holy symbols themselves are the anchors of the curse. Vlad focuses on the present, spotting a suspicious hooded figure slipping into the thick fog, and decides to tail them, ignoring the voice's warnings about the dense heretical energy ahead. The target moves deeper into the misty woods, completely unaware of the hunter behind them. Vlad smirks, noting Blood really bragged about his pickpocketing skills to a literal ancient entity. But his amusement fades as the silhouette guides him toward an isolated windmill. The path is too quiet, and the layout is practically begging for an ambush, confirming the hunter has officially become the prey in this foggy trap. Vlad decides to cut his losses and retreat to report to Sir Gregory. But the misty forest is already closing in, sealing his escape route. A sudden, lethal strike cuts through the fog with blinding speed, forcing Vlad to draw his blade in a fraction of a second, parrying the heavy blow as sparks illuminate the dark trees. The impact is incredibly heavy, rattling Vlad's bones and forcing him back. A green-cloaked figure lunges from the mist, directing the attack with practiced coordination, clashing steel with a ferocity that leaves no room for negotiation. Vlad leaps backward, creating distance to assess the overwhelming threat. His hand is completely numb. This isn't some random backstreet thug. A genuine, fully armored knight stands before him, radiating pure authority. The knight's pale yellow eye locks onto him as their blade begins to hum, signaling the activation of a high-level combat technique. Vlad cannot gauge the opponent's limits, meaning he must go all out immediately. He braces himself, his own sword crackling with a vibrant blue-green aura, as the knight charges forward, executing a flawless, lethal lunge, relying on sheer speed to deliver a fatal blow before Vlad can react. Vlad parries, but the sheer physical pressure is completely overwhelming, shattering his guard and cutting deep into his defensive line. A brilliant explosion of golden energy erupts from the knight's blade, and Bruv realized he's completely outclassed by a genuine ore user. A voice screams for Vlad to stop, but the impact is already underway, colliding with a violent, blinding discharge of magical force. The shockwave tears through the forest floor, throwing up a cloud of debris, leaving Vlad kneeling in the dirt, struggling to draw breath through the pain. Through the haze, the golden silhouette of the knight stands completely untamed, revealing an entity of immense spiritual power and authority. The voice instantly recognizes the golden cross emblem on the shield, identifying the warrior as a high-ranking holy knight of the church. Vlad tries to clear up the misunderstanding, but the voice warns him that words are meaningless now that the knight has drawn her blade. She is determined to subdue him first before asking any questions. يصرخ الصوت في رأس فلان مطالبا إياه بالرد بينما تتصادم النساء. في مواجهة عنيفة مع فارس مدرع يضغط بكل ثقله لأسفل، ليدرك فلاد فورا أن هجمات هذا الخصم تختلف تماما عن قوة سير بابلو. بينما يتساءل فلاد عن سر هذه الهالة المرعبة التي ظهرت بلا مقدمات، يوضح له الصوت أن ما يواجهه الآن هو قوة إلهية تعرف باسم البركة، وهي القوة التي تجعل هذا الفارس المقدس لا يحتاج حتى إلى خلق عالمه الخاص لخوض المعركة، لأن كلمة الإله ببساطة تفرض سلطتها فوق هذا العالم بالفعل. يهبط النسل الذهبي بقوة ساحقة من الأعلى ليدخل فلاد في دوامة من التسالم العنيف، مدركا بمرارة مدى عدم عدالة هذه القوة الإلهية التي يحصل عليها الخصم بمجرد قبولنا الإرادة السماوية. يتراجع فلاد لتقييم الموقف، مثبتا عينيه المتوهجتين باللون الأخضر على هذا الفارس الذي يحلق في الهواء بسيفه الذهبي. ورغم ثقل تلك البركة، يلاحظ فلاد بذكائه المعتاد أن حركات هذا الفارس المقدس مليئة بالثغرات الفاضحة. يندفع الخصم لأسفل بسرعة خاطفة، بينما يستعد فلاد في الأسفل لشن هجومه المضاد، مستجيبا لأمر الصوت الذي يطالبه بالضرب الآن بكل ما يملك من قوة. يلتحم السيفان في انفجار من الشرر السحري، لتظهر عين الخصم الذهبيتان بتوهج غريب يشبه النجوم، حيث يندفع فلاد بكامل طاقته الخضراء لإنهاء هذه المواجهة سريعة. لكن نظرة الخصم الهادئة والمركزة لأسفل تكشف لفلاد أنه قد وقع في الفخ تماما. بضربة خاطفة يتم تحويل مسار سيف فلاد بالكامل وسط خطوط الحركة السريعة. ليقف صاحبنا في حالة من الذهول التام والدهشة وهو ينظر إلى سيفه الذي انحرف هجومه ببساطة. يأمره الفارس المدرع باستعادة توازنه والتركيز فورا، متدخلا في قتال متلاحم وسريع. ورغم محاولة فلاد سد الهجوم بدرعه، إلا أن الضربة التالية كانت حاسمة، لتلقي به أرضا وسط سحابة من الغبار والحطام المتطاير. يتأوه فلاد من الألم مستلقيا على الأرض، بينما يرتسم العجز على وجهه أمام هذا التفوق الساحق. ينظر فلاد للأعلى بذهول ليرى ذلك الظل المهيب يقف فوقه مباشرة، مسددا السيف نحو عنقه وسط هالة من الضوء الساطع. يحاول صاحبنا استيعاب ما حدث للتو، ليوضح له الفارس أن ما تعرض له هو تقنية الدرع، وهي مهارة فريدة يستخدم فيها الفرسان المقدسون دروعهم الصلبة لإعادة توجيه مسار هجمات الخصم بذكاء، مما يجعل فلاد يشعر بأن هذه التشكيلة من البركة وتقنية الدرع هي مجرد خدعة قذرة وغير عادلة بالمرة. يلاحظ فلاد عدم وجود أي أثر للإجهاد على ملامح تلك الفارسة، ليدرك أنها كانت تتعمد إظهار الثغرات لجره إلى الهجوم، فيسألها عن هويتها بمرارة الاستسلام. يرفع فلاد يديه لإظهار حسن النية، موضحا أنه مجرد باحث عن الحقيقة جاء من شوارع لتحقيق في المنطقة. تندهش الفارسة ذات الشعر الأبيض الطويل من سماع اسم شوارع، متفحصة ملامحه بدقة. ينتقل المشهد إلى لقطة خارجية للمبنى الخشبي تحت سماء الغروب الدافئة المغطاة بالضباب، حيث تقدم الفارسة نفسها رسميا باسم يوستيا، المبعوثة من أبروشية سنلوجين الشمالية، معتبرة هذا اللقاء إرادة سماوية. يرحب بها سير غريغوري وادعا يده على صدره باحترام، مقترحا الجلوس لمناقشة الوضع بهدوء. يجلس الجميع حول طاولة خشبية في الحانة، لتبدأ يوستيا في شرح مهمتها والتحقيقات التي أجرتها حول الظواهر الغريبة في المنطقة، مؤكدا بجدية ونظرات حادة أن ما تظنه العامة وباء هو في الحقيقة لعنة مظلمة. ينصت غريغوري بدهشة متسائلا عن غياب دور الكنيسة المحلية في مواجهة هذا التهديد. تفجر يوستيا مفاجأة مدوية باتهامها الكنيسة نفسها بأنها المصدر الأساسي والفاعل لهذه اللعنة. يتلقى فلاد ورفيقه هذا الاتهام بصدمة صامتة، مدركين مدى ذكاء وجرأة هذه الفارسة المقدسة. يتأمل غريغوري خطورة الموقف، فأن تشير فارسة مقدسة بإصبع الاتهام إلى الكنيسة يعني أن الكارثة أعمق بكثير مما تخيلوا. يضغط غريغوري بقبضتيه على طاولة متأوها من العجز، فمنطقة موسيم تقع خارج نفوذ عائلة بايزيد، مما يقيد قدرتهم على التدخل قانونيا. يوجه غريغوري شكره لعمدة شوارع الجديد على توفير هذه المعلومات الحيوية التي سهلت مهمتهم، بينما تعلق يوستيا على حكمة العمدة في اتخاذ التدابير الوقائية، معتبرة إرسال فلاد بمثابة طلب غير مباشر للابتعاد. توضح يوستيا أن الأمور المتعلقة بالسحر الأسود هي شأن خاص بالكنيسة، ولا داعي لتدخل عائلة بايزيد أكثر من ذلك. يوافق غريغوري على مضض، واضعا حدا فاصلا للتدخل في ظل قيود السلطة والمثولية. بينما ينظر فلاد للأسفل بملامح كئيبة، يشعر بمرارة العجز أمام هذه الحسابات السياسية. تقف الفارسة ممسكة بمقبض سيفها كرمز للسلطة والواجب الذي يجب احترامه. ينظر فلاد من النافذة نحو المبنى الضبابي في الخارج، شاعرا بالإحباط لعدم تمكنه من العثور على أي أثر لا. تقترب ابنة صاحب النزل الصغيرة ماريان من فلاد لتسأله ببراءة عامة إذا كان سيغادر قريبا، فيجيبها فلاد بهدوء مؤكدا رحيلهم بعد إنهاء مهمتهم، لتفاجئه الطفلة بردها الذكي بأن الأعمال في هذا العالم لا تنتهي أبدا. ينظر فلاد إليها بذهول بينما يوافقها الصوت في رأسه الرأي، قبل أن تسأله الفتاة بفضول عن سبب بقائه وحيدا دون أصدقاء. تتراجع الفتاة موضحة أن والدها يمنعها من الخروج بسبب الأوضاع غير الطبيعية التي تشهدها المنطقة مؤخرا. تطلب ماريان من فلاد البقاء لفترة أطول لأن الكنيسة ستوزع الهدايا على الأطفال، مما يثير فضول صاحبنا فورا. يوضح صاحب النزل أن الكنيسة ستجمع الأطفال قريبا لإلقاء خطاب تهنئة، وهو أمر يثير تساؤل فلاد عن الموعد المحدد. تترجى ماريان فلاد أن ينتظر ل4 أيام أخرى حتى يجمع الكاهن الأطفال بنفسه ويلقي عليهم خطابه. يجلس فلاد متأملا بينما يوضح الراوي أن دعم الفرسان المقدسين سيصل خلال 4 أيام أيضا بفضل رسالة يوستيا. يقرر فلاد البقاء حتى ذلك الوقت لحماية الأطفال، مما يملأ قلب ماريان ببهجة عارمة. تقدم ماريان لفلاد خاتما صنعته بنفسها كهدية للشكر، فيتساءل بدهشة عن ماهيته. لتجيبه بسعادة طفولية أنه خاتم زهور، فيبدي حيرته لعدم وجود زهور في هذا المكان البارد. يتأمل فلاد الخاتم المصنوع من أغصان اللبلاب المتسلقة على جدران الحانة، شاعرا بأسى عميقة لعيشهم في بلدة لا تنبت فيها حتى زهرة صغيرة. يأمر رب الحانة ابنته ماريان بالذهاب للنوم فورا، لتطيعه بحزن طفيف وهي تودع فلاد. تسأله ماريان بنبرة رجاء إن كان سيأتي غدا، فيعودها فلاد بذلك لتبتسم بسعادة قبل رحيلها. توصيه ماريان بحماس شديد بألا يخلف وعده، ملوحة بيدها قبل أن تغادر بخطوات طفولية متسارعة. تتلاشى أصوات خطواتها الصغيرة تدريجيا وهي تصعد لغرفتها، لكن فجأة تتوقف ماريان وتبدأ في الارتجاف بعنف وسط ذهول فلاد الذي يراقبها من بعيد. تنهتز الفتاة وتسقط على الأرض مغشيا عليها، ليصرخ والدها برعب ويندفع نحوها بينما يتملك الذهول فلاد. يحتضن الأب ابنته الشاحبة التي بدت بلا حراك، بينما يصرخ فلاد غاضبا ومكررا التدخل فورا دون حساب للعواقب. يندفع فلاد للأمام مستدعيا قوة عالم الصوت لتقييم الموقف، لتتوهج عينه باللون الأزرق الساطع مطلقا شعاعا من الطاقة المذهلة، حيث تظهر ماريان محاطة بهالة سحرية أرجوانية مرعبة وهي تصرخ من شدة الألم الروحي. يكشف تحديق القريب عن مادة سوداء لزجة تشبه الحبرة تنتشر بسرعة على صدر الطفلة، منبثقة من قلادتها الفضية لتغطيها بالكامل. لينظر فلاد للأعلى بملامح مشدودة تحت تأثير شعاع الضوء الأزرق المنبثق من القلادة، معلنا تفعيل اللعنة رسميا. وينتهي المشهد بتركيز حاد على النسل المعدني وسط خطوط الطاقة المتفجرة، معلنا بداية معركة شرسة لإنقاذ الطفلة. The heavy, frantic thuds of boots echoing down the stone corridor signal that the fragile piece in Mosiam is officially dead. And as Sir Gregory sprints forward with Yeshua right behind him, the raw terror in the room is palpable because Marion's father is clutching his daughter as her body violently seizes, with her skin turning a deathly pale gray while Gregory demands answers from Yeshua, whose silent dread confirms this is no ordinary illness. As a thick, ghostly white mist of pure life force begins to pour from Marion's mouth, drifting like a physical thread toward the cathedral, which Vlad instantly recognizes as the same cursed energy that took down Sir Roderick, realizing the dark entity behind this is already watching them. Standing in the freezing shadow of the corridor, Vlad's analytical mind is racing because he knows they are completely out of their depth, while Yeshua silently curses her own arrogance, realizing her flashy display of divine power in the woods tipped off the heretics way too early. And without waiting for a coordinated plan, she turns on her heel to head straight into the trap alone, leaving Gregory with a grim, final warning to report her death to her comrades if she doesn't make it back from the cathedral, which absolutely sets Vlad off because he cannot stand watching another ally march into a slaughter while Gregory just stands there, paralyzed by the political boundaries of a territory that doesn't fly the Bayezid flag, and bro really thinks a border is going to stop a dying child. As Vlad's eyes flare with a cold fury, he is instantly dragged back to the freezing, dark alleys of his childhood. He had to watch Ned scream in agony on the dirt floor while the adults of Shoera simply walked past, choosing their own safety over a dying child. And that lingering, bitter memory of absolute helplessness is exactly why Vlad refuses to play the role of the passive bystander today, realizing that his entire journey to obtain the sword wasn't about noble prestige or securing a comfortable life, but about gaining the raw, physical power to tear down the monsters who prey on the weak in the dark, resolving that he would rather burn his own life to the ground than become like the cowards who let children die in the gutters. So he steps forward, his hand locking onto the hilt of his battle-scarred sword with absolute, lethal intent. But Gregory blocks his path, his heavy hand stopping the boy to deliver a harsh, sobering truth, reminding Vlad that the weight of a knight's weapon isn't measured by how many people it can slaughter, but by the heavy burden of cause and responsibility that must guide every single swing, which Vlad flatly rejects, asking Gregory what the point of noble cause and responsibility is if they can't even protect a dying girl. And that raw, streetwise truth completely breaks Gregory's hesitation, forcing the veteran knight to yield to the boy's resolve, granting Vlad his official blessing to bypass their operational limits and unleash his full power, as the blade begins to vibrate with a brilliant, glowing golden light that signals the awakening of something ancient. While deep within the cathedral, the heretical bell begins to toll, its dark purple runes humming with a sickening, cursed energy. As Yeshua steps into the grand, misty sanctuary, her silver hair catching the dim light of the heretical altar, declaring that the sacred ground cannot be defiled by the dark magic of a corrupted priesthood, casting a massive, imposing shadow across the stone floor as she warns the hidden heretics to face her. But her holy declaration is violently cut short as a massive, bloody impact rattles the cathedral walls, forcing her to raise her guard. The massive wooden doors are shattered, revealing the dark, misty sanctuary where Vlad suddenly steps through, his eyes flaring with a cold, blue starlight as he raises his sword to confront the traces of blasphemy, while the heretical priest emerges from the shadows, mocking Vlad's small numbers and his foolish decision to enter alone. Stepping slowly across the dark stone floor, his boots clicking softly as he declares that no prayers will save them today, looking back with a single, glowing purple eye that reveals the sheer depth of his corruption. But Vlad doesn't even flinch, his mind instantly analyzing the suffocating, foreign energy that fills the entire cathedral, realizing that the dark-haired priest has completely hollowed out the local church to feed on the town's children. And as the priest smiles with a manic, self-righteous grin, Vlad knows that standard physical strikes won't be enough to purge this heresy, requiring him to tap into the forbidden, life-threatening power of his internal realm. So he closes his right eye, entering the world of voices to prepare a massive spiritual strike, while the heretical cultists begin to shriek, their pale, mask-like faces twisted in a silent, unnatural scream. As they lunge forward, their claw-like hands reaching out to tear through the physical boundaries of the sanctuary, splintering the heavy wooden structures with a violent, crushing force that threatens to overwhelm Yeshua, as the distorted, screaming spectral figures of the town's prior victims materialize in the dark, prompting Yeshua to demand if these heretics have completely abandoned their fear of God. But the priest simply laughs, holding his red book with the heretical emblem as he removes his spectacles like he's about to start a podcast on heresy, stepping on the open, ruined pages of his text to unleash a massive, swirling vortex of dark purple magic, his face contorting in a manic, heretical grin as he fully embraces the dark power, which instantly causes the white-robed victims in the background to collapse, their life force completely drained, forcing Vlad to kneel on the stone floor, driving his sword deep into the earth to anchor his soul, as the shadowy, gaunt spirits of the children cry out in the dark, begging for a savior. And with his left eye flaring with a cross-shaped golden light, Vlad offers his own lifespan as the ultimate price, unleashing a colossal, radiant pair of white wings of energy that erupt from his back, illuminating the entire cathedral, as a single, brilliant star twinkles in the dark night sky above Mosiam. channeling a massive, blinding beam of golden light that descends directly onto the cathedral spire, shattering the stone ceiling as the holy fire of Saint Rosino's zealous demonic purge completely incinerates the darkness, purifying the screaming heretical spirits in a sea of golden flames that cleanses the sanctuary, leaving the heretical priest's face contorted in absolute shock because Blood did not expect a teenager to drop a tactical nuke of holy fire on his head. As Vlad stands victorious, his wings of light fully extended like a divine executioner, his hands firmly gripping his sword hilt as the golden energy crackles violently around him. But the priest refuses to submit, his hand wreathed in a dark purple energy as he mocks Vlad's raw power, warning Vlad that a single torch cannot withstand the overwhelming, encroaching darkness. As the dark purple magic begins to swirl intensely around them once more, attempting to choke out the golden light of the purge with a chaotic, suffocating force, the priest delivers a grim, chilling warning about the physical toll this miracle takes on Vlad's lifespan, stepping over his ruined book to declare that only a thicker darkness will remain at the end of his light, his face cast in a sinister, purple-tinted grin that promises a brutal, unforgiving clash. The zealous demonic purge has officially detonated, channeling a massive pillar of divine holy fire directly onto the heretical cathedral, instantly incinerating the dark priest's monstrous army into harmless, drifting smoke, leaving Vlad standing right in the center of the absolute devastation as his golden, crackling eyes reflect the terrifying presence of the voice, because more hollow-faced heretics are already crawling out of the dark, forcing him to realize the true, horrifying scale of this entire child trafficking operation, while a shadowy, cloaked figure slowly approaches a blade dripping with pure, concentrated heretical magic, triggering a sudden, violent resonance that pulls Vlad back to Saint Rosino's final stand, where the legendary commander stood completely broken, facing an executioner who mocked his holy devotion, with a smug, punchable grin, fully believing that darkness had officially won the war. Rosino refused to yield, choosing to ignite his very soul into a blinding, divine light. And that exact same ancient, sacrificial power is now manifesting directly in front of Vlad, leaving our boy completely paralyzed with shock as he connects with the saint's residual memories, witnessing a soul so fiercely dedicated to protecting the weak that it would drag its executioner to hell, completely burning away its own life force just to leave a single, guiding spark in the dark, before his consciousness is violently slammed back into the brutal reality of the present cathedral, where the heretical priest is still trying to choke out the light with his purple energy, while Dame Yusha, completely exhausted and cornered by the flames, can barely hold her sword upright, forcing Sir Gregory to throw himself directly into the front lines, screaming to draw their focus, even though the smug priest just chuckles at their struggle, thinking his dark forces have already won, as he unleashes a massive, corrupting blast of purple magic to wipe them all out. But Vlad doesn't wait for permission, leaping straight through the blinding fire with his sword raised, sending like a literal meteor of pure, unadulterated fury right onto the priest's head, screaming his absolute disgust because this monster chose to target innocent, defenseless children, clashing his steel directly against the heretic's purple-wreathed blade with terrifying physical force, locking them in a brutal, high-stakes deadlock as the cathedral actively burns to the ground, until Vlad's eyes flare with that familiar, terrifying blue light, forcing the priest to look up and panic, as he sees his own inevitable doom reflected in the cold, glowing depths of Vlad's gaze, and the towering, electrified silhouette of the voice manifests behind him like a literal god of lightning, instantly triggering a chilling realization in the priest's mind, realizing exactly what ancient entity he is facing. But Vlad doesn't give him a single second to process, shoving his blade forward to end this, completely shattering the priest's guard with a brutal parry that sends sparks flying everywhere, as Gregory and Yusha watch from the debris, completely battered and bruised from the previous clash, with Yusha desperately warning Gregory that they are walking into a massive, meticulously planned trap. But Gregory knows they can't retreat, not when the lives of the stolen children are actively draining, forcing Yusha to point toward the towering bell, which is covered in glowing purple runes, realizing they have to destroy that cursed bell immediately if they want any of these kids to survive. But with Circade unable to use aura to shield himself from the corrupting mist, Gregory has to make a split-second, high-stakes gamble to clear a path, preparing to throw his own body directly into the center of the heretical horde, igniting his orange aura to its absolute limit to draw every single monster's attention, screaming at the top of his lungs to act as a massive, glowing decoy, shattering the stone floor beneath his boots as he charges directly into the front lines, executing a perfectly timed, high-speed sword clash with Vlad to transfer his physical momentum, literally catapulting Vlad upward and bypassing the entire defensive blockade of the staircase, as Gregory takes the full brunt of the counterattack, gritting his teeth through the pain, while a massive explosion of debris and dust completely covers Vlad's rapid ascent, with Gregory screaming at him to go break whatever heretical relic is powering this curse. And Vlad, fully locked in, shouts his agreement as he launches himself into the dark, leaving Gregory behind to hold the line against an endless sea of monsters. But the heretical priest immediately tries to intercept him, channeling a dark purple curse from his fingertips, summoning a wave of terrifying, hollow-eyed corpses that forces Vlad to grit his teeth, sprinting through the narrow, dark corridors as the pale, screaming husks claw at his cloak, completely swarming him until a brilliant, golden glowing arrow pierces straight through the lead monster's skull, burning away the dark, corrupt energy with a blinding flash of holy light. As the creature shrieks in pure agony, its physical form completely incinerating, revealing Circade standing tall in the golden light, bow drawn and ready to provide cover, shouting for Vlad to keep moving forward without looking back, while he continuously unleashes a barrage of holy arrows to clear the path, shredding through the heretical guard and preventing them from enclosing on Vlad's position, completely vaporizing the defensive blockade in a series of blinding, golden explosions, allowing Vlad to carve through the remaining stragglers with a massive, sweeping strike, even as the overwhelming weight of the curse tries to drag his physical body down, forcing him to tap directly into his blue aura, his eye flaring with a blinding, primal power, unleashing a massive, crescent-shaped wave of energy that completely clears the corridor, as the screaming spirits finally dissolve into harmless particles of light, leaving him gasping for air, crouching on the wooden steps of the bell tower to catch his breath for one final, desperate push, before lunging forward down the dark corridor toward the source of the curse, reflecting on the harsh, undeniable truth that not everyone in this cruel world has the power to survive. Recalling his childhood vow in the slums, a sacred promise to become a shield for those who cannot fight. Realizing that a true knight doesn't wait for permission or perfect circumstances to act. Knowing that hesitation in this exact moment means the death of every single stolen child. Resolving to completely burn away his own life force to become a blinding, protective light, as he unleashes his newly awakened, terrifying power to shatter the heretical curse once and for all.